Monarch's Domain. Mythic Divine Sanctum. They were in fact the same ability. They both belonged to the category of domain skills. The Mythic Divine Sanctum was an advanced version of Monarch's Domain. The key distinction lies in their effects. The primary effects of the Monarch's Domain were sealing, suppression, and group damage capabilities. The Mythic Divine Sanctum not only possessed heightened suppression and group damage capabilities, but also wielded a special power that the Monarch's Domain lacked, the Dominion of Laws. But what did Dominion of Laws entail? In that world, every individual was subjected to the laws of the world. Their mastery of spells and skills was built upon the existing framework of these laws. However, if they were thrust into a disordered or alien environment with an entirely different set of laws, their mastered spells would lose all effectiveness. No matter their level of expertise, even a powerhouse could swiftly become obsolete. However, when one truly mastered the laws themselves, they would not be affected by changes in the environment. Even if they traversed to a different world, they could still possess immense power. Moreover, they did not need to learn or master spells. They could naturally tap into the power governed by the laws. When a monarch dedicated themselves into an arduous training and profound understanding of their own powers, eventually attaining mastery over the forces of the laws, it signified an ascension from being a monarch into a mythic being. Mythic-level beings were exceptionally rare, more so than monarchs. Nonetheless, the power of the laws also had varying degrees of strength. Most mythics could only assimilate the forces of the four fundamental elemental laws: wind, fire, water, and earth. Those who possess greater prowess could incorporate the rarer elemental laws of light, darkness, and lightning. At a more advanced and distinctive level, there existed a possibility of merging the energy laws of life and death, or harnessing the capabilities of the mind and soul. Such occurrences had been incredibly scarce even throughout history. However, at that very moment, the Silver Giant were facing a mythic dragon. The dominion of laws wielded by the dragon were not that of elemental, nor did it stem from mental or spiritual prowess, or even the energies of life and death. It was a dominion over time and space. This dragon had complete command over time and space within its domain. It could precisely manipulate every inch of space and control the flow of time with incredible precision. Such a power was unprecedented and unheard of. Currently, the great demon king stood suspended in the air. Countless silver giants were hovering around. All these giants possessed formidable strength. Even the most ordinary silver giant warriors boasted the strength of level 4 elites. When engaged in combat, even a level 4 lord would struggle to prove an equal adversary. The reason for this was simple. The silver giants possessed an overwhelming advantage with their physique. Standing dozens of meters tall with bodies impervious to blades and bullets, they could move mountains and divert rivers with sheer brute force, even without relying on any special abilities. This was the suppression brought about by their advanced lineage. The various races within the Chaos Forest dared not to provoke them. But now, this formidable group of silver giants found themselves utterly defenseless before the Dragon Demon King, like insignificant insects that could be crushed at will. The overwhelming sense of powerlessness. The depths of despair. The crushing oppression upon them. Such emotions had never gripped the hearts of the silver giants before. After Zhang Nu completely disabled all of the silver giants, with just a thought, a flicker of teleportation light emanated from his surroundings, and the squadron of the Demon King's royal guards appeared before him. "Annihilate them," commanded the Demon King. Without the slightest hesitation, the dozens of the royal guards sprang into action. "You've slain a silver giant warrior. Gold plus 6,000. You've slain a silver giant warrior. Gold plus 6,000. You've slain a silver giant warrior. Gold plus 6,000. You've slain a silver giant elder. Gold plus 140,000. You've slain a level 4 hero. Hero soul, +1. Skill stone, +1. You've slain a level 4 hero. Hero soul, +1. Skill stone, +1. Under Zhang Nu's control, the space itself transformed into cages, confining the giants and rendering them immobile. Furthermore, the flow of time within the domain was manipulated, slowing down the silver giants' speed by nearly tenfold, turning them into sluggish beings. However, strangely enough, the dozens of Demon King's royal guards were unaffected by the altered time flow. It was as if their speed had been accelerated tenfold. These individuals were already immensely powerful, and now their attacks, spellcasting, and movement speed were all enhanced by tenfold. Even the most ordinary warmonger royal guard among them could likely contend with a level 4 overlord. In this dire predicament, the giants found themselves suppressed relentlessly, with no room for resistance. The giant clan chieftain, Jin Kuei, could only watch in despair as his kin and trusted subordinates were swiftly slaughtered, yet he was helpless to intervene. They were utterly powerless. There was not a slightest glimmer of hope. Even facing off a monarch, the silver giants would have normally charged forward with unwavering determination. But this was no ordinary monarch, this was a genuine mythic dragon. The silver giant clan chieftain could never have fathomed the might possessed by the dragon demon king of the Darkness Valley. If he had known, he would never have dared to provoke him. Beings of such magnitude, not only within the Chaos Forest, but even across the vast continents, the numbers of such terrifying titans could be counted on one's fingers. In the outside world, a mere dozen seconds passed, yet within the domain, several minutes had already elapsed, and the merciless slaughter claimed the lives of countless silver giants. The gold acquired had exceeded 3 million. That surpassed the bounty from decimating the Magi Mojo city. Though their numbers were few, their quality proved amazing indeed. For Zhang Nu, it was the first time he had wielded the power of spatiotemporal in combat. If he were to employ spatial manipulation under normal circumstances, accurately sealing off each silver giant without impeding his own forces would be nearly impossible. Yet, within the domain, Zhang Nu felt that every inch of space and time obeyed his command. The utilization felt effortless and seamless, completely at his whims. Was this the effect of mastering the laws? At the very least, within his own domain, the Dragon Demon King felt godlike. Of course, suppressing an army of silver giants was no easy task. Sustaining the domain exacted a heavy toll on Zhang Nu's MP, depleting it at an alarming rate. Having slain over 800 giants, and amassed a staggering fortune of 5 to 6 million gold coins, the Demon King released his domain's grip, granting the giants freedom of movement. Though barely a minute had passed in the real world, they felt as if they had struggled in the depths of hell for countless years. Now, although free from confinement, they lay sprawled on the ground, utterly defeated. Their will to fight was completely shattered. The giant chieftain, Jin Kuei, hastily begged for mercy, pressing his head to the ground. "Great Lord, have mercy. We were foolish and will never dare transgress again." A cold smile curled upon the Demon King's lips. In an instant, he appeared before the giant chieftain, pressing him beneath his foot. "You all boasted of flattening the Darkness Valley. If I were to simply spare you now, wouldn't it make me seem weak?" The giant's chieftain, towering over 50 meters, wept like a child, tears streaming down his face. The fright he had just experienced had shattered his dignity and pride. "We had no choice." Jin Kuei cried out, "Without the heart of the ancient god to suppress the ancient demonic lair, the entire Thunderclap city would have suffered. We were desperate. We were left with no alternatives." As expected, the ancient god's heart of the giant clan was not a mere trinket. It played a crucial role in suppressing a dangerous region within Thunderclap City. Now that it had been stolen, there was a risk of losing control over that area, posing a threat to the survival of the entire city. Zhang Nu was taken aback by this revelation. After all, the giants were known for their formidable strength. What could instill such fear in them? Pondering for a moment, Zhang Nu vanished before the giant chieftain, his figure reappearing before a giant elder. This particular giant elder was one of the 6 heroes, the only one remaining now. The other 5 had been dispatched. "I don't need much deliberation to figure out that you and your group of heroes are the ones who stole the heart of the ancient god," Zhang Nu questioned directly. "Tell me, where is it now?" The giant hero was alarmed by the Demon King's knowledge of his identity. He hastily pleaded, "Great Demon King, spare me. I'll tell you everything. Yes, we collaborated with the Divine Sword Heroes Guild to steal the heart of the ancient god. However, it has already been taken out of the Thunder Highlands." The Divine Sword Heroes Guild again? That seemingly fragment of an evil god. Now it had fallen into the hands of the Divine Sword Heroes? Zhang Nu had not anticipated the far-reaching influence of the Divine Sword. It seemed their efforts in the Chaos Forest had not been in vain. As for these giant heroes, why were they aiding Su Wenhao? Zhang Nu could not be bothered to ask. It was not difficult to guess the reasons behind the giant warriors' alliance with Su Wenhao. It must have involved promising them benefits and support to help him become the city lord of Thunderclap City. Furthermore, for these heroes, stealing the heart of the ancient god and blaming it on the Demon King was a perfect opportunity to incite Thunderclap City to kill the Dragon Demon King. They could effortlessly exploit the immense combat strength of the giant clan for their own gain. "It was you. You treacherous traitor." The giant chieftain Jin Kuei roared in fury. The Silver Giant clan was known for its unity, and such betrayal had never occurred before. They had never suspected their own kin. But now, the elder by his side had betrayed his own kin. Betrayed Thunderclap City. The giant hero pleaded in terror, "Great Lord, as long as you spare my life, I will help you retrieve the heart of the ancient god." Zhang Nu chuckled, "No need to trouble yourself. I will personally retrieve it. As for you, you are of no use to me anymore." With that, a fierce surge of abyssal thunder and lightning erupted from the Demon King, enveloping the giant elder in an instant. "Ah! Ah!" Several agonizing screams echoed. "You've slain a level 4 hero. Hero Soul, +1. Skill Stone, +2. The giants were once again stunned. Their astonishment stemmed not from the death of another giant elder, it was the fact that the Demon King had unleashed the power of lightning to dispatch a silver giant. It was simply unimaginable to them. It must be noted that silver giants could feast on lightning. They possessed tremendous resistance against any form of lightning-based attack. Among all types of elemental damage, they were the least vulnerable to lightning. However, a single giant elder was effortlessly slain by the Demon King's lightning attack. This not only demonstrated that the lightning manipulated by the Demon King was far from ordinary, but also reaffirmed the terrifying power the Demon King possessed. "Great Demon King. It's all a misunderstanding. We were deceived. As long as you can forgive me and our kin, we are willing to follow you and serve you." Zhang Nu received a notification. 1,665 silver giants have surrendered to you. Accept? The reason Zhang Nu did not exterminate all these giants was that he intended to recruit them. After all, their strength was indeed formidable. In addition to that, Zhang Nu desired Thunderclap City. Once he obtained Thunderclap City, he would control Thunder Highlands. And with control over Thunder Highlands, he would dominate the western region of the Chaos Forest. Thus, the majority of the Chaos Forest would fall into the hands of the Dragon Demon King. With matters progressing to this stage, his plan to unify the Chaos Forest was nearly fulfilled. The most influential cities had already pledged their loyalty to the Demon King. Faced with this predicament, the other cities had no alternative but to submit or face annihilation. There existed no third option. The next day, a drake descended upon the Thunder Highland. It was a mutated sky drake with 3 heads, its body enveloped in a deep crimson hue, and its scales were seemingly seeping with flowing lava. A formidable aura emanated from its entire being. As it traversed the land, the drake's presence echoed through the surroundings, causing nearby magical beasts to flee in a state of panic. Eventually, the drake landed and assumed a humanoid form, revealing itself to be none other than the Skydrake Archpriest of the Darkness City. Li Si raised his staff and conjured a teleportation field. Within a few minutes, figures started appearing one by one. Nancilia emerged from the field, her eyes wide with awe. "Wow, is this the Thunder Highland?" The Thunder Highland was a part of the chaotic forest, a harsh and frigid region for the majority of races. However, for certain exceptional magical creatures and races, it served as an ideal homeland. Veiled in perpetual dark clouds, the Thunder Highland thrived with an abundance of thunder elemental energy. Thunder and lightning crackled incessantly, posing a threat to those unaccustomed to its environment. Now, the Demon King's legion from the Darkness City had arrived, accompanied by a retinue of several silver giants. Among them were the city lord of Thunderclap City and the chief of the silver giants, Jean Kuei, a formidable level 4 overlord. The Thunder Highland, with its unique and picturesque scenery. However, the Demon King was not here for sightseeing. He arrived with his entourage at Thunderclap City. In this world of diverse races, each race had its own customs, culture, and distinct dwelling places. For instance, the elves preferred the treetop abodes, giving rise to elven treehouses. Dwarves, on the other hand, favored underground dwellings, resulting in cities like Ironheart, built around mining pits. The Thunderclap City of the Silver Giants deviated significantly from traditional cities. It was situated amidst a mountainous plateau, enveloped in swirling clouds. Thousands of peaks formed the landscape, each one sculpted into an elliptical spire. The housing of the giants was unlike that of humans. They preferred to carve their houses directly into the mountains, transforming thousands of small peaks into mountain houses where several to dozens of giants resided. All the mountain houses in this mountainous region collectively formed what was known as Thunderclap City. Moreover, each house's roof was meticulously shaped into a cone, adorned with materials that attracted thunder elements. Consequently, they constantly drew lightning strikes and absorbed the electric energy. At first glance, thousands of peaks of the highland were arranged in perfect harmony, shrouded in thunderstorms and cascades of electric light, making it nigh impossible for outsiders to approach and creating a visually stunning impact. So, this is the giant city? Truly a sight to behold. By looking into hidden information, Zhang Nu discovered that Thunderclap City housed a total of 48,000 silver giants, with only 30,000 of them being young adults. Needless to say, in terms of population, Thunderclap City fell short compared to large forest cities like Ironheart City or Berserk Beast City, with their populations reaching hundreds of thousands. In fact, the giant population even paled in comparison to some small forest cities. However, in terms of grandeur and territorial scale, Thunderclap City surpassed them tenfold. Silver giants were considered an advanced race, and recruiting such a group of followers would prove invaluable in the future. Zhang Nu continued to lead his troops forward. At that moment, Thunderclap City became alert of the Demon King's presence, and hundreds, even thousands, of silver giants wielding thunder and lightning rushed out. Chieftain? They've captured our chieftain. Release our chieftain immediately. Several hot-tempered silver giant elders were filled with rage, and dozens, even hundreds, of silver giants immediately gathered the power of lightning, ready to launch an attack. They had no fear of collateral damage. They were not concerned about harming their chieftain. Silver giants relied on powerful lightning attacks. Not only did these attacks possess a wide effective range and immense power, they also carried a paralyzing effect, disrupting the movements of their enemies. At the same time, silver giants possessed exceptional resistance to lightning. Thus, even if all the attacks landed around their chieftain, it would not cause any harm. Instead, it would indirectly replenish their chieftain's strength. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Nu had no intention of taking action. However, Nancilia had immediately completed an incantation. With her instantaneous teleportation magic, she appeared with remarkable precision before the group of giants. Without waiting for the giants to initiate their attacks, she struck the ground with her Elven King's scepter. In the instant the Elven King's scepter struck the ground, an abundance of grasses, plants, and flowers erupted like fountains, rapidly spreading in all directions within a radius of over 500 meters from the center point. In the blink of an eye, the entire area was enveloped in a flourishing tapestry of nature. Within this range, all the silver giants found their bodies entangled by hundreds of serpentine roots that emerged from the ground. These roots not only suppressed their strength, but also seemed to voraciously absorb their MP. The lightning gathered in the giant's hands was immediately siphoned away. What kind of magic is this? No, this isn't just magic. This is a domain skill. She is an elven king. Nancilia had activated her monarch's domain. Zhang Nu had observed that each monarch possessed a unique domain. His own monarch's domain could cast opponents into a chaotic void, inducing weightlessness, disorientation, and diminished mobility. It could profoundly suppress their stats, seal their skills, and continually drain their HP. Nancilia's Divine Tree domain possessed its own binding effect, allowing her to replenish her own MP by absorbing it from her opponents. It could even weaken enemy attacks by absorbing their magical energy. Undoubtedly, although the form and structure were different, the Divine Tree domain remained a formidable monarch's domain. Zhang Nu believed that, even compared to other monarchs, Nancilia's domain was of top-notch quality and level. In just an instant, tens of hundreds of giant warriors were restrained. Among them were several giant elders. This was an extraordinary feat that left the silver giants astounded by the incredible power of this seemingly unremarkable elven girl. However, even more so than the power of this young elven king, they were stunned by her identity. This young elf was a genuine elven king, a true ruler of the elves. Even for them, the presence of an elven king held tremendous significance and weight. Why would an elven king appear in the Chaos Forest? And why would a mighty elven king choose to make an enemy out of the giants? Is Thunderclap City really going to confront an elven king? Setting aside the fact that dealing with an elven king is no easy task, even if someone had the ability to eliminate this elven king, would the silver giants of Thunderclap City dare to take such action? If news of the elven king's demise were to spread, Thunderclap City would immediately become the archenemy of the entire elven race, facing their furious retaliation. Halt! Everyone, stop. Cease your attacks. City Lord Jin Kuei hurriedly shouted, fearing that his people would underestimate the severity of the situation and risk offending the Demon King. And yet, currently, Jin Kuei himself was also filled with immense shock. He had initially believed that the Dragon Demon King possessing the strength of a mythic-level dragon was already an incredibly unbelievable fact. But he never expected that the Demon King had acquired a subordinate who was an elven king. It was simply too difficult to believe. Monarch entities were dignified and great leaders. Beings of this caliber would not easily submit to others, and the elven race, in particular, had a strong sense of pride. This was truly inconceivable. As he had thought, the Demon King's might was far greater than Jin Kuei had imagined. Even without the Demon King personally intervening, the combined might of the Elven King and the Draconian Legion from Darkness City was already beyond what Thunderclap City could handle. To align themselves with the Dragon Demon King was their only path forward. Jin Kuei immediately declared with his booming voice, "All of you. Kneel." Chieftain. Why? Why must we kneel? Jin Kuei continued to shout, "From this day forward, Thunderclap City shall pledge allegiance to the magnificent mythic dragon, the Lord of Darkness City, and the supreme and illustrious Great Demon King." As his words boomed across the scene, astonishment seized the giants of Thunderclap City. A mythic dragon? What? The silver giants struggled to fathom the magnitude of this revelation, as they had never contemplated the existence of beings of mythic level. A mythic dragon? Nancilia's eyes widened. Could it be that His Majesty has already attained mastery over the dominions of laws and transcended into the realm of a mythic-level powerhouse? If so, it would be truly awe-inspiring. Seeing that his people were still bewildered, Jin Kuei was on the verge of losing his temper. These foolish imbeciles could not even comprehend plain speech? The enraged silver giant chieftain bellowed, "Anyone who dares to defy my orders shall be expelled from Thunderclap City and banished from the Thunder Highlands." The giants were stunned. They had never witnessed their chieftain so enraged before. Several loyalist giant elders hurriedly knelt down. Seeing the elders kneeling, the Thunderclap City warriors followed suit, and in quick succession, thousands upon thousands of Thunderclap City residents, like a cascade of falling mountains and toppling pillars, thunderously knelt en masse. Giants were truly astonishing beings. Even their kneeling and submitting appeared more majestic than others. It was as if thousands upon thousands of towering mountains had collapsed before them, causing a small earthquake that could be felt for miles around. And then, at that moment, a notification arrived. 45,342 silver giants have surrendered to you. Accept? You've conquered Thunderclap City. You gained Shining Mythmonite Chest X1. Upon seeing the reward chest, Xiongnu felt immensely satisfied. Thunderclap City was actually a level 4 Overlord area, unlike Ironheart City, which was a level 5 Overlord city. In terms of level, Thunderclap City was not as powerful as Ironheart City. However, the quality of the reward chest was the same level. This was because Ironheart City's rank of level 5 Overlord was mainly boosted by the presence of a single powerful ancient blood demon. In terms of the average strength of warriors and residents, Ironheart City was definitely inferior to Thunderclap City. Xiongnu swept a glance. The ordinary warriors of Thunderclap City were all level 4 elites, while the elders were all level 4 lords, with several exceptionally powerful elders reaching the rank of level 4 Overlord. Even the common residents of Thunderclap City, once they reached adulthood, had at least the strength of level 3 elites. Although the giants of Thunderclap City had lower population compared to the dwarfs of Ironheart City, if they were to engage in a battle, considering the overall strength and excluding the ancient blood demon, Thunderclap City would definitely have the upper hand. Suffice to say, if it wasn't for Xiongnu's advancement into level 5, causing the silver giant chieftain to be bowled over by his demonstration of immense might, then even if the forces of the Darkness City attempted to forcibly take over Thunderclap City, they would likely have to pay a hefty price. These giants were not to be underestimated. Not engaging in a battle and subduing them peacefully was the best outcome. Xiongnu had easily conquered this giant city without much effort. The city of giants was now in Xiongnu's hands. In an instant, Thunder Highland became the territory of the Demon King. The influence of the great Demon King now successfully radiated throughout half of the Chaos Forest. With this formidable group of giants under his command, the military strength of the Demon King received a significant boost. With the current power and forces, he could proceed step by step and gradually conquer the entire Chaos Forest without much difficulty. Xiongnu was looking forward to it. According to the game's rules, seizing control of the entire Chaos Forest would undoubtedly reward him with a corresponding treasure chest. This treasure chest would be a product of the entire Chaos Forest map, promising rewards of unprecedented richness and exceeding all expectations. However, despite the decisive victory, there was still the task of tidying up, which would require some time and effort. Xiongnu eagerly opened the reward chest from Thunderclap City. You opened the Mythmonite treasure chest. You've gained Gold X5, 000, Blueprint, Giant Altar X1, Blueprint, Tower of Lost Trials X1, Advanced Castle Upgrade Scroll X1, Thunder Gems X3000, Life Gems X1000, Light Gems X500. 5 million gold, a top-tier reward indeed. This amount was equivalent to the gold coins found in the chest from Ironheart City, a city boasting a level 5 overlord and a population of hundreds of thousands of dwarves. It was a satisfying haul from Thunderclap City. There were also 2 blueprints this time. Blueprint, Giant Altar, Level 4 Blueprint. Costs, Gold X500, 000, Thunder Gem X200, Life Gem X200, Quality Stone X50, 000. You may construct a giant altar within your territory. Blueprint, Tower of Lost Trials, Level 4 Blueprint. Costs, Gold X2, 000, 000, Light Gem X1000, Dark Gem X1000, Life Gem X1000, Undeath Gem X1000. You may construct a Tower of Lost Trials within your territory. The first blueprint belonged to altar structures. Xiongnu was already acquainted with altars, having several in his possession, including the Demon King Altar, the Altar of Inferno, and the Soul Altar. However, the giant altar was unique to giants and held no utility for other races. As for the Tower of Lost Child blueprint, Zhang Nu was quite puzzled regarding its purpose. Unfortunately, the prompt information failed to provide a clear description of its functionality. However, considering the high cost, the functionality must be anything but ordinary. Zhang Nu was disappointed that he did not obtain a giant summoning barracks blueprint. If he had a giant barracks-type building, even if he lost batches of giant warriors, he could recruit more as long as he had the funds. The silver giants would be an endless resource at his disposal. It seemed that the more advanced a race is, the lower the drop rate of its barracks blueprints. Zhang Nu was grateful that he had controlled the casualties during the capture of Thunderclap City. Fortunately, he did not excessively use force or engage in mass slaughter of silver giants. Having tens of thousands of giants was sufficient. Although he did not acquire the blueprint for the giants' barracks, obtaining an advanced castle upgrade scroll was still a decent outcome. It would enable him to further enhance his High Demon King castle, granting it more powerful attributes, stronger defense, and expanded functionality. Overall, it was a commendable harvest this time. To facilitate communication with the giants, Zhang Nu transformed into his dragon form. The giants could immediately feel an overwhelming surge of dragon fear engulfing them. The 3-meter-tall Demon King had vanished and was replaced by a majestic true dragon, spanning over 120 meters in length. Your Majesty! It's a true dragon. This is no ordinary dragon. No wonder the chieftain pledged allegiance to the Demon King. The Demon King is an abyssal dragon. Mentioned only in tales and legends. Some giants recognized the species of the Demon King. The abyssal dragon, as a mysterious branch of the true dragon lineage, was only found in ancient records and was rarely seen on the continent nowadays. Accompanied by the giants, Zhang Nu entered Thunderclap City, taking in the grandeur of the giant cityscape. Where is Thunderclap City's treasure vault? Your Majesty, the giant's treasure vault lies within the central mountain. We are prepared to offer everything from the vault to your Majesty. Then let's begin with the gold. Jin Kuei awkwardly replied, I dare not deceive your Majesty. The giants do not have a tradition of hoarding gold, nor do we engage in trade with other cities or known merchants. As a result, the city doesn't possess a substantial reserve of gold. What? No gold? Zhang Nu felt a twinge of disappointment. Despite having a long history, the giants were not wealthy like the dwarves. The main reason was that silver giants were not adept at production. Not being involved in production was one thing, but silver giants also had minimal food requirements. The mountain dwellings in Thunderclap City were specially designed to capture abundant lightning every day. With the environment of Thunder Highlands, they could just laze around at home and recharge without starving. In such circumstances, why would the giants engage in trade with gnomes? Besides, gnome merchants did not even dare to approach Thunderclap City. These giants were colossal in size, neither working nor consuming much, and lacking any particular hobbies or interests. They were truly a bunch of couch potatoes. Despite all this, Zhang Nu still made some gains. After all, the giants had lived on the Thunder Highlands for thousands of years. Their treasure vault was quite substantial, although it did not contain gold, silver, jewels, or weapons. Instead, it housed various spoils of war. Among them, materials were the most abundant. While Thunder Highlands appeared desolate, it was home to numerous high-level magical beasts, including some level 4s and 5s. The giants had hunted down a considerable number of these threatening creatures in the past. Thunderclap City had transformed these magical beasts into collectibles, accumulating a vast quantity over time. Various materials such as fur, bones, magic cores, and other components from high-level magical beasts, though not particularly useful to Zhang Nu, held significant value in themselves. All in all, it was still a decent yield. A group of war prisoners from the Magi Mojo City were held captive in the Darkness City. These trolls were skilled in alchemy and could be utilized in the future. In addition to the trolls, both elves and gnomes were adept at alchemy. The elves excelled in constructing magical formations, while the gnomes possessed knowledge of magical and scientific technologies. All of these productions required a significant amount of materials. Some materials could not be immediately obtained even with gold. Within the giant's treasure vault, there were countless precious high-level materials. It was essentially a vast museum that could fulfill most production needs. The giants were extremely anxious, fearing the dissatisfaction of the Demon King. The chieftain hurriedly spoke, "Your Majesty, Thunderclap City only has these resources. If you are not satisfied, I will immediately order our people to gather more." The Demon King replied, "Forget it. Although the treasure vault is not as abundant as I imagined, your attitude of surrender is acceptable. I will give you a small reward." The Demon King had just occupied this territory and had not yet plundered everything nor exploited the giants. Instead, he was preparing to reward them. Zhang Nu arrived at an empty space and took out the blueprint, giant altar, directly consuming the corresponding resources to perform the summoning. Rumble. The earth shook and the mountains trembled. A colossal altar, taller than any mountain within Thunderclap City, emerged from the ground, leaving all the giants present in awe. The feat of raising a mountain from flat ground. Some highly skilled earth magic users could pull off such a stunt. However, what appeared before all the giants was not an ordinary mountain. It was a mysterious structure exuding a divine aura. "What is this?" The giant chieftain, Jin Kuei, did not recognize the formations and runes on the surface of the altar, but he could clearly sense that this altar seemed closely related to the giant race. At that moment, the oldest elder of Thunderclap City exclaimed with excitement, "This seems to be the sacred altar hailed from the ancient legends of our race." This elder was the eldest and most knowledgeable giant in Thunderclap City. Despite his advanced age and declining strength, he still commanded great respect among his people. The sacred altar of the giant race? Jin Kuei wore a perplexed expression. "How is it possible that I've never heard of it?" Of course, it was natural that the chieftain hadn't heard of it. The sacred altar has long been lost to history. "Even I have only heard tales about it," replied the elder, growing increasingly thrilled. He carefully examined it repeatedly, confirming that he was not mistaken. The construction of the sacred altar is extremely difficult. Only the ancient giant empire possessed such power. The sacred altar can enhance a giant's lineage and potential. However, activating the sacred altar requires a significant amount of resources. Only giants with the most potential, exceptional talent, or those who have achieved great deeds, can have this honor. The silver giants were all moved by this revelation. But this ancient relic had long been lost. How could such a powerful existence, unknown even to ordinary giants, be summoned by the Demon King? It was truly unbelievable. No matter the circumstances, this was the sacred artifact of the giants. It could be called an invaluable treasure. Although Thunderclap City's current strength might not be enough to activate the altar, it did not diminish its significance in the hearts of the silver giants. "Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty." The giant chieftain and elders knelt down, once again prostrating themselves collectively, causing the earth to shake with force. The giants' loyalty was on the rise, averaging at around 70%. At least for the time being, there was no need to worry about their betrayal. However, the Demon King remained indifferent. "There's no need to rush and thank me now. The rewards haven't been distributed yet. You can express your gratitude when you receive them." What? Was this some kind of joke? He was gifting the ancient sacred altar to the giants. Wasn't that already considered a reward? In the eyes of the giants, this was already an enormous blessing. Then, Zhang Nu extended his dragon claw and pointed at the chieftain Jin Kuei. "Let's start with you." Before Jin Kuei could react, the Demon King activated his spatial manipulation talent, enveloping chieftain Jin Kuei with spatial energy, causing him to disappear from his original spot and instantly reappear on top of the altar. The strengthening costs 300,000 gold. Proceed to strengthen? 300,000 gold? It did not seem to be too expensive. After all, Jin Kuei was a level 4 overlord unit. Even using the Altar of Infernor to enhance a single level 4 Lord Warmonger Royal Guard would cost 120,000 gold. This was merely a little over twice the price. Strengthen. The altar shook violently, releasing a torrent of lightning bolts. These thunderbolts radiated a golden hue. The giant chieftain stood amidst the electrifying spectacle, his form engulfed in these lightning. Strengthening completed. HP plus 1000, MP plus 500, Strength plus 200, Constitution plus 100, Agility plus 50, Will plus 50. Activated talents, Golden Physique, Demon-busting Golden Thunder. Everyone was marveled at the sight. After absorbing the golden lightning, the giant chieftain underwent a remarkable transformation, his once silvery metallic skin replaced by a resplendent golden sheen from head to toe. Golden Giant. This is the legendary physique. The Elder of Thunderclap City was stunned. His Majesty the Demon King actually activated the altar's ritual, causing the chieftain to ascend into a golden giant. Unbelievable. Our clan's bloodline. It has dwindled over the generations. For 5,000 years, not a single golden giant has emerged. The other silver giant elders echoed the sentiment, struggling to believe their eyes. Golden giants were undeniably rare compared to their silver counterparts. Only the silver giants with the best talent and the highest caliber had a minuscule chance of ascending into a golden giant through a specific training method. Legend had it that golden giants not only exhibited accelerated training speed but also commanded a unique power golden thunder. This extraordinary lightning surpassed the might of ordinary bolts, exerting a profound suppressive effect on dark creatures and undead beings. Under similar rank and level, golden giants outshone their silver kin in combat, displaying superior strength and prowess. Each golden giant was a symbol of pride within the giant race. The giants of Thunderclap City never fathomed that one among them would ascend to become a golden giant. Ads by Pub Future. The giant chieftain, Jin Kuei, felt it from within. He had undergone a complete transformation from the inside out. For decades, he had been stuck at the bottleneck of level 4. Until this moment, there had been no signs of any breakthrough. Jin Kuei had even resigned himself to the belief that this was the extent of his abilities in his lifetime. But just as the Demon King activated the golden physique talent within him, the bottleneck that had plagued him for decades was suddenly shattered, unleashing the power that had been accumulating within him. In the next instant, an immense aura instantly swept through Thunderclap City. Every giant in Thunderclap City could feel that the chieftain's long stagnant power had suddenly experienced an explosive breakthrough at this crucial moment. The elders of Thunderclap City were stunned. Too many surprises and unexpected events stacked on top of each other. They were completely flummoxed and temporarily lost the ability to process the situation. The chieftain had achieved a breakthrough. What did this signify? Thunderclap City hadn't seen a level 5 giant in 1,000 years. This meant that the giant clan of Thunderclap City would finally once again embark on a phase of remarkable prosperity. Moreover, the chieftain was still relatively young for a giant. Now, with the activation of the long-lost golden physique talent by the Demon King, his future potential seemed boundless. Zhang Nu glanced at Jin Kuei. He noticed a significant change in Jin Kuei's information. Golden Giant Chieftain, Jin Kuei, Level 5 Overlord. Skills, Golden Physique, Talent, Demon-busting Golden Thunder, Talent, Thunderous Golden Armor, A rank, Thunderous Golden Spear, A rank, Indestructible Golden Body, A rank, Demon-suppressing Aura, A rank, etc. Even Zhang Nu was taken aback from his transformation. He had only known that the giant altar could bestow the ascension to a golden giant. But he never anticipated that upon becoming a golden giant, the city lord of Thunderclap City would achieve an immediate breakthrough. This was incredible news. Currently, among Zhang Nu's forces, only a handful possessed the prowess of a level 5 overlord. Aside from the elven king Nancilia, who held the rank of a monarch, only the miracle archpriest Gu Yi, when harnessing the power of the Tree of Miracle, could reach a level where they could contend with or even surpass the might of a level 5 overlord. A level 5 overlord would not be an insignificant character, even if thrown into the Thunder Empire. They would be on par with the most enigmatic and powerful guardian knights of the Thunder Empire. The strongest opponents Xiongnu had faced, such as the Eye of the Evil God and the Ancient Blood Demon, were nothing more than level 5 overlords. This alone demonstrated the immense power of a level 5 overlord. Of course, Jin Kuei had just achieved the breakthrough. There would be variations in the strength of level 5 overlords. Compared to the Eye of the Evil God and the Ancient Blood Demon, there was still a considerable gap in power. The giant chieftain knelt and expressed his gratitude, "Your Majesty, for bestowing upon me such a tremendous opportunity and granting me a new lease on life. I swear in the name of the Thunder God that I am willing to lay down my life for you." Jin Kuei's loyalty rapidly soared. At this moment, it was close to reaching 90. The loyalty of other giants also generally rose to 70 or 80. Under normal circumstances, as long as loyalty exceeded 60, the probability of betrayal was extremely low, and once loyalty reached 70, it was almost impossible to betray. With 80 loyalty that represented a high level of loyalty. 90 and above signified unwavering loyalty. The loyalty of the elven race towards Xiongnu was generally 90 and above, and the loyalty of the elven king Nancilia had already reached the maximum of 99. Within just 2 days of pledging allegiance, this giant chieftain had already reached a level of unwavering loyalty. The speed at which his loyalty increased was quite astonishing. This could be attributed to Xiongnu summoning the giant altar, activating his innate talents, and facilitating his level advancement, as well as the Demon King's unquestionably terrifying power. The Demon King nodded. His next statement once again shook the giants. "You may step down. Bring in the next one." Xiongnu announced, "I will perform 10 strengthening rituals for Thunderclap City. You now have 20 minutes to select 10 clansmen to step forth." The Demon King actually intended to continue the altar ritual? The senior elder of Thunderclap City could not believe his ears. He was well aware that initiating the altar ritual was by no means an easy task. Performing the strengthening ritual for the chieftain was one thing, but the Demon King intended to perform sacrifices for other giants too? Moreover, 10 more times. Even in the most prosperous ancient giant kingdom, this was an extremely resource-consuming and extravagant act. The generosity of the Demon King towards the giants seemed a bit excessive. Xiongnu had no idea how many resources were normally required to initiate the altar through conventional means, but for him, it was only 300,000 gold coins per strengthening. 300,000 gold for 1 strengthening. 3.3 million gold for 11 strengthenings. Was this cost high? At least for the current Xiongnu, it could not be considered too high of a price. Xiongnu planned to regularly provide 10 slots of strengthening in the future, allowing the giants of Thunderclap City to strive for these positions and dedicate their lives in his service. Not only would this create value, it would further bolster the overall strength of Thunderclap City. Who else but the Demon King would reap the benefits? Soon enough, the giants reached an agreement. The 10 fortunate giants chosen were all esteemed elders of Thunderclap City, distinguished by their seniority. As a matter of fact, in comparison to their younger and more vigorous elders, these senior elders had experienced a significant decline in their abilities. However, as long as they could undergo the transformation into golden giants through the ritual, their lifespans would be greatly extended, giving them the opportunity to return to their prime. From this perspective, it was evident that the giants were truly united as a clan. Without any delay, Xiongnu immediately performed the 10 strengthening rituals, transforming all 10 elders into golden giants. Among them, the most aged senior elder not only instantaneously returned to his prime, but also achieved a breakthrough to level 5, ascending to the rank of a level 5 lord. Yet another one joined the rank of the powerhouses. At this point, the giants truly pledged their unwavering loyalty to the Demon King. Thunderclap City now boasted 11 golden giants, and its potential for development and future prospects were incomparable to the past. Furthermore, the Demon King made a promise. At regular intervals, he would visit Thunderclap City to transform more exceptional giants into golden giants. This news greatly uplifted the spirits of the thousands, if not tens of thousands, of giants who received this series of good tidings. They were jubilant and overjoyed, behaving like 500-ton children. In an instant, the young elven king, Nancilia, teleported to the side of the Demon King. "Your Majesty, I sense an aura of evil nearby." Zhang nodded. He, too, had sensed it. "What seems amiss in this vicinity?" Jin Kuei, originally filled with extreme joy, grew solemn when he heard the conversation between the Demon King and the Elven King. "It's likely that the ancient demonic lair is becoming unstable again. Without the suppression of the heart of the ancient god, certain entities have begun stirring restlessly." Curious, the Elven King asked, "The ancient demonic lair? What is that place? Why have I never heard of it before?" Chieftain Jin Kuei explained, "Since our ancestors migrated to the Thunder Highlands 6,000 years ago, the lair has already existed. Its origins are incredibly ancient, and even our ancestors didn't have a thorough understanding of it." Jin Kuei then sought out the senior elder and had him explain the details of the ancient demonic lair. Only then did Zhang Nu and Nancilia grasp the whole situation. The ancient demonic lair was located near Thunderclap City. It was a mysterious cavern whose connections to other places were unknown to the giants. However, it would devour any creatures that approached its vicinity. Not only that, within this lair, countless undead and demons resided. Despite the initial choosing of Thunderclap City's location as an excellent habitat by the ancestors of the Silver Giants, they were unable to migrate there due to the presence of the lair. It was not until 3,000 years ago that a certain chieftain of the Silver Giants acquired the heart of the ancient god from an unknown source. With the power of the heart of the ancient god, they successfully suppressed the lair, allowing Thunderclap City to be established. Now, the heart of the ancient god had been stolen by a traitor. Without the suppression of the heart of the ancient god, the ancient demonic lair immediately showed signs of losing control. The young Elven King pondered for a moment and said, "I see. It seems to be a dangerous place. Your Majesty, allow me to go and explore this cavern." Zhang Nu thought for a moment and replied, "This demonic lair may be more than meets the eye. Let's head in together and take a look." Upon hearing these words, Chieftain Jin Kuei was ecstatic. Despite having made significant breakthroughs and gaining some confidence to challenge the lair, he knew that there was no guarantee of resolving the hidden dangers within it. In fact, it was certain to be extremely perilous, with a low chance of success and a high risk of losing their lives. But now, with the presence of two powerhouses, one being the Elven King and the other a mythic true dragon, what was there to worry about in solving this enormous threat to Thunderclap City? Suddenly, Jin Kuei realized that among all the things he had done and decisions he had made in his life, pledging loyalty to the Dragon Demon King was perhaps the most correct and wise one. In just a few days, because of His Majesty the Demon King, Thunderclap City and the Giant Clan had undergone a tremendous transformation. The Dragon Demon King, the Elven King, the chieftain of the Giant Clan, and dozens of giant elders arrived near Thunderclap City, standing before a dark mountain range. What a strong aura of evil! It's no less formidable than the demon of Ironheart City. Immediately, Nancilia sensed the terrifying presence permeating the air. Even with her current strength, she knew she had to be on high alert. Soon, they arrived at the ancient demonic lair. It was located in a valley called the Demon Ceiling Valley. Within this valley stood a majestic and ancient temple. This temple was the Giant Clan's Demon Ceiling Temple, where the heart of the ancient god was enshrined. The entrance to the ancient demonic lair lay beneath the temple. Zhang Nu could sense the aura emanating from the valley. Initially, he thought it might be a presence as formidable as the ancient blood demon of Ironheart City. However, when he truly saw it, his expression suddenly changed for the worse. Nancilia noticed the change in the Demon King's expression. Given her understanding of the Demon King, she knew that he would not have reacted like this if it was just an existence similar to Underground God. This indicated that the situation within the ancient demonic lair was even more complicated than they had imagined. Nancilia immediately asked, "Your Majesty, do you sense something amiss?" The Demon King regained his composure and replied, "This is not just a lair. It is a tomb." Thunderclap City used the so-called heart of the ancient god to suppress it. But it seems that they may have inadvertently complicated matters. Zhang Nu scanned through the lair's information, prompt once more. Corrupted Ancient Tomb, Level 5 Monarch Area. Description: This is an incredibly ancient tomb from a powerful kingdom of ELD, where 13 formerly monarch-level figures were laid to rest. The ancient kingdom has long vanished into the currents of history and the passage of time, and this tomb of kings has been forgotten for tens of thousands of years. Due to the absorption of potent energy of an evil god, the ancient tomb has undergone mutations, and the forgotten ancient monarch entities may soon descend upon the world in entirely new forms and identities. A Level 5 Monarch Area. This was unseen and unheard of. Zhang Nu had believed that within the Chaos Forest, the highest an area could reach was Level 5 Overlord. Little did he know that a monarch-ranked area existed. This discovery revealed a trove of hidden information. There were tens of thousands of words worth of content, enough to write a history book. Zhang Nu only skimmed through the key information. Jin Kuei inquired, "Your Majesty, do you suspect something amiss with the demonic lair?" Zhang Nu replied, "This is no lair, but an ancient tomb. Once, a powerful and ancient race thrived here. Their kingdom spanning the Thunder Highlands and a portion of the eastern territories of the Sunset Empire. At its zenith, this ancient kingdom boasted a population of 1 to 200 million, a glorious era that endured for over 5,000 years. Eventually, it succumbed to the currents of history and time, leaving behind scarcely any traces, forgotten completely." An ancient tomb? The revelation left everyone astonished. Yet, the existence of ancient civilizations itself did not surprise them. After all, on this vast continent, with near-infinite stretches of space and time, such kingdoms that flourished and perished, with their memory fading into obscurity, were too numerous to count. In fact, ancient ruins were scattered all over the continent. 90% of them could not be verified. Zhang Nu continued, "But this is no ordinary tomb. It is a royal mausoleum, the resting place of more than 10 mighty beings of the monarch rank." The Elven King and the giants were struck with awe. The bodies of these monarch entities were resistant to decay and harbored formidable power. Thus, they required special handling or burial methods to prevent potential threats or exploitation by malevolent individuals. During the prime time of this ancient kingdom's grandeur, the royal tombs were revered as forbidden grounds, vigilantly guarded by formidable forces. But now, this ancient kingdom had completely perished for tens of thousands of years. The Elven King immediately furrowed her brow and said, "Tens of thousands of years have brought about tremendous environmental changes. Under certain natural circumstances, it is indeed possible for the tomb to become corrupted, giving rise to numerous demons and undead, transforming it into a massive demonic lair." However, the Demon King shook his head. "If that were the case," he said, "then at most, it would create some regular demons or undead creatures. Even if the ancient monarch's remains manifested into undeads, they would not reach the heights of power they had in life. While it poses a certain level of danger, it would not constitute a significant threat." However, he continued, "The situation here is far from being so simple." The Elf King asked, "Are there other variables at play?" The Demon King revealed, 3,000 years ago, in order to construct the Thunderclap City, the giants sought out a relic known as the Heart of the Ancient God to suppress the ancient tomb. Unfortunately, it has led to grave consequences. Upon hearing this, the giants exchanged concerned glances. Jin Kuei nervously spoke up, "Your Majesty, but the Heart of the Ancient God has been effective in stabilizing the demonic lair all this time." The so-called Heart of the Ancient God is none other than a fragment of an evil god. Based on my understanding of such fragments, they are inherently extremely dangerous, the Demon King replied. The young Elven King shuddered in realization. "What? Your Majesty, is this true?" The heart of the ancient god is actually an evil god fragment? As a member of the Tree tribe, she was all too aware of the horrors associated with these fragments. They embodied an undying divine essence, incapable of being completely annihilated, and possessed the ability to regenerate themselves. Even when the eye of the evil god was sealed for tens of thousands of years, it still possessed power comparable to that of a level 5 overlord. An unsealed fragment of an evil god itself was a catastrophic existence. But why hasn't it revived and reawakened in the past 3,000 years? Questioned the Elven King. The reason lies within this ancient tomb, Zhang Nu clarified Nancilia's confusion. The power of the evil god generated by the fragment has been completely absorbed by this tomb. The heart of the ancient god suppresses the creatures within the demonic lair. And in turn, the lair suppresses the revival of the evil god fragment. This, in essence, created a paradoxical situation, where two negatives combine to form a positive outcome. However, this is by no means a permanent solution. Instead, the risks accumulated over time, ultimately transforming into an unpredictable time bomb. Now, with more than a dozen ancient monarch entities involved, Zhang Nu concluded, unimaginable mutations are taking place. Upon hearing the words of the Demon King, the giants were overcome with despair. The fate of Thunderclap City was already hanging by a thread, teetering on the edge of destruction. Without the warning from the Demon King, this ticking time bomb would inevitably explode, reducing the entire city to nothingness. This is a grave situation. Nancilia's expression turned solemn. If this ancient tomb's influence was limited to the highlands 3,000 years ago, it has now become a threat to the entirety of the Chaos Forest. Having full faith in the words of the Demon King, the Elven King had no doubts. If the Demon King sensed a terrifying change, Nancilia would not question it. With over a dozen monarch corpses absorbing vast amounts of the sinister power of the evil god, who knows what kind of abominations might be created? Nancilia believed that even if she were to intervene, she might not be able to handle them. Once these monstrous creatures of these corrupted monarchs emerged, not only Thunderclap City would suffer devastation, but the Chaos Forest as a whole would endure a great calamity. Demon King, Your Majesty, Nancilia implored. I beg you to save Thunderclap City. The ancestors of the giants could never have foreseen such dire consequences. Dozens of giant elders fell to their knees at her words. If there was anyone in the Chaos Forest who could save Thunderclap City and the Thunder Highlands, it would be the Demon King standing before them. In truth, the Demon King could not help but be intrigued by an area of the monarch rank. However, the information prompt indicated that this colossal ancient tomb was of an immense scale, infested with undead and monsters too many to be exterminated overnight. There's no need to worry, the Demon King reassured them. The corrupted monarchs have yet to fully awaken. Let us first enter and deal with the troubles on the outskirts. With his entourage, the Demon King ventured into the Demon Sealing Temple, breaking the ancient seal of the lair. A potent wave of malevolent aura surged forth. You are being corroded by corrupted energy. HP -0. You are being corroded by corrupted energy. HP -0. You are being corroded by corrupted energy. HP -0. This aura was no less formidable than the one in the first layer of sealed land in Tree Forest. However, with Zhang Nu's current strength, even without the Elven King's buff, he would not suffer the slightest bit of damage. However, this aura posed a grave threat to the ordinary giant elders and giant warriors. An ordinary giant warrior would last no more than 15 minutes in the demonic lair, and even the giant chieftain, Jin Kuei, as powerful as he was before ascending into a golden giant, could only endure for an hour at most. This is precisely why the giants had never ventured into the depths of the demonic lair. We actually withstood the aura of the demonic lair. Jin Kuei and the other 11 golden giants were astonished to discover that since their ascension into golden giants, the influence of the demonic lair on them had been significantly weakened. Golden giants possessed a strong resistance to evil. Dark attribute energy, undeath attribute energy, and other negative attributed powers were less likely to threaten golden giants. The giant chief activated his newfound ability. Demon Suppressing Aura. You've been buffed by Demon Suppressing Aura. Plus 50 Evil Damage Type Resistance. Plus 100 damage against targets of Dark, Undead, Demon and Demon types. All the giants received the buff from the aura. Even the ordinary silver giants felt the diminishing effects of the corrupted energies. The giants were filled with joy and excitement. With their clan chieftain now a level 5 overlord golden giant, he possessed the capability to lead his people in exploring the treacherous depths of the demonic cavern. This was unprecedented in their history. The corrupted monarch's ancient tomb was far larger than imagined. Its vast expanse could easily accommodate a modern metropolis teeming with millions of inhabitants, offering a glimpse into the unparalleled prosperity of the ancient kingdom that once thrived there. However, at this moment, the ancient tomb was saturated with malevolent energy. Natural caverns abounded in every corner, brimming with the essence of demons and undead. Conquering this place would require the complete eradication of all the creatures within, a task that couldn't be achieved in a short time. This was the biggest dungeon Zhang Nu had ever seen. However, he did not intend to venture directly into the deepest depths this time. His plan was to first help Thunderclap City in resolving its immediate crisis. The responsibility of guarding and clearing the ancient demonic lair would be entrusted to the giants. Once the outermost creatures were mostly eliminated, Zhang Nu would then confront the final boss. The group entered the depths of the demonic lair. Its surroundings resembled natural caves. Numerous blood vessels and vein-like tissues covered the ground and walls, serving as conduits for the corrupted monarchs to absorb the energy of the evil god fragment over the past few thousand years. The Elven King sensed the presence of many advancing figures and immediately warned everyone, "Be on your guard. Something's approaching. Their strengths are formidable." Dozens of towering figures emerged from the shadows ahead. They were colossal headless knights, standing at an impressive height of 8 meters. Gravekeeper Knight of the Ancient Monarchs, Level 5 Elite. Skills: Death Charge, B rank, Death Wail, B rank, Dark Flame Empowerment, B rank, etc. Description: These undead knights were once the loyal protectors of the ancient monarch entities. Impervious to decay and lacking any trace of sentience, they are the most faithful guardians of the tomb, tasked with slaying any intruders and transforming them into sacrificial offerings for the royal mausoleum. Headless Guardian Knights. They swept forward like a hurricane. Mounted upon colossal skeletal steeds, engulfed in swirling black infernal flames, they charged towards the group with an astonishing momentum. In the past, when faced with such guardians, the giants could only evade their onslaught. These foes were already difficult to deal with, especially in their own home turf. However, seizing the moment, Jin Kuei stepped forward resolutely, summoning a radiant spear of golden thunder. "Your Majesty, no need to intervene. Allow me to handle them." In an instant, one of the colossal headless knights was pierced by the golden thunder, disintegrating along with its skeletal steed into a pile of decaying filth. "You've slain a Gravekeeper Knight of the Ancient Monarchs. Gold plus 15,000. The other giants swiftly joined the fray. "You've slain a Gravekeeper Knight of the Ancient Monarchs. Gold plus 15,000. You've slain a Gravekeeper Knight of the Ancient Monarchs. Gold plus 15,000. You've slain a Gravekeeper Knight of the Ancient Monarchs. Gold plus 15,000. 15,000 gold per kill. The money was flowing in abundantly. As Zhang Nu observed the spoils, a realization dawned upon him. While Thunderclap City may lack fertile lands and abundant mineral resources, Thunder Highlands possessed a distinct advantage: an extensive population of high-level magical creatures and numerous ruins similar to this ancient tomb, harbored hidden underground chambers. Instead of engaging in farming and mining, the giants could focus their efforts on hunting these magical creatures and forge their own path of production. Not only could they contribute to the Demon King's income, but they could also supply materials to the Demon King's organization. "We did it. We've emerged victorious. Who would have thought it would be this effortless?" The giants were filled with exhilaration. In the past, even overcoming a group of headless knights would have been a daunting and costly endeavor. Yet now, they had overcome them with ease. Apart from their overwhelming power gained from their increased levels, the primary reason for their triumph was the unique nature of the demon-busting Golden Thunder. It possessed the ability to deal nearly double the damage against evil-type creatures. The Golden Giants had become the nemesis of these creatures. The Demon King and the Elven King had yet to intervene, and already the 35 headless knights had been dispatched by the giants. Well done. Let us press onward. This path leads to the entrance of the ancient tomb. The source of the evil power, commanding the undead knights to attack the outside world, is right here. Once we vanquish it, we can ensure a temporary respite for Thunderclap City. The group continued to venture deeper into the depths of the demonic lair. The blood vessel-like semi-living tissues became increasingly abundant. Everyone felt that they were not entering a cavern but rather the internal world of a colossal superorganism. The sensation was truly eerie. They had vanquished about 100 more headless knights. Suddenly, the field of vision expanded 5 to 6 times its previous size. Before their eyes appeared an indescribably hideous monster, the source of the veins and living tissues that permeated the lair. At first glance, it resembled a gigantic heart with a diameter of hundreds of meters. Its surface was not only encased in writhing, pulsating living tissue but also emitted a sinister glow, causing intense discomfort in anyone who drew near. You've been subjected to mental erosion. HP-3. You've been subjected to mental erosion. HP-2. You've been subjected to mental erosion. HP-4. Zhang Nu remained composed, unaffected. He glanced at the information about the monstrosity. Malignant tumor of the ancient monarchs, level 5 overlord. Skills: sacrificial offering to the ancient monarchs. Talent: unlimited proliferation. Talent: devourer of all. A rank: death manipulation. A rank: mutating parasitism. A rank: touch of evil. A rank, etc. Description: once the central altar of the royal mausoleum, it gradually absorbed an excess of negative energy and underwent a mutation influenced by the power of the evil god. Eventually, it gave birth to an exceptionally rare demonic monstrosity. Not only does it possess tremendous power, but it also serves as a conduit, channeling power to the ancient monarchs. Witnessing the sight of this organ-like monstrosity, let alone the young elven king and the giants, even Zhang Nu was deeply shocked. This creature had originated from a corrupted altar. Zhang Nu had thought that the existence of extraterrestrial blood demon was already peculiar enough. Yet, when compared to this colossal tumor, the blood demon seemed almost mundane. Just how many eldritch-like and enigmatic species existed in this blasted world? Ads by Pub Future. What the hell is this thing? The Demon King explained, this is the sacred altar once used by the ancient kingdom to honor their predecessors. An altar? Everyone was taken aback. How could an altar end up like this? After the royal mausoleum was abandoned, the altar continued to operate. The headless knights relentlessly slaughtered any intruders who dared approach the tomb, offering their souls and flesh as sacrificial tributes. And that's why the lair devours all life in its vicinity. Those creatures or individuals devoured by the lair unwittingly become sacrifices for the ancient tomb. The headless knights guarding the tomb had no sentient thoughts. They purely acted based on their ingrained instincts. Year after year. Millennium after millennium. They relentlessly hunted sacrifices, accumulating immense power for the altar. This amassed power, diverse and modeled, gradually became corrupted, gradually enticed and nurtured a multitude of undead and demons around the tomb, culminating in the creation of this colossal demonic lair. Thunderclap City utilized the heart of the ancient god to subdue and suppress the ancient tomb. The evil god's power rendered the headless knights and various creatures unable to approach. During this process, Thunderclap City enjoyed a period of stability and development. However, the demonic lair continuously absorbed and transformed the power of the evil god. The altar itself was already infused with immense and chaotic energy, but after being influenced by the evil god's power for 3,000 years, it gradually underwent a grotesque and malignant transformation, giving rise to this tumor-like abomination. Numerous such tumor-like monstrosities were scattered throughout the ancient tomb. They not only nurtured the corrupted ancient monarchs, but also served as its hearts. If these corrupted altars were not eradicated, the ancient monarchs would not only be difficult to kill, but would also have an endless supply of power in its disposal, making the task of vanquishing it extremely challenging to overcome. Among them, the tumor on the main altar stood as the most formidable. It also resided closest to Thunderclap City. The demonic presence that the Elven King sensed in the Demon Ceiling Valley was actually emanated from this massive monster tumor. It misled her into believing that this was the boss of the demonic lair. If they could eliminate it, the crisis in Thunderclap City would be temporarily resolved. Previously, some giants still had doubts about the Demon King's omniscience as they still held a hint of instinctual skepticism. But now, seeing is believing. They bore witness to this unimaginable and mind-bending monstrosity, and finally realized the true extent of the Demon King's strategic genius and unparalleled foresight. Truly terrifying. Who could have imagined that the heart of the ancient god would give birth to such a monstrosity? And this monstrosity was merely an intermediary. The vast majority of the evil god's power had been devoted to the corrupted ancient monarchs. Who knew what the ancient tomb looked like then? Suddenly. You've suffered a psychic attack. -51 HP. Xiangnu felt a wave of dizziness as he was struck by a powerful psychic attack from the malignant tumor. The psychic attack was quite ferocious. The giants on the battlefield cried out in agony. While the golden giants managed to withstand the assault to some extent, the other silver giants' elders were instantly gravely wounded. The sheer strength of the psychic force was overwhelming. It targeted everyone indiscriminately, and the silver giant elders were on the brink of death. In the face of this dire situation, the Elven King was taken aback. She was preparing to invoke the power of the Elemental Covenant, but before she could unleash it, the Demon King swiftly intervened. Xiangnu's expression turned cold as he opened his vertical eye and locked his gaze onto the malignant tumor. -15,201. Death Stare. The power of his Eye of Death was amplified after his recent level advancement. Its potency had at least doubled, delivering a devastating blow. Under the immense force of this lethal attack, the colossal tumor erupted in a violent explosion, disintegrating the majority of it into dust, while its remaining flesh turned into a cloud of pulverized remnants that scattered in all directions. The sheer power, it's unbelievable. The Elven King stood in awe. With a single piercing gaze from the Demon King, the monstrous tumor exploded, obliterating it into scattered fragments. He decimated this terrifying entity with ease. An instant kill. On a level 5 overlord creature. It was an astounding display of dominance. Don't let your guard down, it's not finished yet, Xiangnu commanded. All silver giants, retreat immediately. Jin Kuei, work with the Elven King to hold off the approaching minions. I'll take care of this abomination. Understood. The group swiftly organized their efforts. The silver giant elders received urgent healing from Nancilia. Having barely escaped with their lives, they dared not linger and quickly withdrew. The tumor monster utilized indiscriminate area attacks, thus quantity held little significance against such horrifying monstrosity. If not for the Demon King's swift intervention, their fate would have been sealed. Meanwhile, accompanied by the sound of galloping hooves, over 200 Gravekeeper Knights suddenly emerged from all directions through the passageways. Each one exuded a menacing aura, engulfed in eerie dark flames. They were all level 5 elites, and among them, several stood out as exceptionally powerful, boasting the strength of level 5 lords. The sight was truly fearsome. Divine Tree Domain. The Elven King activated her monarch's domain, dragging all the approaching Gravekeeper Knights into the ethereal realm of her domain. Attack now, bellowed Jin Kuei in a frenzied state. Seizing the opportunity presented by the Elven King's suppression of the Gravekeeper Knights, the Golden Giant swiftly summoned bolts of golden lightning, unleashing them upon these powerful undead warriors. You've slain a Gravekeeper Knight of the ancient monarchs. Gold plus 15,000. You've slain a gravekeeper knight of the ancient monarchs. Gold plus 15,000. You've slain a gravekeeper knight commander of the ancient monarchs. Gold plus 24,000. At that moment, Zhang Nu's attention was drawn to a disturbing sight. The mangled masses of tumor and rotting flesh were writhing and squirming on the ground. It became apparent that this monstrosity, despite being struck by the death stare, had not been entirely vanquished. Instead, the disintegrated remnants of flesh began to pulsate and transform into grotesque and misshapen creatures, some scuttling along the ground while others took to the skies. To his astonishment, among them were some particularly powerful creatures, reaching the strength of level 4 to 5 lords. The malignant tumor possessed an ability of unlimited proliferation. Unless it was utterly annihilated or its MP was completely drained, it proved incredibly difficult to kill it for good. Even if a fragment of flesh or a fraction of its MP remained, it could resurrect itself, regenerating through the proliferation of its severed flesh. Zhang Nu had just emptied the HP of this monster in an instant, but they still retained an ample MP pool. Thus, even when their HP reached 0, they could rapidly regain a trace of vitality, followed by a complete resurrection. Truly a troublesome foe. The malignant tumor seemed to have developed some level of intelligence. It abandoned its assault on others and concentrated all its forces on attacking the Demon King. Countless abominations formed from the fragments of flesh were converging upon Zhang Nu with frenzied determination. This posed a grave danger. From the information prompt, the malignant tumor possessed a peculiar mutating parasitism skill. It could infest its chosen host, subjecting them to its control and corrupting them until they were ultimately devoured and assimilated into the tumor itself. Zhang Nu made no attempt to evade it. He allowed the tumor's flesh to devour him entirely. In the span of an eye blink, the towering figure of the Demon King became completely enveloped in the twisted and pulsating mass of the malignant tumor, forming a grotesque mountain of throbbing flesh. However, just when the demonic abomination believed its attack had succeeded, convinced that its opponent was doomed to be digested and assimilated, it was horrified to discover that every cell and inch of flesh of the Demon King was impervious, as if encased in impenetrable armor. Its parasitic and assimilation attempts were futile, unable to take effect. Zhang Nu's lips could not help but to curl into a sinister smile. My body can absorb even the fragments of an evil god. You think you can corrupt me with your pitiful existence? How laughable. The demonic tumor grew complacent, only to realize that something was amiss. However, it was already too late. The Demon King unleashed a terrifying surge of draconic flames, instantly reducing the fleshy mountain to charred ashes. A few fragments of flesh attempted to escape through the intricate network of blood vessels and sinew, but Zhang Nu swiftly extended his hand, pressing it onto the surface teeming with semi-active blood vessels. Abyssal lightning. Crimson lightning erupted, surging from the ground to the walls and spreading in all directions. The vascular tissues spread throughout the cavernous lair served as conduits. In the blink of an eye, the lightning permeated the surrounding space, incinerating everything in its path until nothing remained but charred remnants. You've slain a malignant tumor of the ancient monarchs. Gold plus 2 million. This incredibly formidable level 5 overlord demon met its demise at the hands of the Demon King. The giants stood in awe, their mouths agape, as they witnessed the cavern being reduced to charred ruins by the overwhelming power of the Demon King. Once again, they were reminded of the terrifying might of their ruler. With the demise of the tumor demon, the malevolent aura in the vicinity dissipated. Thunderclap City no longer had to worry about being tainted by evil. Nancilia and the Golden Giants swiftly dispatched the remaining headless knights. These gravekeepers had contributed a total of over 5 million gold, while the evil tumor had amassed 2 million. Altogether, they had reaped a bountiful harvest of over 7 million gold. Such gains were highly satisfying. Expressing his gratitude, Jin Kuei said, "We are indebted to your majesty for your intervention. Without it, even with the strength of the giants, confronting such a formidable creature would have been nigh impossible." Forget Thunderclap City's former strength, even with his newfound might as a golden giant, possessing the equal strength of level 5 overlord to the tumor monstrosity, there was still a considerable gap between him and the monster. If they were to engage in a direct confrontation, their chances of victory would be slim, let alone killing it. Zhang Nu responded, Thunderclap City is temporarily safe. Your next task is to clear the nearby caverns around the royal mausoleum and eliminate the other smaller tumor demons. Remember, do not enter the tomb without caution. If there are any signs of the corrupted ancient monarch's awakening, inform the Darkness City immediately. Understood? The giants nodded in acknowledgement, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Jing Kuei replied, Please rest assured, Your Majesty. Zhang Nu nodded with satisfaction. The tomb of the ancient monarchs was of immense scale and could not be conquered in one fell swoop. However, this presented a golden opportunity for greater rewards. The larger the scale and the more creatures within, the greater the profit. After all, the active demons and undead inside the tomb were all elite beings ranging from the level 3 to 5, offering substantial rewards in terms of gold. The next task for Thunderclap City was to clear out these fodders. With the strength of the giant clan chieftain's level 5 overlord and the abilities of the other golden giants, as long as they remained discreet and avoided provoking the ancient monarch, there should not be any issues. For such trivial matters, the Demon King could not be bothered to intervene personally. The most important task at hand was to unify the Chaos Forest. With Thunderclap City now secured, there were virtually no obstacles remaining, and it was time to accelerate the progress of this endeavor. Meanwhile, in the territory of Count Kolo, the Thunder Empire army was rapidly assembling. This time, Su Wenhao was brimming with confidence, believing that capturing a mere bloody fortress would be a straightforward task, especially with the might of the Empire's official forces and the Divine Sword Heroes Guild at his disposal. He could not fathom any reason for failure. Moreover, with the backing of the Empire, challenging the Dragon Demon King seemed like an achievable feat. This accursed Demon King had inflicted such devastating losses upon him that he yearned for nothing less than the complete annihilation of the monster as retribution for his grievances. Count Kolo. Su Wenhao was in the midst of planning when a knight, clad in golden armor, radiating immense power, approached him. What are you here for? Su Wenhao's expression turned cautious. The man before him was dispatched by Duke Bachor, overseeing his actions. Huang Hui, a hero, a guardian knight of the Empire, and possessing the strength of a level 5 overlord. You've worked hard. I shall personally take over this operation. Just sit back and wait for victory obediently. After all, charging into battle is too undignified for a noble of the Empire. What did you say? Captain Su, is your understanding ability flawed? Suppressing his anger, Su Wenhao coldly replied, I've devoted countless efforts in the Chaos Forest, and paid a great price to obtain the authority to command the Imperial Army. With just a few words, you want to snatch my achievements. It seems you lack respect. Heh heh. Huang Hui chuckled superficially. A tremendous pressure suddenly engulfed the area, and Su Wenhao was forcefully pushed against the wall by an invisible force. The terrifying aura of the Guardian Knight overwhelmed him, like a mountain pressing down, making it difficult to breathe. His face turned pale. The difference between you and me, Huang Hui stated. Do you really truly comprehend it? Not to mention your pathetic strength of level 4, even if you were to break through and advance right now, you would still be no match for a Guardian Knight. Huang Hui coldly stated, in the end, strength is what matters in this world. Just because you're addressed as a count, don't fool yourself into thinking you're something special. Stick by my side, watch as I slay the Demon King, and perhaps you'll get a taste of the spoils. We're all adults here, it's time to see the bigger picture rather than acting on impulse. With that, he turned and walked away, his footsteps echoing with arrogance. Su Wenhao felt the weight of the pressure gradually lifting, but his face alternated between flushed and pale, displaying a mixture of anger and humiliation. A profound sense of shame engulfed him. Although he was extremely unwilling, he had to admit that Huang Hui was right. Might makes right, and it was a universal truth in all realms. The Guardian Knight was undeniably powerful. Even among the level 5 overlords, he stood at the pinnacle. This despicable fellow was luckier than him. With the backing of the Southern Grand Duke and his esteemed position as a Guardian Knight, what chance did he have to compete? However, this did not mean that all hope was lost. Silent and determined, Su Wenhao returned to the confines of his castle. He entered a hidden chamber, carefully unlocking a sealed box that contained a mysterious object within. As the box creaked open, a black, crystal-like object, the size of a soccer ball, resembling a heart, lay silently before him. A terrifying aura filled the room. Fragment of the Evil God, orange, quality special item. Assimilable. The Evil God fragment is extremely powerful. After absorbing the fragment, you will gain the power of the Evil God. However, your talents, bloodline, and physique will be permanently affected. You may lose some of your existing abilities. Please make the choice after utmost consideration. This was the heart of the ancient god from Thunderclap City. A ruthless gleam flashed in Su Wenhao's eyes. Huang Hui, just wait and see. What's so impressive about being a Guardian Knight? You dare to steal my credit and the Demon King. There will come a time when you regret it. With a determined heart and gritted teeth, Su Wenhao made his decision. Assimilate. The next moment. Su Wenhao let out a desperate and agonized scream as a pain that tore through his physical body and soul engulfed him. Zhang Nu returned to the Darkness City, where the main city was gradually bustling with activity. The city's infrastructure had been improving, attracting more and more people. It was now a hub of opportunities, whether in terms of production or employment. For instance, there were 3 advanced farms in the Darkness Valley. The Goblin Farm, the first and largest among them, had expanded its operations and employed a staggering 15,000 goblin workers. These goblins were relocated from goblin villages near Jauntry City, Berserk Beast City, and the Darkness Valley. The goblin town within the Darkness City had transformed into the largest goblin utopia in the forest. It was astonishing to see how a seemingly insignificant and inferior race like goblins could generate millions of gold's worth of production value every day. The goblin population had become an essential part of the city's economy and development. However, even with 15,000 goblins, they could only fully develop one level 4 spirit field farm and were unable to handle the establishment of 2 new farms. The Demon King had no choice but to recruit skilled planting races from the forest or directly transfer elven planting experts from Jauntry City. Due to the allure of the ancient elven sanctuary, 5,000 elves had already relocated to the Darkness City within a few days. The gnomes from Thousand Fangs City and the dwarfs from Ironheart City also decided to send a portion of their people to the Darkness City to facilitate production. The Demon King's territory extended beyond Jauntry City, Berserk Beast City, Thousand Fangs City, Ironheart City, Silver Spring City, Magi Mojo City, and Thunderclap City. It encompassed dozens of medium to large tribes and hundreds of small tribes and villages. Each tribe consisted of various races, ranging from the powerful tiger folk, bear folk, wolf folk, orcs, minotaur, boar folk, lizard folk, snake folk, to the weaker goblins, kobolds, foxkin, rabbitkin, and sheep folk. There were almost all races and tribes imaginable under the Demon King's command. The main city was currently accepting applications for citizenship, as the Demon King planned to create the first-ever city that combined multiple environmental and terrain structures to the earning capabilities of each major territory and business were also continuously increasing. Currently, the combined net profit from various production activities, hunting expeditions, and commercial ventures amounted to approximately 1 million gold per day. In other words, even if they did nothing, they would still earn millions of gold coins every day. This was the advantage of expanding territory and increasing the size of their forces. However, Zhang Nu was well aware that this was far from the end. The potential for future growth was much greater than the current income. For example, the newly subdued giants. They cleared monsters in the demonic lair and hunted nearby magical beasts every day. Even while ensuring their own safety, they could bring in net profits of at least several 100,000 gold per day. Another example was Elven Farms in Jontree City, the application of Thousand Fang City's known Magitech, and the dozen large-scale mines awaiting development in Berserk Beast City. Lastly, there was the expansion of new markets by the Shadow Dragon Chamber of Commerce. If the Demon King successfully integrated and fully developed these resources while successfully accessing the external markets, earning a mere 1 million gold per day would be an understatement. It could easily be multiplied tenfold or more. This fixed income was earned passively, unlike grinding monsters in dungeons. Stable and reliable. Zhang Nu checked and found that he currently had nearly 20 million disposable gold. He decided to continue purchasing blueprints and resources from the major Demon King markets while conducting a new round of construction and recruitment in his territories. First and foremost, he planned to upgrade the castle. One of the greatest rewards he obtained from Thunderclap City's reward chest was a castle upgrade scroll. Upgrade the Demon King Castle? The upgrade costs Advanced Castle Upgrade Scroll X1, Gold X 1.5 million, Dark Gem X 1000, Wind, Fire, Water, Earth Gem X 200 each, Quality Iron X 20, 000, Quality Stone X 20, 000, Quality Wood X 20, 000. After looking at the required materials, Zhang Nu realized that this upgrade would not come cheap, mainly due to the significant amount of gems needed. According to the current market prices, just 1,000 dark gems alone were worth at least 2 million gold. However, it did not matter. As a great demon king, he had an abundance of wealth. Compared to the benefits of castle upgrading, this expense was negligible. What's a little expenditure compared to the advantages of upgrading the castle? Castle upgrade successful. Congratulations! You've gained Demon Dragon Castle. Demon Dragon Castle, all territories production, plus 100%. Within a radius of 100 kilometers from the castle, all unit stats, plus 70%, aging speed minus 50%, recovery speed plus 50%, training speed plus 100%. Within the castle, space plus 50%, Demon King's recovery speed plus 300%, stats plus 100%. Heroes who enter the castle, stats minus 35%. Gained dual-layered castle barrier. Almost instantly after the upgrade was completed, all the Demon King units received a brand new buff. My power has increased. My fatigue has disappeared. Oh, my training speed and recovery speed have improved. What's happening? Stupid. Of course it's the blessing of the Demon King to the citizens of the Darkness City. The Demon King is truly mighty. Long live the Demon King. Indeed, there was a reason for its high value. The amplification effect of the Demon Dragon Castle was on par with that of the Tree of Miracle. Moreover, compared to the effects of the Tree of Miracle, which only benefited the elven race, the castle buffs in the Darkness City were for everyone. Once they arrived in the Darkness City, their power would instantly skyrocket. Various attributes would significantly increase. Furthermore, there were additional benefits such as increased lifespan, accelerated training speed, and improved production efficiency. This city, crafted by the Draconian, would truly live up to its reputation. Buffs were everywhere to begin with. Every building, even the squares and roads, had special effects. Now, with the castle's amplification, it could be called a city of miracle buffs. For the native residents, each citizen qualification was a tremendous blessing. Aside from the enhanced functionality, the Demon King's castle underwent significant changes. The location of the castle suddenly rose by 500 meters. The entire castle took on a more majestic and oppressive appearance, with its various facilities more perfected, as if tailored specifically for Zhang Nu. Not bad. Zhang Nu stood on the castle balcony, taking in the entire Darkness City and the entire Darkness Valley below. The feeling of reigning over the world and overlooking the land was satisfying. After upgrading the castle, Zhang Nu proceeded to use another blueprint obtained from the reward chest of the Thunderclap City. This blueprint corresponded to a building called the Tower of Lost Trials. It was indeed a mysterious structure, but it seemed far from simple. After paying a hefty fee, the trial tower emerged within the city. Zhang Nu immediately used his cheat ability to carefully examine the relevant information. The purpose of this trial tower was very simple. It allowed his subordinates to enter and undergo trials. There were risks involved in these trials, including the possibility of casualties. However, if the trials were successfully completed, the increase in strength would be remarkable. There was even a chance for low-level units to directly evolve into high-level units. For example, Zhang Nu could send a group of ordinary combat units to undergo the trials. Although there might be some casualties, a portion of the ordinary soldiers could directly upgrade to high-level units through the training during the trials. It was a cultivation artifact, a building that could consistently produce advanced units. Although it was not as quick and convenient as manual upgrades, the overall cost was much lower than direct upgrades. For high-end units, such as the native powerhouses at the Lord and Overlord ranks, the Tower of Lost Trials could also serve as a sacred place for rapid training. Despite the risks involved, the potential gains outweighed the risks. After understanding the effects of the trial tower, Zhang Nu realized that it would be extremely useful for the territory. However, there were two limitations to the trial tower. The first limitation was that a maximum of only 100 trials could be conducted per day. The second limitation was that as a level 4 building, it could only accept challengers up to level 4 overlords. Those beyond this level, such as the Demon King, Elven King, and Giant Chieftain, would not be able to participate. Although it was somewhat regrettable, Zhang Nu still felt that building the trial tower was highly worthwhile. It would save a significant amount of gold, allowing his units to evolve on their own and accelerate their training speed. As time went on, the value it created would only increase. After completing the upgrades and construction in the territory, Zhang Nu began considering adding new unit types to the territory. However, summoning high-level units required the consumption of souls. While Zhang Nu thought about upgrading Zhang San and Li Si to become Earth Drake Sovereign and Sky Drake Sovereign, the cost was too high, and it was not the right time yet. In the end, Zhang Nu's attention was drawn to a brand new unit unlocked by the level 5 advancement, the Abyssal Dragon. This new level 5 unit belonged to the same subspecies as Zhang Nu. Zhang Nu glanced at the summoning requirements. Abyssal Dragon, level 5 Overlord. Costs 4 million gold plus 1 level 5 hero soul. The price was actually not expensive. The main issue was the high requirement for souls. Although Zhang Nu had a considerable reserve of souls, it was not enough to fully awaken any of his level 5 talents. However, it was more than enough to summon a dragon. After some thought, Zhang Nu took out 6 level 4 souls and synthesized them into a level 5 soul at the soul altar. Zhang Nu expended the soul and gold coins to summon an abyssal dragon. Huaer. A fierce dragon aura burst forth from the Demon King's altar, leaving the draconian soldiers guarding the area in awe. In the next moment, accompanied by a teleportation light, a majestic dragon over 80 meters long, covered in pitch-black scales, appeared upon the altar. Zhang Nu immediately checked its attributes. Abyssal Dragon, level 5 Overlord. Skills, Draconian Form, Talent, Abyssal Dragon Flame, Talent, Lightning Control, Talent, Dragon Fear, Talent, High Anti-Magic, Talent, Dark Dragonic Tongue Magic, Talent, Dark Invasion, a rank, Dark Devour, a rank, Black Hole of Death, a rank, Undead Creation, B rank, Shadow Stealth, B rank, etc. Description: This is a mature abyssal dragon of the dark element, possessing innate powerful dragon flame and thunder abilities, as well as exceptional talent in dark magic, making it extremely formidable in combat. Zhang Nu was amazed to discover that this dragon possessed 5 same innate talents, just like himself. However, the abyssal dragon lacked the other talents that Zhang Nu possessed, such as abyssal devouring, evil dragon's descent, and adamantine dragon body. It seemed that abyssal dragon flame, abyssal lightning, dragon fear, draconian form, and high anti-magic were the standard first-tier talents for abyssal dragons, possessed by almost all of them. but the higher-tier talents were missing in these dragons. Furthermore, it appeared that abyssal dragons had variations in their attributes. The abyssal dragon summoned by Zhang Nu had random attributes. This particular abyssal dragon had pitch-black scales. Other than the 5 major dragon talents, it also had the talent of dark dragonic tongue magic, indicating its mastery of dark magic as a black dragon. "Greetings, my lord." The abyssal dragon immediately flew down from the altar, its massive and majestic body bowing in submission. Zhang Nu said, "From now on, you shall be called Long Yi." The abyssal dragon immediately replied, "Thank you, master, for bestowing me a name." The first dragon was thus named Long Yi. There was no limit to the number of dragons that could be summoned. If more dragons were summoned, they would be named Long Air, Long San, Long Sea, and so on. The Demon King was quite satisfied with his abyssal dragon. This dragon possessed formidable strength, at least reaching the peak overlord. It was capable of contending against monarch-level beings for a certain period and was undoubtedly a super-elite force at the moment. With a little training, such as undergoing a few baptisms, there was a possibility of a breakthrough in the future. The next day, Marilyn once again arrived at the Darkness City with the intention of studying at the Elven Sanctuary, as she usually did. Ever since the Demon King constructed the ancient Elven Sanctuary in the main city, she had successfully mastered several new magic spells that significantly aided her growth and strength. The sanctuary was incredibly powerful, leaving her eager for more. Marilyn was a fanatic when it came to training and possessed an exceptional talent for it. With the Elven Sanctuary, she was confident that she would become one of the top elven powerhouses. However, the moment she stepped into the main city, Marilyn could not help but notice that something was different today. While the main city's energy field would usually provide a significant enhancement to the Demon King's subjects who entered it, today's buff amplification was particularly exaggeratingly potent. It was on par with, or even slightly surpassed, the Tree of Miracles' power. This left Marilyn feeling incredulous. She followed the source of this power and immediately noticed the newly upgraded Demon King's castle. The Demon Dragon Castle stood tall and dominant, ruling over the Darkness City. Its oppressive aura and the continuous emanation of energy could be felt clearly from every corner of the Darkness Valley. Incredible! The castle has undergone such a massive transformation. It seems that the Demon King has once again done something astonishing. Marilyn could not comprehend the reason behind the changes in the Demon Dragon Castle when her attention was suddenly drawn to a previously unseen tower-like structure. This tower, enveloped in a dull gray color, appeared plain and unremarkable at first glance. However, it exuded a mysterious atmosphere that piqued Marilyn's curiosity, making her eager to explore its secrets. Marilyn noticed several draconians lining up to enter the tower. Unable to contain her curiosity, she approached a draconian general who was maintaining order on site to inquire about the situation. "This is the latest trial tower created by His Majesty. It can aid those who participate in the trials to awaken and enhance their potential, thereby increasing their strength," explained the general. "Is it really that amazing?" Marilyn was greatly surprised. "Can I give it a try?" "Our master has ordered that Chieftain Marilyn, as one of the esteemed individuals, has priority access to the trials. As long as there are available slots, you can enter whenever." However, the Draconian general pondered and added, "But please be cautious, Chieftain Marilyn. The trial tower has its benefits and uses, however it also carries certain risks." "Hee, it's just a trial tower, what kind of danger could it pose?" "I'm more curious to see if it's truly as miraculous as you said," Marilyn exclaimed with a smile. After registering, Marilyn stepped into the trial tower. Suddenly, darkness enveloped her vision. She found herself in a realm that felt both partially real and partially ethereal. As her sight cleared, she found herself standing in a stone palace. Simultaneously, a spiritual message devoid of any emotion was transmitted to her. "The trial is about to commence. The trail theme is being randomized. Theme confirmed. Prepare yourself, trialist. The trial for this session, Trial of Mirror. Perplexed, Marilyn was taken aback when a mist gradually coalesced at the center of the stone palace, forming the graceful figure of an elegant and slender elf with pale golden hair. She exuded a mature and poised aura, embodying the qualities of both a leader and a formidable warrior. Adorned in leather armor and carrying a longbow, her face remained devoid of any expression. This is me?" Marilyn was astonished. The elf formed within the stone palace was an exact replica of herself. Could it be that the so-called trial of mirror is a mirror match against an identical version of myself? Before Marilyn could react, the mirror image teleported directly behind her. She felt a surge of magical energy, an arrow of astonishing speed slicing through the air, hurtling towards her back, triggering a strong sense of danger. "Oh shit! This is no ordinary mirror image." Marilyn quickly activated her evasive skills, realizing in shock, this mirror possesses all of my abilities, even my level and strength. It's a perfect replica. Furthermore, this mirrored elf lacked emotions. She remained entirely focused, undistracted, which put Marilyn at a disadvantage. Two identical figures immediately engaged in a fierce battle, clashing and exchanging blows for over 300 rounds, without a clear winner. Marilyn's MP was depleted. Her body was covered in bruises and wounds. Marilyn finally could no longer dare to underestimate the trial tower. In the end, relying on her unwavering determination and a daring strategy, Marilyn achieved a narrow victory. "I won. Ha ha ha. I emerged victorious. A phony will always be a phony." Marilyn was overcome with excitement. It felt as if she had overcome countless challenges in a video game, experiencing an unprecedented sense of accomplishment and joy. Trial complete. Performance evaluation, excellent. Suddenly, energy surged from her surroundings, swiftly entering her body. Not only did it heal her injuries, but it also ignited Marilyn's potential. She felt a significant boost in her HP, MP, strength, and constitution. Marilyn was originally at the midpoint of level 4, but this trial not only enhanced her stats and potential, but even her power level approached the late stage of the level 4. The progress was incredibly remarkable. "This is incredible. It's truly incredible. Our demon lord is omnipotent. To be able to create such magnificent trials. It's so fun and thrilling, and it enhances my strength. With something like this, there's no doubt I can become super powerful. The trial themes are randomized, and there should be many other trial themes, besides the mirror trial, right? I must try them out." In reality, the previous trial was extremely dangerous. A single misstep could have resulted in severe injuries, or even the loss of life. Any normal person would have felt fear and trepidation after such an experience. However, Marilyn not only lacked fear but was instead filled with enthusiasm, determined to challenge again. The second trial, Trial of Infernal Demon. The third trial, Trial of Battlefield. The fourth trial, Trial of Night. The fifth, the sixth. Marilyn seemed like a masochist, enduring injuries after every trial, only to be healed and immediately apply for the next one. Throughout this process, her stats improved rapidly. Although her cultivation did not experience a significant breakthrough, her prowess grew significantly. If the ancient elven sanctuary was a place for acquiring knowledge, then the Tower of Lost Trials was a place for honing practical combat skills, forging oneself into a stronger being in the face of life and death. Inside the Demon King's castle, Lisi was reporting on the trials from the previous day. "Based on our test results from the trial tower yesterday, normal combat soldiers have a 100% chance of advancing to high combat soldiers after one trial, but high combat soldiers need to pass at least 2 trials to evolve." Zhang nodded, "Well done. In terms of cost-effectiveness, it seems more advantageous for the high soldiers to participate in the trials. What is the probability of passing the trials?" Lisi replied, "It's about 50%. Frowning slightly, Zhang asked, "Only 50%? What about the casualty rate? If the trial fails, there is a 90% chance of severe injuries and a 10% chance of fatality. A 10% fatality rate? While the potential losses could be significant with larger numbers, it was still within an acceptable range for him. After all, this was a way to improve the strength and quality of the Draconian Legion. Super soldiers who evolved through the trials were likely to have overall higher qualities than directly summoned super soldiers. This approach would not only save him a considerable amount of resources, but also contribute to the advancement of his Draconian Legion. Suffice to say, it was a win-win situation. Just then, a visibly concerned Draconian general rushed in to report. "Your Majesty, there is an urgent matter. Chieftain Marilyn of the Jauntry City has undergone 8 consecutive trials in the trial tower." "What? Is this elf a masochist? Summon her to me immediately." 10 minutes later, the elven lady appeared before the Demon King. Marilyn looked embarrassed as she said, "Your Majesty, I apologize. I was not aware that there is a limit to the number of trials available in the trial tower each day." Upon hearing this, Zhang Nu also felt frustrated. The trial tower only allowed a maximum of 100 trials per day. Even if they were all allocated to the Draconian soldiers, it would only produce a maximum of 25 super soldiers daily. While this rate was not necessarily slow, considering that they could potentially produce 750 super soldiers in a month, it was still a significant expense to create them. Truthfully speaking, the rate of super soldier production could not be considered slow. After all, there would be 25 of them in a day, 250 in 10 days, and 750 in a month. Draconian super soldiers were not cheap units by any means. This production method could save a substantial amount of resources. However, Zhang Nu could not allocate all the trial opportunities to train regular soldiers. Individuals like Marilyn, who had an insatiable appetite for training, could easily monopolize a significant portion of the available trials. This situation was truly infuriating. Suddenly, an idea struck Zhang Nu. He remembered that he had a level 4 upgrade scroll in hand. Why not use it to upgrade the trial tower from level 4 to level 5? The Tower of Lost Trials, while currently useful for training and developing subordinates, had the potential for even greater value. Its current capabilities were not yet strong enough, but with an upgrade to level 5, it would surely become a game-changer. Marilyn, feeling guilty for potentially angering the Demon King, panicked and quickly pleaded, "Your Majesty, I take full responsibility for my actions. It's my fault, and any punishment you deem appropriate, I will accept." Marilyn began to worry that she had displeased the Demon King. Shit, now she has done it. The elven chieftain panicked and quickly pleaded, "Your Majesty, I take full responsibility for my actions. It's my own fault and it has nothing to do with my fellow tribesmen. Any punishment you deem appropriate, I will accept." However, Zhang Nu decided to let this incident slide, forgot about it this time. As the saying went, ignorance is bliss. Instead of reprimanding the tribal leader, he looked at Marilyn and asked, "Have you already reached the later stage of level 4? "Yes." Marilyn replied with confidence. The trial tower was indeed invaluable. Even if Marilyn were to be deprived of her trial privileges, with her current level, natural talent, and the amplification effect of the Tree of Miracle on training speed, she was certain to break through to level 5 within a decade. "Come with me," Zhang Nu uttered. Marilyn was then sent to the Demon King's altar. The Demon King proceeded to perform the Demon King's baptism on Marilyn. Instantly, she felt her level progression skyrocketing, effortlessly breaking through the bottleneck. Silver Spring Elven Chieftain, Level 5 Overlord. Zhang Nu was highly satisfied with the effects of the baptism. He had casually created another powerhouse subordinate of Level 5 Overlord rank. Marilyn was completely astonished by the series of changes that had occurred. Instead of reprimanding her, the Demon King had personally bestowed the baptism upon her. It was said that within the entire elven race, only the Elven King received such treatment. Marilyn became the second elf to be baptized by the Demon King. Marilyn could clearly feel her training advancing several decades in an instant, effortlessly breaking through the level 4 bottleneck and even making significant progress in the realm of level 5. It was truly miraculous. Unbelievable. Marilyn immediately knelt down in gratitude. Her loyalty increased from 90 to 95. Thank you, Your Majesty, for nurturing me. I will cherish this power and assist the Elven King in managing the Elven race and serving Your Majesty faithfully. Satisfied, Xiongnu nodded. You may leave now. Yes, Your Majesty. Marilyn, filled with fanatical admiration for the Demon King, finally understood why the Elven King was so fiercely loyal to him. Having reached level 5, it was undoubtedly uplifting news. The strength of the elves in the Jauntry City had significantly improved once again. Marilyn could not wait to share this joy with her fellow tribesmen. Xiongnu took out his cherished level 4 building upgrade scroll and no longer hesitated to use it directly on the trial tower. Upgrade the Tower of Lost Trials? The upgrade costs level 4 building upgrade scroll X1, gold X 3 million, light gem X 1000, dark gem X 1000, life gem X 1000, undeath gem X 1000. It was expensive. Incredibly expensive. Xiongnu's collection of precious gemstones was almost depleted. However, considering the more powerful trial tower could potentially save millions in gold for upgrading units in the future, it was a small price to pay. The gems were gone. But they could be collected and purchased again. The trial tower had to be upgraded to level 5. Upgrade successful. Tower of Lost Trials has been successfully upgraded. The difference between a level 5 building and a level 4 building was not just a single level, but a massive leap. The level 5 trial tower offered significantly enhanced benefits. Previously, advancing from a draconian high soldier to a super soldier required at least 2 trials. But now, with the level 5 trial tower in place, a single successful trial was all it took for a high soldier to evolve. In addition, the level 5 trial tower had an increased daily trial limit of 1,000, and it was open to all units below level 5 to participate in the trials. This was truly a game-changer. With such a formidable structure, Xiongnu could effortlessly transform all his advanced soldiers into super soldiers within a short span of time. The savings in terms of gold expenditure would undoubtedly outweigh the initial investment. Before Xiongnu could fully look into the new benefits, he received a private message from a familiar face and a loyal customer, the Succubus Queen Han Kurson. Succubus Queen Han Kurson, since when did you reach level 5? Xiongnu? Succubus Queen Han Kurson, boomf. Stop playing dumb. I saw your listing in the trading market of another Demon King channel. So that's how it is. Cross-channel trading was a privilege reserved for level 5 Demon Kings. Xiongnu, oh, so you're also level 5 now? Succubus Queen Han Kurson, I was planning to surprise you, but once again, you beat me to it. How frustrating. Xiongnu, why bother competing with me? Succubus Queen Han Kurson, no, I refuse to accept defeat. You're just temporarily ahead, but I will surpass you for sure. Xiongnu was speechless. How strong was this woman's competitiveness? Succubus Queen Han Kurson, anyway, let's not dwell on that. The more we discuss it, the more frustrated I become. I just got my hands on an extraordinary item that I thought might interest you. Want to take a look? Xiongnu, no need to ask. Show it to me first. As long as the item is exceptional, money won't be a problem. Han Kurson's items were always top-notch. After all, they were both influential figures with extensive experience. If she claimed it was an exceptional item, it certainly wouldn't be something ordinary. How could Xiongnu not be interested? The Succubus Queen, Han Kurson, did not beat around the bush. She sent a blueprint to Xiongnu. Tower of Teleportation, Level 4 Blueprint. Costs, Gold X 10, 000, Space Gem X 100, Thunder Gem X 1000, Earth Gem X 1000, Quality Stone X 10, 000. You may construct a Tower of Teleportation at any location. Upon seeing this, Xiongnu's eyes lit up. It truly was an exceptional blueprint. Xiongnu's draconian priest possessed the ability of teleportation field. However, this teleportation field had its limitations. Depending on the draconian priest's power, the teleportation distance could range from several hundred to several thousand miles. The further the teleportation distance and the more targets to be teleported, the greater the MP consumption for the priest. Currently, within Zhang Nu's territory, the highest consumption of MP potions undoubtedly came from the deployed draconian priests throughout various locations, with each priest consuming 1 to 200 bottles daily. However, being worked from dawn till dusk, the teleportation capabilities of the Dragonian priests would eventually reach their limits. As Zhang Nu's forces grew and his territory expanded, the teleportation capacity of the Draconian priests was no longer sufficient. The Tower of Teleportation was a different story. Although it had a higher cost of use, its teleportation ability was incredibly powerful. The first was area teleportation, allowing the tower to conduct imprecise teleportation within a certain radius. Although deviations were possible, it would not require specific teleportation nodes. The second was fixed-point teleportation, which had no distance limitations but necessitated the use of another tower of teleportation as a designated anchor. The succubus queen, Han Kursen, asked, "What do you think?" Zhang Nu replied, "It's an exceptional item. I'll offer 1 million gold coins for it." Succubus queen Han Kursen, "Are you joking? This is a level 4 blueprint, I repeat, a level 4 blueprint. Are you trying to anger me to death so you can just inherit the blueprint?" In the current market, as long as they were somewhat decent and not overly mediocre, a level 4 blueprint would start at a minimum value of 1 million gold. Not to mention a level 4 blueprint of such high practicality. Zhang Nu, "Then let's make it 2 million. Han Kursen, forget it. It's at least 6 million. Zhang Nu, "What? 6 million? You might as well come and rob me." Han Kursen, "I'll give you a little discount. It's a fixed price of 5 million gold. Zhang Nu, 3 million. That's the most I can offer. Perhaps in the future, these blueprints do have the potential to appreciate to 5 million, but currently, there aren't many demon kings capable of paying 3 million gold coins." That was the plain truth. 3 million was nothing to Zhang Nu, whose territories could yield a few million gold coins in net income over the course of 2 to 3 days. However, for most demon kings, it was practically an astronomical price. Even for top-tier demon kings like Han Kursen, whose number could be counted on one hand, it was not easy to immediately procure 3 million gold. Such an amount would easily strain their resources and impede short-term development. Succubus queen Han Kursen, "The final price is 3.5 million. Zhang Nu pondered for a moment, "Deal." Indeed, this price was quite attractive. Not to mention the significant usefulness of the blueprint. For Zhang Nu, losing 3.5 million gold would have no impact on the development of his territory whatsoever. Therefore, even as a medium to long-term financial investment, this price was entirely manageable. He paid the money and received the blueprint. Zhang Nu was extremely satisfied. It was a win-win situation for both parties. For Han Kursen, being able to replenish 3.5 million gold coins in one go would greatly alleviate her financial situation. She could construct multiple advanced buildings or recruit an elite army, thereby enhancing her own competitiveness. Zhang Nu noticed something about the materials required for the teleportation tower construction. There was something called the space gem. Such gemstones were exceptionally rare. Zhang Nu had hardly come across them in the market. He consulted with the bloody giant Wangshi and learned that a space gem was worth at least 20,000 gold. In other words, this material alone would cost 2 million gold. It was an exorbitant price. Nevertheless, the construction had to proceed. Zhang Nu promptly paid the deposit, entrusting the task of acquiring the gemstones to the bloody giant Wangshi. To Zhang Nu's surprise, just after completing the transaction, Succubus Queen Han Kursen sent him another message. "Oh, by the way, I have another teleportation tower blueprint. This time it's priced at 6 million gold, not a penny less. Do you want it or not?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Nu was taken aback. 2 sets of Tower of Teleportation blueprints? If that was the case, why didn't she offer them together? After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Nu quickly grasped the situation. It seemed that this cunning succubus queen had played a little trick on him. She initially sold him the first blueprint at a reduced price, only to immediately attempt to sell the second one. If one teleportation tower could achieve a functionality rating of 100, then having 2 towers would not be as simple as 100 plus 100 is equal to 200. A single teleportation tower enabled range teleportation and vague teleportation. However, it was only when possessing at least 2 teleportation towers that the true potential of precise positional teleportation could be unlocked. Positional teleportation. Bypassing any distance. Pinpoint accuracy. These benefits greatly boosted its value multiple times over. No wonder the succubus queen had the audacity to raise the price so significantly. She knew that Zhang Nu would definitely buy it. Among the known demon kings, only the dragon demon king had the financial and operational capabilities to acquire 2 sets of blueprints simultaneously. Zhang Nu, aren't you afraid I won't make the purchase? Succubus Queen Han Kurson, you have no reason to decline. At worst, I can keep it for myself. Either way, I won't be at a loss. Zhang Nu, well said. Looks like you've got the upper hand this time. Demon Queen, ha ha ha. Now you know what it feels like to be taken advantage of. Karma has its way, you know? She truly had a petty nature. However, business was business. There was nothing more to be said. As for the second set of teleportation tower blueprint, it did hold that value. Zhang Nu planned to construct a teleportation tower outside the Chaos Forest. With that, his future expansion and influence beyond his territory would become much easier. Zhang Nu, very well, I'll let you have a small advantage this time. However, I don't currently have that much money. I'll need 3 to 4 days to make the necessary preparations. Just make sure not to sell the blueprint to someone else. Succubus Queen Han Kurson, you can trust me. I value my reputation, after all. Even if she was determined to sell it. Who else could afford such a price? Teleportation towers were crucial and pivotal facilities. The succubus queen would not simply sell them to a demon king whose background and intentions were unknown, for fear of future risks. However, she and the Abyssal Dragon King had a deep understanding of each other. Originally, Zhang Nu had around 20 million or so of disposable gold. However, summoning the Abyssal Dragon, Long Yi, cost 4 million gold. The baptism of Marilyn required an additional 1 million. The construction and upgrading of the trial tower, as well as the castle's upgrades, incurred substantial expenses. Now he truly found himself short on funds. Nevertheless, that was not an issue for him. Zhang Nu only needed to trade some of the Dwarven Treasury's equipment and jewelry or tap into the million-dose potions stored in the Jauntry City's warehouse. Within a short time, he could easily amass the necessary funds. However, just then, Li Si rushed over with a sense of urgency. My master, there's movement from the Empire again. Zhang Nu paused and asked, how many this time? Li Si replied, the scale is massive, and we don't have an exact count yet. But judging by the overall magnitude, it's at least several 100,000 troops. Several 100,000? A count could not possibly afford to maintain such a colossal private army. Without a doubt, it must be the Empire's formidable official army stationed under Count Kolo's command. The Thunder Empire's official army was incredibly powerful. It was a force that could not be underestimated. Yet, Zhang Nu could not help but let out a chuckle. It seemed that the Thunder Empire, until this moment, still failed to take Chaos Forest seriously. The Emperor might not even be aware of the existence of a great demon king like him beyond the southern borders, within the depths of the Chaos Forest. Oh, the arrogance of the humans! Once more did they fail to grasp the gravity of the situation. Zhang Nu said, as long as the Thunder Empire doesn't mobilize its full force to besiege the forest, it won't pose a significant threat to us. I want you to head to the Bloody Fortress with Zhang San immediately. Understood. Please rest assured, my master. We will crush the Empire's morale. Zhang San and Li Si immediately set off to the front lines. Zhang Nu's thoughts turned to the Empire's actions. He found it rather amusing that such a vast empire would only send a mere 10 to 20 million troops. It was clear they underestimated his own strength as a demon king. However, this situation presented an opportunity. He was in need of funds, and as a demon king, warfare and conquest were his most lucrative endeavors. Although Zhang Nu did not plan to personally join the battle, he would not underestimate the enemy. After a brief thought, he called out, Long Yi. Emerging from the shadows was a draconian, almost the same height and appearance as Zhang Nu. However, Zhang Nu's temperament and appearance were more domineering and majestic. Furthermore, their dragon scales were noticeably different. The scales of the Demon King had a dark golden surface adorned with intricate natural runes that were barely discernible to the naked eye, enveloped in a faint glow. On the other hand, Long Yi had pure black obsidian-like dragon scales. Even though they belonged to the same race and shared striking similarities, a mere glance would reveal who held the position of authority. Zhang Nu commanded, Long Yi, make your way to the Bloody Fortress and assist Zhang San and Li Si in repelling the Empire's invasion. Understood. Long Yi was filled with excitement. He never expected to have an opportunity to prove himself so soon after his arrival. He was eager to showcase his abilities, and this was the perfect chance. Count Kolo's territory. The Empire army was fully prepared, ready for action. This was the 3rd Legion of the southern border. The entire legion consisted of 200,000 soldiers, nearly all of them well-trained elites. As a legion, it was inevitable that there would be a diverse composition of troops. There were light and heavy infantry, cavalry, flying units, mage units, archer units, healer units, specialized defensive barrier units, as well as auxiliary teams and special forces to adapt to various battlefield situations. In short, a true official army must be versatile and comprehensive. Their strength was on a completely different level from a ragtag group. The Thunder Empire's southern border had been peaceful for a long time, and such large-scale military operations at the Legion level had not occurred for at least a decade. Their objective this time was the Chaos Forest. The mission was to capture the Bloody Fortress. Unlike previous minor skirmishes with disorganized forces, this was a real war. My lord, our soldiers and warriors have all assembled and are ready to execute the will of Duke Bachor and the Empire. The commander of the 3rd Legion was a middle-aged man with a rugged and chiseled face. As a legion commander, he naturally possessed formidable strength. Huang Hui said, "We don't have much time. I hope to deliver the news of our victory to Duke Bachor within 5 days. March." Meanwhile, in the rear of this army, several hundred divine sword heroes were disgruntled. Damn it! Why does this guy have the right to seize command? Duke Bachor clearly gave the authority to our captain. Hey, you know nothing? He is a guardian knight. Guardian knights are the most trusted knightly order by the emperor. In urgent situations, they have the right to take command from local nobles. Moreover, this Huang fellow is a guardian knight from the Grand Duke Bachor's side. Whom do you think the southern border duke trusts more? In other words, if we win this battle, all the credit goes to him, but if we lose, our captain will take the blame. Hush, here comes the captain. Everyone, shut your trap. Su Wenhao appeared among the divine sword heroes. However, his appearance today was rather strange. Despite the scorching sun and unbearable heat, the count draped himself in a large, black cloak that almost completely enveloped his figure. Furthermore, the members of the divine sword warriors noticed that their captain's aura seemed off. A hint of aggression, terror, and icy coldness emanated from him, causing an unsettling feeling among the heroes, as if they were in the presence of an imminent danger. What could have happened? Why has their captain undergone such a dramatic transformation? This peculiar and eerie appearance was undoubtedly a result of Huang Hui's appearance, and the divine sword heroes exchanged confused glances, each harboring their own thoughts. Su Wenhao slightly raised his head. Underneath the hood, his eyes were colder than a venomous snake, but a malicious grin formed on his lips. In a dry and hoarse voice, he said, "Guardian Knight? Let's see about that." The next day, Zhang Nu found himself in the Tower of Lost Trials, engaged in a mirror trial. With death stare, he swiftly dispatched his own mirror image. Trial complete. Performance evaluation, perfect. You've gained trial enhancement. HP plus 50, MP plus 50, Strength plus 10, Agility plus 10, Constitution plus 10, Will plus 10 permanently. You've already obtained 10 trial enhancements. Your body has developed resistance to the power of the trials. Subsequent enhancements within the next 7 days will be significantly weakened or rendered ineffective. Level 5 trials proved to be exceptionally powerful. Even a great demon king such as him could still benefit and gain improvements through the trial tower. But of course, as a demon king, he did not need to train. Instead, he relied on the sacrificial consumption of hero souls to fuel his growth. Therefore, there was no concept of training progress for him. However, after each trial, all his stats would increase. Although the individual increments were not significant, the cumulative effect was considerable. Zhang Nu had completed a total of 10 trials. As a result, he had accumulated a permanent increase of 500 HP, 500 MP, 100 Strength, 100 Agility, 100 Constitution and 100 Will. The Tower of Lost Trials possessed 2 distinctive characteristics. The first characteristic was that the trials matched the strength of the challengers. Weaker individuals faced relatively easier challenges, while the powerful encountered more difficult ones. In other words, the trials were tailored to their capabilities. This indicated that the trial tower scanned and analyzed the participants' stats, talents, and abilities, creating trial scenarios that were in line with their individual capacities. However, there were exceptions to this rule. The trial tower suffered from a bug as it was unable to scan, analyze, or replicate certain advanced abilities. Powers derived from the evil god or abilities related to spatiotemporal manipulation, for example, fell into this category. Due to this bug, Zhang Nu found his 10 trials devoid of any real difficulty. For him, the trial tower was never a place of arduous torment but rather a relaxed environment to bolster his stats. The second characteristic was that it was impossible to endlessly strengthen oneself in the trial tower. The strengthening process within the tower had a limit. Every 7 days, a maximum of 10 instances of trial enhancement could be absorbed. If the limit was exceeded, the effects would significantly weaken or even become ineffective. This was only natural. In this world, there were no miraculous elixirs or godly artifacts that could provide infinite strength. If the trial tower allowed unlimited enhancement, who in the right mind would still give a damn about army building? Zhang Nu could simply hoard all the trial instances for training, participating in 1,000 trials every day and accumulating hundreds of thousands of trials within a year or so. It would mean instant godhood without any effort. The strengthening bestowed by the trial tower was essentially a form of energy enhancement. It was akin to attribute crystals. When too much of this enhancement energy was absorbed and integrated in a short period, resistance would naturally develop. Hence, the limitation on the number of enhancements per week was set, likely with a maximum threshold. Overall, it was still remarkable. After 10 rounds of enhancements, Zhang Nu had already obtained a considerable amount of stats. If he could go through another 10 or even more rounds, the enhancement effect alone would be worth millions of attribute crystals. After leaving the trial tower, Zhang Nu summoned some of his key subordinates to his demon king's castle. Among them were the elves Nancilia and Marilyn, the dwarves Zhang Dachui and Ironbeard, the gnome Segan, the orc Gru, and some others. Except for the Ironheart City Lord Zhang Dachui, none of them were summoned units. They were all subordinates acquired through submission, and they were now fiercely loyal to the Dragon Demon King. The Demon King spoke, "From today onwards, your mission is to visit various cities on my behalf and convince them to submit to me." The Elven King promptly assured, "Your Majesty, you can entrust this mission to us, without any worries. The Chaos Forest has been in turmoil for far too long. This time, it must be unified." Marilyn chimed in, "Yes, Your Majesty, rest assured. We will definitely complete the mission, and you can await our good news in Darkness City." The Orc City Lord, Gru boldly proclaimed, "Whoever dares to defy the will of His Majesty shall be annihilated by the 200,000 orcs of the Berserk Beast City." These subordinates were brimming with enthusiasm, each eager to showcase their capabilities. Zhang Nu was pleased with their attitude. He entrusted frontline battles to capable subordinates like Zhang San, Li Si, and Long Yi, while assigning the task of subjugating the forest cities and major tribes to the Elven, Dwarven, Gnome, Ogre, and Giant factions. As the Great Demon King, Zhang Nu could now comfortably oversee operations from the rear. The forest cities and tribes would be persuaded to submit peacefully if possible. But if diplomacy failed, they would resort to intimidation and threats. And if all else failed, they would unleash a military assault. But what if the other party proved to be unyielding? In that case, there would be no alternative but to resort to extreme measures. Raze the cities and annihilate the tribes. In any case, no force would dare obstruct the Demon King's plans. He preferred not to act openly unless confronted by enemies his subordinates could not handle. However, considering the current strength of the Darkness City and the combined forces of his subordinates, the probability of such an event was quite low. Zhang Nu declared, "Your dedication and contributions will not go unrewarded. They shall bring abundant benefits and privileges to your tribes, even granting you the opportunity to receive my personal baptism." The crowd was exhilarated. They wholeheartedly believed that by following this Demon King, their tribes would prosper and grow stronger. As for the Demon King's baptism, not only would it instantly ascend their power to a whole new level, but it was also a tremendous honor worth striving for. Before long, everyone had been assigned their respective tasks. Nancilia, Marilyn, Zhang Dachui, Ironbeard, and others held influential positions, particularly Nancilia, the Elven King. They were entrusted with the crucial task of persuading the major forest cities. Sigan, the Gnome, and Gru, the Orc, were responsible for subjugating smaller cities and tribes. Sigan, as the Gnome City Lord of Thousand Fangs City, commanded over 30 gnome merchant caravans and had comprehensive knowledge of various towns and villages. The rise of the Dragon Demon King was no longer a secret. The forest cities and tribes were already filled with fear and anxiety. Once they learned that even Ironheart City and Thunderclap City had pledged their allegiance to the Dragon Demon King, and that the Demon King commanded hundreds of thousands of ogres, several 100,000 orcs, several 100,000 elves, and tens of thousands of giants, not to mention an Elven King, anyone with a sound mind would not choose to oppose them. The young Elven King and the others immediately set out to fulfill their missions. Zhang Nu then summoned two special subordinates, the hero Su Yan and the Flower Fey Demon King Chen Guogua. "Boss. Big shot. What do you need us for?" Zhang Nu got straight to the point. "Besides the native forces in the Chaos Forest, there are two other forces that cannot be overlooked, the Demon Kings and the heroes." Chen Guogua and Su Yan exchanged glances. Su Yan immediately spoke up, "Boss, are you planning to deal with the remaining Demon Kings and heroes? This is a perfect opportunity for the Dragon's Shadow Hero Guild to enhance their strength through this cleansing operation. As far as I know, there are still at least hundreds of Demon Kings in every corner of the Chaos Forest." Zhang Nu responded, "Whether they are Demon Kings or heroes, as long as they have value and are willing to sincerely submit and become affiliates of the Dark City, there is no need to exterminate them all. I brought you two here to discuss this matter. If extermination was the goal, then the task would become much easier." Zhang Nu could simply lend his Demon King's Royal Guard squadron to Su Yan. She could lead the members of the Dragon's Shadow Heroes along with this powerful squadron to visit each and every Demon King's stronghold, obliterating them in the process. Wouldn't that just easily solve the issue? However, not all demon kings and heroes were driven by ambitious desires. Chinguagua had never laid siege to tribal villages, and she had never entertained thoughts of dominating the world. In reality, as long as the demon kings were willing to submit to him, willingly accept military supervision, and voluntarily restrict the size of their combat units, they could continue to live and thrive here. This was not out of kindness on Zhang Nu's part, his motives were also rooted in self-interest. The demon kings held intrinsic value. Each demon king had the ability to summon unique troops. Furthermore, different races possessed distinct capabilities. Take for instance, Chinguagua, the Flower Fae demon king. Having recently ascended to the 4th rank, she had unlocked remarkable units such as flower sprites and flower fairies. These units boasted exceptional cultivation abilities. Zhang Nu had yet to fully exploit the agricultural potential of the Darkness City and the Jauntry City. He still possessed several blueprints of Spirit Field and had continued to make more acquisitions in the Demon King market. The future prospects for farms and cultivation would undoubtedly be vast. Even if he were to recruit all the elves and goblins of the Chaos Forest, it would still be insufficient to meet the demands of farming, alchemy, and other production tasks concurrently. Thus, consequently, wouldn't this lead to a significant waste? As a result, Zhang Nu and Chinguagua formed a strategic partnership. The two demon kings devised a plan to jointly invest in a large number of farms. Zhang Nu would provide the necessary funds, land, and strong protection, while Chinguagua would contribute the seeds and summon level 3 and 4 flower sprites and flower fairies. For a demon king, as long as they had the gold, and as long as they could sustain the resources, they could summon followers without any restrictions. This meant an endless supply of population, combat strength, and productivity. With these top-tier cultivation masters nurturing the farmlands, the yield of the spirit fields would significantly increase beyond their previous limits. Ultimately, the harvest would be divided between Zhang Nu and Chinguagua in a 60:40 split, ensuring a mutually beneficial arrangement. Zhang Nu would receive 60% of the proceeds, while Chinguagua would claim 40%. With the gold she earned, Chinguagua could purchase souls from Zhang Nu at internal prices, or acquire skill stones and other building blueprints she needed from the Demon King market. In this method, even if she did not recruit a single combat unit, Chinguagua could thrive in this world, enjoying a level of comfort 10 or even 100 times better than other demon kings. She would then have a real chance to ascend to level 5 or 6, becoming a prominent demon king who rose to power peacefully. This demonstrated that cooperation and mutual benefit among demon kings was possible. There were strengths and advantages unique to each race. Even the seemingly feeble goblin demon king, once they sincerely submit and accept regulation, drinking the blood wine from the Holy Grail, holds significant value. Therefore, Zhang Nu had a simple plan. He said to his two subordinates, "I am planning to establish a Demon King alliance specifically for recruiting demon kings who are willing to relinquish their sovereignty and become vassals of the Darkness City. Chinguagua, I want you to manage this alliance." Chinguagua fluttered her wings and looked surprised, saying, "Oh my, I've unexpectedly been promoted. So now I'll be the big leader of the Demon King alliance." However, lacking confidence, she expressed some doubt, "But, can I truly handle this job?" Zhang Nu reassured her, "If Su Yan can successfully lead the Hero Guild, there's no reason why you can't excel as the leader of the Demon King alliance." Su Yan chimed in, supporting Chinguagua, "Absolutely. With our boss backing us up and with the assistance of Little Nancy City Lord, even a mere salted fish can soar to great heights. So, don't worry." "Well, I will do my best." Chinguagua nodded. Zhang Nu continued, "There's no time to waste. Both of you should mobilize immediately. I will lend you my Royal Guard squadron, and together, you will survey all the Demon King territories in the Chaos Forest." "The Royal Guard squadron!" Su Yan exclaimed with joy. "That's fantastic. With this opportunity, I can train the members of the Hero Guild. After all, apart from me, there isn't a single level 4 member in the Dragon's Shadow Heroes Guild." The task had been delegated, and it was now up to them to figure out how to execute it. With numerous demon kings in the Chaos Forest, most of them would be unwilling to surrender. However, this would work in favor of Su Yan and the Dragon's Shadow heroes, who could benefit from this situation as they collect the valuable resources and skills. After Su Yan and Chen Wuguo left, Zhang Nu suddenly noticed that his player log interface had been continuously refreshing with various battle logs since a while ago. You've slain an Empire soldier. Gold plus 70. You've slain an Empire soldier. Gold plus 70. You've slain an Empire soldier. Gold plus 70. You've slain an Empire mage. Gold plus 100. You've slain an Empire knight. Gold plus 150. Zhang Nu did not even need to speculate any further. It seemed that the bloody fortress was already embroiled in battle. Just the day before, he had received the news of the Empire's army and had promptly dispatched Zhang San, Li Si, and Long Yi to the front line. Unexpectedly, the bloody fortress was already being sieged by the Empire's army. These guys acted quite swiftly. Dusk settled, casting a blood-like hue across the sky. A massive army, numbering in the tens of thousands, moved across the land like a swarm of ants, with perfect discipline and synchronization. At the forefront of the army rode Huang Hui, astride a majestic alicorn. His golden armor gleamed brightly, emanating a powerful aura that kept nearby magical beasts at bay, preventing them from approaching. However, Huang Hui furrowed his brow as he looked ahead. A disheveled and scattered group of soldiers was returning, led by none other than the Legion commander. Huang Hui's expression turned displeased. It seems our surprise raid has failed. Prior to their departure, Huang Hui had believed that catching the enemy off guard would work in their favor. He had dispatched a squadron of light cavalry to launch a swift, nighttime assault, hoping to seize the fortress while it was least prepared. Even if they had not managed to conquer the fortress, causing some disruption and confusion would have been advantageous for their main forces, while also serving as a test of strength. For this reason, the Legion commander had personally led the operation, mobilizing nearly 10,000 troops in total. At this moment, the Legion commander's advanced magical armor was shattered into scrap metal, and he had sustained 4 or 5 deep wounds. It was evident that the battle had been perilous. Huang Hui asked, "How is the fortress defense? Approximately how many enemies are there?" The Legion commander, in a disheveled and frightened state, replied, "My lord, the bloody fortress was well prepared and had a much larger garrison than anticipated. This fortress is equipped with long-range surveillance facilities, which detected our army from a considerable distance. It also has several formidable magical assault structures, capable of unleashing widespread thunderbolt attacks. In addition, within the fortress, there are 5 to 10,000 beholder creatures. These creatures possess a remarkable attack range of up to a kilometer. Their destructive power is astonishing. Even this humble one would struggle to withstand their concentrated attacks. According to my reconnaissance, the bloody fortress is garrisoned by tens of thousands of troops. Among them are elves, orcs, ogres, and uncommonly seen draconians. Their warriors are no less formidable than the Empire's official forces." "That many?" Huang Hui was both shocked and frustrated. Su Wenhao, that useless fool, had been clashing with the Dragon Demon King for so long and still had not gathered any accurate information about the strength of the Demon King's forces. No wonder his previous attempt to launch a cavalry attack on the fortress with his family knight order ended in complete disaster. The Legion commander expressed his concern, saying, "The Demon King seems prepared to defend the fortress with all his might. Although our army outnumbers them 4 or 5 times, the Demon King's forces have the advantage of defensive terrain. If we launch a full-scale assault, even if we manage to win, the Empire soldiers will suffer heavy casualties." Although the surprise attack ended in a disastrous failure, what worried the Legion commander the most was not whether they could defeat the enemy, but rather the potential damage it could inflict upon the Third Legion. Indeed, while the Demon King's legion was formidable, the Legion commander still believed that the Empire army had the upper hand. Over 80% of the Empire's official soldiers had reached the rank of elite, and their vast numbers and strength were undeniable. A complete defeat seemed highly unlikely. However, capturing the bloody fortress would be an arduous task. If they insisted on taking it by force, they would inevitably suffer significant losses. And the siege outcome would result in a hard-fought victory. Huang Hui said, "It doesn't matter. Even though the surprise attack failed, it's of no consequence. General, you have gathered enough intelligence on the enemy for me. But now, I'm here," he continued, "they are not worth worrying about. And they will be of no threat to us." The next day, the Empire army, like a tidal wave, arrived near the bloody fortress. They halted about 4 or 5 miles away, out of range of the beholders' attacks. It was both a secure position and an intimidating display. A colossal force of nearly 200,000 soldiers stood assembled. Clad in standardized armor and wielding uniform weapons, their banners billowing in the wind, the thunderous beat of war drums filled the air. The shimmering glow of magical shields cascaded in a mesmerizing display. The sheer magnitude of their numbers alone created a profound impact and an overwhelming sense of oppression. Unlike the previous endeavor, this time the Empire was committed to taking the bloody fortress. The Legion commander proposed, "I suggest deploying a full defensive stance to withstand the onslaught from the beholders and elven mages. Once our main force breaches the barrier and successfully penetrates the fortress, we can effortlessly overwhelm them with our numerical superiority." However, Huang Hui held a contrasting view. "Why the rush?" he questioned. "Capture the leader first. As long as we can kill the Demon King. Why should we fear these lackeys? You all stay here. I'll head up and give it a try." He guided his flying steed and descended to a spot 2,000 meters in front of the fortress. As he dismounted from his horse, he immediately began to taunt and provoke. "Dragon Demon King," he bellowed. "Don't hide like a coward. I know you're inside the fortress. Can you see it? This is the Empire's official army. Each one of us is an elite unit. Ha ha ha. Are you starting to feel despair? Are you trembling with fear? That's right. You have no chance of winning. In front of me, in front of the Empire, you're nothing but a joke. You're an insignificant, ridiculous clown. For a mere Demon King, you've assembled an impressive army, but its size is nothing compared to the might of the Empire." With these words, Huang Hui unsheathed his sword. "A game without suspense isn't any fun. Now, I'll give you all a chance. As long as someone can come out and defeat me, the Empire's army will temporarily withdraw, granting you some respite." The Legion commander immediately understood the intentions of the Guardian Knight. To serve as bait and lure the enemy out of the fortress, should the Demon King truly fall for the ploy, it would cost them their greatest advantage. The gates swung open. Thousands of Draconians swiftly deployed from within the stronghold to its outskirts. Magnificent. It actually worked. The Demon King fell right into the trap. How foolish. Could the Demon King truly believe that he, alone, could contend against the Guardian Knight? The Legion commander had information about the Demon King. The Demon King's power merely reached level 4. Within such a short span of time, it was highly unlikely for any significant breakthrough to occur. Even if their strength did improve, when facing someone of the Guardian Knights' caliber, the gap in strength would still be insurmountable. "You boastful fool. Daring to spout such arrogant words. You know nothing of true power, but you won't have another chance to learn." At that moment, Zhang San activated all of his aura skills and leaped forward. "Die, fool." Zhang San, the Earth Drake Grand Marshal, possessed the pinnacle power of level 4 overlords. With the Draconian Legion buffing auras at full strength, Zhang San was capable of facing even level 5 overlord units. Furthermore, Li Si's blood ritual empowerment nearly made him invincible. A thunderous roar shook the air. A colossal, dozens of meters long diamond Earth Drake emerged. Zhang San had swiftly transformed into his Earth Drake form and charged straight at Huang Hui. "Demon King. It's the Dragon Demon King. What a fearsome presence. Does the Demon King really think he can stand against the Guardian Knight? How foolish. The Empire Legion generals had witnessed the memory crystal recording of the bloody fortress. They recognized this terrifying Earth Drake, the very same one that had led the charge to breach the fortress. To their astonishment, he had now brought his entire race's forces out of the fortress. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity to surround and defeat them? A golden opportunity, exclaimed a high-ranking officer. We must seize this moment and launch an immediate attack. All eyes turned to the Legion commander, awaiting his decisive command. The Legion commander responded, "There's no need for us to intervene." A general questioned, "Why?" "This is a golden opportunity." The commander explained, "The moment the Demon King is exposed before the Guardian Knight, he is doomed to have no chance of survival." Is it true? Is the Guardian Knight truly that terrifying? The Demon King has nearly 5,000 draconian warriors with him. The commander smirked, "It's useless. Just watch closely. You won't have many chances to witness a Guardian Knight in action." Huang Hui erupted with a radiant aura, the light gathered and coalesced around his body, forming a solid barrier of light. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a towering giant, standing 10 meters tall. This giant donned golden runic armor, wielding a colossal 9-meter sword. His imposing presence was awe-inspiring, every inch of the giant was formed with his chi. There it is. The Guardian Golden Form. It's the signature skill of the Guardian Knights. The Legion commander's face was filled with fervor. The Guardian Golden Form was undoubtedly an immensely powerful A-rank transformation skill. In this state, the Guardian Knight would temporarily gain advanced magic immunity and a substantial increase in both attack and defense capabilities. The Golden Greatsword ruthlessly struck the Diamond Drake's body. Boom! Chi erupted, transforming into a ferocious storm. It tore away a large chunk of the ground. The Diamond Earth Drake was sent flying, tumbling several times before regaining its footing. Although some scales cracked, it had suffered minimal damage. Truly formidable. It barely received a scratch. Huang Hui's voice rumbled like thunder. Not many level 5 overlords could withstand this blow and survive. No wonder Su Wenhao was left in such a sorry state by your forces. The Divine Sword heroes are truly outclassed compared to you. This person. Too powerful. Zhang San felt an unprecedented pressure. Even with the full effect of his command skill, and the Archpriest's blood ritual diverting a significant portion of the damage, this strike alone. While it might not have been enough to claim Zhang San's life, it would have certainly inflicted substantial wounds upon this Diamond Earth Drake. Zhang San realized that, given his current strength, defeating his opponent seemed unlikely. However, the Guardian Knight also faced significant challenges in trying to defeat Zhang San in his present state. Transformation skills would usually consume an astonishing amount of energy. Why not use the advantage of his superior defense to buy time? Let the opponent's strength gradually wane, and then seize the opportunity to turn the tide. Of course, even if the worst-case scenario occurred, it would not have mattered. Because even in the worst-case scenario, there was still a true dragon overseeing the bloody fortress. Long Yi, like his master. He was an abyssal dragon. The ceiling of level 5 overlord units. He could hold his own against even a monarch. Dealing with the Guardian Knight was well within his capabilities. With the abyssal dragon stationed at the bloody fortress, the likelihood of the Empire army before them breaching its defenses was nearly non-existent. There was no need for concern. Zhang San unleashed his ferocity completely. The Diamond Earth Drake launched another attack. The Golden Armored Giant and the Diamond Earth Drake engaged in a fierce battle for 20 or 30 rounds, leaving behind a trail of upturned soil, shattered stones, and a deeply scarred earth. It was truly terrifying. The Legion commander couldn't believe it. The Dragon Demon King and the Guardian Knight are at least one level apart. Even with his command skill to enhance his strength to match an average level 5 powerhouse, it's still impossible for him to hold on until now. Something's amiss. This doesn't add up. There's definitely something wrong. Of course, Huang Hui also sensed the anomaly. He noticed that a significant portion of the damage he inflicted on the Diamond Earth Drake would always be swiftly transferred elsewhere. Moreover, the Diamond Drake's defense was already absurdly high, which prevented Huang Hui from delivering any decisive blows. On the contrary, Huang Hui was astonished to realize that his MP had been depleted by more than half. If he were to maintain his transformation and continue fighting for another 30 to 50 rounds, there was no guarantee that he could kill the Earth Drake. In fact, he was starting to feel overwhelmed himself. I see. So, that's how it is. There's some form of ritualistic magic at work. It's rendering a large portion of my attacks ineffective. Huang Hui finally unraveled the trickery and immediately focused his attention on the archpriest, Li Si. Ha ha ha. No wonder it's been so difficult. But it ends here. With a powerful strike, Huang Hui once again forced the Diamond Earth Dragon back, then he plunged his giant sword into the ground. The golden armor that enveloped his body displayed visible cracks, unleashing a brilliant radiance. Arcane shatter. Huang Hui detonated the body of the golden armor giant. A powerful shockwave and intense light instantly enveloped an area of several hundred meters. Although the damage inflicted was not substantial, it had a potent dispelling effect. Oh no! Zhang San realized it. In an instant, all the effects of his aura and the ritual enchantments were nullified. The enhancements that had bolstered his strength vanished. At this moment, his strength reverted back to its fundamental state, that of a peak level 4 overlord. Game over. Now, die. The golden longsword cleaved through the air, unleashing a ferocious wave of qi. Huang Hui had observed that after their intense battle, the Diamond Drake's scales had weakened considerably, and its HP had been drained by more than a third. Under the weight of this all-out assault, even if the Diamond Drake managed to survive, it would undoubtedly be left heavily wounded. He had to admit it. This Diamond Earth Drake was incredibly tenacious. But the gap between them was too vast. In the end, victory still belonged to him. After killing the dragon, he would obtain the formidable talents of the Dragon Demon King, and his future strength would undoubtedly skyrocket. However, at that critical moment, from the distant Bloody Fortress, located 2 kilometers away, a malevolent ray of Beholder Eye beam was suddenly unleashed. This attack stood in stark contrast to the other beholders, emanating a deep, purplish-black hue and possessing an amplified potency several hundred times greater. Sure. Huang Hui was instantly overcome with dread. A Beholder Beam's attack range was about 1,000 meters. His current position was clearly outside the range of the I-beam attack. Huang Hui could not even imagine that there would be an attack coming from the fortress. Having relinquished his transformation as the golden-armored giant and channeling all his qi into an attack, Huang Hui was now left defenseless. Boom! A loud bang. Huang Hui was sent hurtling dozens of meters away, and his body was almost pierced through. Even if he did not succumb to death, his wounds were severe enough to render him incapacitated temporarily. This sight left the entire Empire army completely flummoxed. No. The knight has been ambushed. Charge. Rescue the Lord. The Legion commander swiftly issued the order, and several high-ranking officers with teleportation abilities rushed to Huang Hui's side to extract him from danger. Meanwhile, the rest of the troops launched a hasty counterattack to provide cover. Under the relentless assault of countless Beholder's Eye beams, the Empire army suffered heavy casualties, leaving thousands of bodies strewn on the battlefield. Disheveled and in retreat, they fell back 20 miles to regroup and recover. And just like that, the initial onslaught of the Empire's official army had been dramatically thwarted. But today, it was not Long Yi, the fortress guardian, who had dealt the crippling blow to Huang Hui. It was the Demon King summoned Hellish Beholder Overlord, the most powerful entity that could be conjured from the Beholder's lair. Despite being a Beholder, it was a level 4 Overlord. Its sheer offensive might was capable of swiftly decimating a typical level 4 Overlord unit, and even a level 5 Overlord would likely suffer severe wounds. This beholder overlord had a range extending over 10,000 meters. It had been biding its time, waiting for the perfect moment to strike unexpectedly. Caught off guard and defenseless, Huang Hui bore the brunt of the attack. The fact that he managed to cling on to his life was truly a stroke of luck. Suffice to say, it became evident that the Empire army had gravely underestimated the true power and contingency plans of the Demon King entrenched within the bloody fortress. That night, inside the Empire army camp. Damn it! This grudge will not go unanswered. I swear I won't rest until I've avenged this. Huang Hui's condition was dire, to say the least. The attack from the level 4 Overlord Beholder had not only inflicted devastating damage, but it also carried a curse and venomous effects, leaving him weak and feeble. In the midst of this, the guards surrounding him suddenly dispersed. A figure cloaked in black stepped into the tent. He, look at you, Lord Knight, in such a pitiful state. Su Wenhao, you dare show your face here? Who do you think you are? Even the likes of you dares to mock me? Open your eyes wide and take a good look. With a swift motion, Su Wenhao removed his massive cloak. Huang Hui's pupils shrank, a look of sheer astonishment on his face. You. Su Wenhao, at that moment, was no longer human. His entire body was covered in blood-red tumors, and his left hand had morphed into a grotesque structure reminiscent of octopus tentacles. Guards! Huang Hui realized his impending doom. The grotesque tendrils, covered in pulsating blood tumors, effortlessly pierced his heart. In a matter of moments, Huang Hui's body withered, drained of its blood, strength, and very soul, by the abomination before him. Simultaneously, this monstrosity known as Su Wenhao experienced a surge in power, as the blood tumors covering his form swelled and grew larger. Now, do you comprehend? Su Wenhao's voice dripped with malice. I've fused with an ancient deity, and now I am on the path to becoming a new god. His tendrils continued their macabre feast, sucking the life essence from the knight's flesh. You, insignificant mortal, and that accursed demon king, are mere nutrients for my ascension. No. Huang Hui's voice gradually waned. His soul was consumed in its entirety. In the end, his entire body shattered and crumbled into dust. Su Wenhao donned his black cloak once more and stepped out of the army camp. He announced an imperative message to the entire army: the revered guardian knight lord has tragically succumbed to his grievous wounds. Henceforth, Count Kolo shall assume direct command of the forces. Ads by Pub Future. The next day, on the fortress walls, Zhang San and Li Si watched as the imperial army regrouped and launched a renewed assault. Under the command of the Legion commander and various officers, the Empire's forces formed multiple attack formations, advancing steadily and methodically. No more tricks, this time. They're attempting to overpower us with sheer numerical advantage. Li Si chuckled, there are quite a number of them this time. The pressure on us is fairly immense. Zhang San sneered, do they really think they can seize the fortress? They're just here to die. Zhang San was bold and arrogant by nature. However, that didn't mean he would be careless or complacent. To him, the task entrusted by his master was sacred. He would fulfill it even at the cost of his life. Zhang San would not slack in the defense of the fortress. He held unwavering confidence in the Fortress Legion. That was why he maintained his composure even when faced with enemies outnumbering them several times over. The current composition of the Fortress Legion consisted of 10,000 Draconian soldiers, 6,000 orcs, 6,000 elves, 8,000 beholders, and 10,000 ogres. In terms of total numbers, they had a force of merely 40,000 battle units. The Empire's army, despite their previous defeat, still possessed a fighting force of 180,000. The difference between the two sides was more than fourfold, clearly not on the same scale. Nonetheless, quantity alone is not the sole factor to consider. Without comparing the quality, numbers would be meaningless. Although the Empire's official forces were elites, over 90% of them were merely level 1 units, with a minimal proportion of officers in level 2 and 3. In contrast, to address the crisis at the fortress, Zhang San and Li Si temporarily reassigned a significant number of level 2 and 3 combat units to reinforce the fortress. Just the number of draconian super soldiers alone exceeded 1,000. Moreover, they brought in high orc berserkers, elven dragonhawk mages, a variety of powerful high-level beholders, and even a level 4 overlord hellish beholder overlord. The strength of the fortress legion was much stronger than it appeared. It was already not inferior to the Empire's official army while also possessing the defensive advantage of using static defense tactics. In terms of commanders, apart from Zhang San and Li Si, there were 3 dragon marshals, 2 high priests, 20 draconian generals, 5 draconian priests, and the most formidable of them all, an abyssal dragon, Long Yi. Whether in terms of soldier quality or the strength of the commanders, there existed a significant disparity between the two sides. That was why Zhang San was filled with absolute confidence. Despite both being subordinates summoned by the Demon King, Zhang San and Li Si possessed distinct and vibrant personalities. Zhang San exuded a reckless and audacious nature, while Li Si embodied a calm, reserved demeanor coupled with a keen intellect, likely influenced by his priestly background. He gazed at the steadily advancing Empire's forces and stated, "They are about to enter the range of the Beholder's units. Prepare the Beholders for an attack. Ignore the infantry formations in front and prioritize targeting the healers, mage units, and aerial troops." The Beholders stood poised, ready for action. The imminent clash of battle was on the horizon. Suddenly, a faint red mist drifted from the Empire's formation. This inconspicuous red mist actually permeated through the protective barriers of the fortress, spreading into a large portion of the bloody fortress, and soon enough, it had caused strange phenomena to occur. Ah! Something's not right. My mana is malfunctioning. I can't seem to cast my magic. The first to detect the anomaly was an elven mage. After inhaling the peculiar red mist, she found her MP tainted and temporarily unusable. And she was not alone. The second, the third, the fourth. This peculiar phenomenon rapidly spread among the people, affecting hundreds and thousands of fortress guards. The impact on warriors was relatively minimal, while the mages bore the brunt of the effect. Among them, the lower-level mages, especially the level 1s and 2s, were severely affected. Their MP became disrupted by a highly contaminating aura, rendering them incapable of wielding any form of magic. However, the likes of Li Si and other high-level mages remained unaffected. They attempted to mitigate the issue by employing purification magic, only to discover that its effectiveness was far from satisfactory. The enemy is within range. Why aren't the Beholders attacking? Damn it, even the Beholders have been tainted. They are unable to attack. This revelation startled everyone. The Beholders were a crucial defensive force. At such a critical juncture of the decisive battle, the collective failure of the Beholders and mage units would leave the fortress defenseless, allowing the enemy to advance unhindered. Fire the arrows. We can't hold them back. The enemies are approaching the barrier. The situation in the blood-soaked fortress became perilous. Zhang San had not anticipated such a bizarre turn of events. The pale red mist possessed an enigmatic power that defied known magical energies. Dispel magic and purification spells proved ineffective. Who the hell is it? Who's responsible? Zhang San's expression twisted into a ferocious glare as he quickly surveyed the area. Eventually, his gaze settled upon a peculiar figure draped in a black cloak, standing at the heart of the enemy formation. The red mist continued to emanate relentlessly from the figure's robe. Zhang San bellowed, "Target acquired. Take him down now." Li Si immediately telepathically commanded the towering presence of the hellish beholder overlord, the level 4 overlord of beholders. The colossal orb swiftly pivoted its massive iris towards the enigmatic figure. Swoosh! A formidable beam of power surged forth, traversing vast distances in an instant, aimed unerringly at the cloaked individual. The Empire's legion, forewarned and prepared, acted swiftly. Thousands of mages harmonized their incantations, conjuring forth a monumental magical shield that intercepted the beholder overlord's assault. In the midst of this intense clash, the Empire's forces breached the fortress's protective barrier, their forces surging forward. Reacting swiftly to the breach, the defenders within the fortress mobilized their defenses. They immediately dispatched an army of ogres to counter the assault. These towering creatures, with their immense size, brutish ferocity, and tough hides, charged out of the fortress. With each swing of their colossal hammers, Imperial soldiers were sent sprawling through the air. The ogres displayed immense strength and resilience. However, they lacked the support and cover provided by the mage units. In contrast, the Imperial army swiftly engaged their mage forces in the battle. The mages skillfully employed magic to control and restrain the ogres, providing vital healing spells to tend to the wounded and unleashing devastating offensive magic to aid the assault. Bloody hell! Our situation grows dire. We need to stop that man. Zhang San and Li Si simultaneously assumed their drake forms. Zhang San transformed into a diamond earth drake, leading a group of several golden earth drakes and nearly 20 black iron earth drakes, charging recklessly into the enemy formation, causing chaos and destruction. Li Si transformed into a three-headed drake, leading a squadron of winged drakes to launch relentless assaults on the black-robed figure. The ferocious dragon flame they unleashed incinerated hundreds of soldiers in its path. However, Zhang San quickly found himself surrounded and trapped, unable to break free from the encirclement. Meanwhile, Li Si struggled to approach the black-robed figure due to the formidable defense formed by Su Wenhao's Mage Corps and Archer Corps. The mages demonstrated their mastery by effectively defending against the attacks of the ogre and the beholder overlord, while simultaneously launching counter-attacks against the approaching winged drakes. He. Ha ha ha. Do you see it now? This is the extent of my power. Su Wenhao laughed maniacally, raising his hands high. Crimson blood mist emanated from his body, carrying the corrupting essence of an evil god. The mist effortlessly tainted the MP of the lower-level units, rendering them vulnerable. Demon King. This time, you're doomed. Let's see how you can turn the tide now. Zhang San, as the Diamond Earth Dragon, found himself besieged by thousands of mounted infantry. Even with his formidable strength, he struggled to make any progress, enduring relentless attacks. Su Wenhao reveled in his triumph, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. With his own power, he single-handedly weakened at least 70% of the defenses of the bloody fortress, a feat that had been unimaginable to him before. The power of the ancient god was undeniably immense. Just by assimilating a single fragment of the evil god, he had gained such horrifying strength. But what if he were to assimilate 2, 3, or even more shards of the evil god? Su Wenhao caught a glimpse of an extraordinary path of unparalleled power, unlike any other. However, at that moment, Su Wenhao felt perplexed. Was the Diamond Earth Dragon truly the Dragon Demon King? He lifted his gaze towards the sky, where the Crimson Inferno three-headed drake wreaked havoc with its 3 heads, spewing flames that caused countless casualties. Its destructive power far exceeded that of the Diamond Earth Dragon. What was going on? The mutated 3-headed drake seemed to possess strength surpassing that of the Diamond Earth Dragon. Was it possible for the Demon King to summon subordinates of equal power? But it no longer mattered. Today, they would all meet their demise. The Empire army's advantage grew stronger and stronger, and just as they were on the verge of breaching the fortress, a terrifying dragon fear swept through. The Empire soldiers were thrown into dizziness, the incantation of the mages was also disrupted. Simultaneously, a blood-red abyssal lightning tore through the sky, striking the earth with devastating force. Su Wenhao was directly hit. The mages surrounding him were caught in the aftermath. They let out anguished cries, before falling lifeless, instantly obliterated. What's going on? What is this? It was a dragon unlike any they had seen before. Enormous in size, it stretched over 80 meters long, its entire body adorned with jet black scales, exuding an aura of dominance over darkness and death. Abyssal Dragon, Level 5 Overlord. Su Wenhao, utilizing his appraising skill, discerned the opponent's strength. His expression shifted, transformed, and eventually twisted into a state bordering on madness. Ha ha ha. So, that's how it is. I understand now. I understand it all. You are the true mastermind behind everything, the real Demon King. No wonder there were always unexplained events and misinformation in the past. Now it all makes sense. You've been hiding so well. No wonder we suffered such devastating defeats in the past. Who could have imagined that there was a level 5 Demon King lurking in the Chaos Forest? But what does it matter? I have forced you out of hiding. It seems even the formidable Dragon Demon King finds himself in a desperate situation today. The dragon emitted a voice of authority. All I see is an arrogant insect. I shall end your pitiful, insignificant life. Kill me? Are you capable of killing me? Su Wenhao commanded loudly, forget about the fortress for now, dispose of this dragon. The mages by his side immediately sprang into action, unleashing a torrent of magical attacks like rainfall. -0. -0. -0. The Abyssal Dragon possessed advanced magic resistance. This level of magical assault, unless concentrated to a single point, posed no threat no matter how abundant it was. Black Hole of Death. The dragon summoned a colossal black hole, an ethereal void that had no impact on physical matter, but radiated an overwhelming aura of necrotic energy. In an instant, it enshrouded a vast area with a diameter of hundreds of meters. You've been struck by the Black Hole of Death. -80 HP. You've been struck by the Black Hole of Death. -80 HP. You've been struck by the Black Hole of Death. -80 HP. Su Wenhao felt his life force rapidly depleting, while the surrounding mages succumbed one after another. Within moments, hundreds, even thousands of them had fallen, showcasing a chilling efficiency. What fearsome magical defense! What formidable magical power! You are truly 10 times stronger than the Diamond Earth Drake. Despite losing over half of his remaining HP within a brief span, Su Wenhao wore an increasingly deranged expression, seemingly devoid of fear or concern. Undead creation. Long Yi unleashed yet another spell. As an abyssal dragon of darkness and death, he excelled in both dark and necromantic magic. With his innate talent for dragonic tongue magic and the immense MP reservoir of a dragon, his effects surpassed those of mages at the same level. In the blink of an eye, the mages and soldiers drained of life by the Black Hole of Death rose from the ground, transformed into controlled zombies, and launched an attack towards Su Wenhao in the center. In an instant, under the swarming horde, he found himself surrounded by a zombie tower of bodies. Su Wenhao laughed heartily. Come, all of you, come. It's time for you to witness the full extent of my power. Suddenly, Su Wenhao's body bursted. He morphed into countless tentacles that interconnected the zombies, voraciously sucking the flesh and blood from their bodies at an astonishing speed. From this mass of corpses, a monstrous entity emerged, towering like a small hill. This abomination stood 15 meters tall, composed of putrid flesh, bloody tumors, and gnashing tendrils. Though resembling a human form, its features were twisted and grotesque. From the creature emanated the ominous aura of an evil god. This highly corrupting energy affected a multitude of imperial soldiers, causing many to shriek in pain and collapse, blood streaming from all of their orifices. Su Wenhao could not afford to care about them anymore. Once transformed into this monstrosity, his sanity all but vanished. He only desired to confront the abyssal dragon before him. Long Yi was taken aback. Is this the result of devouring the fragments of the evil god? I never expected it to be this severe. Since Su Wenhao had transformed into the evil god monstrosity, his power had experienced an enormous surge, surpassing even the formidable golden form of Huang Hui, the guardian knight. Die. The evil god monstrosity unleashed numerous tentacles, attempting to capture the abyssal dragon hovering in midair. Long Yi countered with a barrage of abyssal lightning, effortlessly repelling the tentacles. I must end this swiftly. Long E released a powerful surge of dragon fear, first subduing the nearby Empire soldiers. He then swiftly descended, unleashing a scorching torrent of abyssal dragon flame upon the evil god monstrosity, instantly carbonizing a significant portion of its body. The monster's shrieks echoed madly from within the evil god abomination. These ear-piercing cries carried an intense psychic assault, causing unfortunate Empire soldiers to collapse like mowed wheat. Long E, too, suffered significant injuries, blood dripping from his draconic eyes. Yet, he dared not relent, unleashing a relentless torrent of dragon flame until the flames consumed the entire body of the evil god monstrosity, reducing it to charred remains from head to toe. With a mighty sweep of his tail, a devastating force crashed upon the scene. The evil god monster was shattered, reduced to scattered ashes. At the same time, hundreds of Thunderclap City giants were teleported to the rear of the battlefield. Kill, kill, kill. For the majesty of the Demon King. These damned humans shall perish. Jean Kuei, the giant chieftain with the strength of a level 5 overlord, wielded a golden thunderous spear and charged into the Empire forces, inflicting dozens, if not hundreds, of casualties in an instant. Simultaneously, as Su Wenhao met his demise, the fortress mages and the beholders, who were under the influence of the evil god, immediately regained their senses. Beams of beholder rays and torrents of magical attacks rained down upon the disoriented Empire soldiers, much like a relentless downpour. The Legion commander's face turned ashen, realizing the gravity of the situation. It's over. In the blink of an eye, the dragon flame swept forth, reducing him to mere ashes amidst the sea of flames. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Darkness City's castle, Zhang Nu lounged comfortably, attended to by his fox-kin servants. He leisurely savored the exquisite elven wine, holding a book in his hand, reveling in a carefree lifestyle. At that moment, his player interface abruptly exploded with notifications. He casually glanced at them but was taken aback. You've slain an Empire soldier. Gold plus 70. You've slain an Empire soldier. Gold plus 70. You've slain an Empire mage. Gold plus 100. You've slain an Empire knight. Gold plus 150. You've slain an Empire soldier captain. Gold plus 200. You've slain an Empire mage captain. Gold plus 500. You've slain an Empire high-ranking general. Gold plus 20,000. You've slain a level 5 hero. Hero soul, plus 2, evil god's fragment, plus 1. You've slain the Legion commander of the 3rd Legion of the Southern Border. Gold plus 350,000. You've slain a level 3 hero. Hero soul, plus 1. Skill stone, plus 1. You've slain a level 3 hero. Hero soul, plus 1. Skill stone, plus 1. Zhang Nu was dumbfounded. Especially by this particular notification, you've slain a level 5 hero. Hero soul, plus 2, evil god's fragment, plus 1. Level 5 heroes? There were level 5 heroes in that siege? And what in the world were those 2 souls? Moreover, he did not obtain skill stones from the kill, instead, he obtained an evil god's fragment. As if sensing something, Zhang Nu extended his left hand and a dark crimson mist materialized from the void, eventually condensing into a tangible object within his palm. It was a peculiar object, roughly the size of a soccer ball, with a red-black coloration. From its structure, it resembled a heart. Without needing to look, Zhang Nu already knew what it was. Fragment of the evil god, orange, quality special item. Assimilable. The evil god fragment is extremely powerful. After absorbing the fragment, you will gain the power of the evil god. However, your talents, bloodline, and physique will be permanently affected. You may lose some of your existing abilities. Please make the choice after utmost consideration. This was none other than the heart of the ancient god, which had suppressed the corrupted monarch's tomb for 3,000 years in the Thunderclap City. As expected, the heart of the ancient god was an evil god fragment. Due to its divine nature, it was nearly indestructible and could only be sealed away. If the demon king or a hero obtained an evil god fragment, they could choose to harness and absorb it, thereby gaining immense power while also bearing the related side effects. Activating his information-gathering ability, Zhang Nu delved into a more detailed understanding of the object. Source of corruption, a fragment from the primordial evil god known as the Source of Calamity. This malevolent god had once unleashed horrifying cataclysms across the continent, resulting in immense casualties and requiring the sacrifice of numerous powerful individuals from ancient empires to seal it away. Zhang Nu discovered that this evil god fragment had a different origin compared to the Eye of Death. The Eye of Death originated from a being known as the Eight-Eyed Evil God. Possessing 8 eyes, each eye represented a distinct power, with the Eye of Death primarily embodying the power of death. However, this particular evil god fragment hailed from another evil god known as the Source of Calamity. It was rumored that this very god was the very source of various terrifying disasters and calamities. When the evil god was defeated, it was fragmented and sealed away in multiple pieces. Each fragment represented a specific calamitous power derived from the Source of Calamity. Each power was unique in nature. This particular evil god fragment was named the Source of Corruption. This fragment harbored an immensely contaminating power of evil god capable of corroding the mind, soul, and physical form of living beings. Zhang Nu speculated. After obtaining the heart of the ancient god, the leader of the Divine Sword Heroes Guild could not resist the allure of the evil god fragment and chose to absorb it directly. This explained why, upon killing the level 5 hero, Zhang Nu was able to acquire the evil god fragment from his body. However, such an action was incredibly risky and reckless. While the evil god fragment could greatly enhance the power of a hero or demon king, it also came with significant side effects that were irreversible. Acquiring the evil god's innate abilities would undoubtedly impact one's personal growth and innate talents. Not only would the physical body undergo severe distortions, but even the mind could be influenced, potentially undermining future growth potential. Continued absorption of evil god fragments could lead to 2 possible outcomes. If one chose to absorb only fragments from the same evil god, they would eventually undergo a complete transformation, becoming the specific evil god themselves upon collecting all the fragments. However, if fragments from different evil gods were absorbed, allowing the unrestrained influence of various powers of evil gods on the body and soul, the eventual result would be a grotesque, twisted, and unrecognizable monstrosity or an unpredictable mutated evil god, or even potentially leading to their outright collapse and dissolution of their form. Zhang Nu disliked the unknown and uncertainty. He desired to be in control of his own transformations. Therefore, after obtaining the first evil god fragment, he refrained from immediate consumption. Instead, he patiently waited until he activated the dragon god bloodline and fortified his own foundation before assimilating it. In doing so, although he could not experience a rapid surge in power, he preserved all his growth potential and innate talents, while also avoiding bodily instability and distortion. Moreover, with such a solid groundwork established, Zhang Nu could now absorb different evil god fragments without hesitation. Evil god fragment assimilated successfully. Your maximum HP plus 2000. You've activated a new talent, Source of Corruption. While the HP boost was of secondary importance, the controlled essence of the evil god's power became a unique innate talent. Typically, innate talents tend to strengthen alongside overall growth and development. Therefore, upon absorbing the evil god fragment, with each subsequent level up, Zhang Nu's evil god power and attributes would be further enhanced. Source of Corruption, Talent Skill. Upon activation, grants immunity to all toxins and curses, allowing the conversion of his own HP into evil god power, enabling the use of abilities like Corrupted Blood. Similar to the Eye of Death, the description of evil god's talents was vague. The evil god talent obtained from the fragment was an ability that could continuously grow and be developed, unrestricted to a single skill. So this is the Corrupted Blood. Zhang Nu converted a portion of his HP, causing a mist of blood to materialize in his palm. Although inconspicuous in appearance, the evil god power it contained could corrode the mind, soul, flesh, and even magical items, resulting in effects such as sealing, cursing, and harm. Impressive. Yet another formidable ability. With this power, Zhang Nu's ability to incapacitate his foes became even more potent. He could easily render powerful equipment properties ineffective, deprive mages of their spellcasting abilities, and cause the physical bodies of warriors to crumble, leaving them defenseless. It was truly terrifying. Several hours later, Zhang Nu received a victorious report from the bloody fortress. True to expectations, Zhang San, Li Si, Long Yi, and the others did not disappoint the Demon King. They emerged victorious against an entire Empire legion, decimating at least half of their forces. Taking the time to thoroughly analyze the gains, Zhang Nu was astounded. In this battle alone, the amassed amount of gold was a staggering 11.87 million. Despite some casualties and damages sustained by the bloody fortress, even after accounting for the necessary repairs, the net income from this battle still soared into the tens of millions of gold coins. It was an extraordinary achievement. In addition to this substantial financial windfall, Zhang Nu obtained 2 level 5 souls, 8 level 4 souls, 55 level 3 souls, 267 level 2 souls, and 76 skill stones. The Divine Sword Heroes Guild was utterly vanquished. From the leader, Su Wenhao, down to every single member of the elite corps, none survived. This formidable hero guild, alongside the colossal Empire Legion, met their ultimate demise at the bloody fortress. The outcome of this battle would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the forest, further elevating the Demon King's reputation. It was not difficult to imagine that even the Empire would be shaken by the news. At that time, not only the Grand Duke Bachor in the southern region but even the Emperor himself would begin to take notice of the situation in the Chaos Forest. For the Demon King, this confrontation with the Empire had only just begun. Zhang Nu felt extremely satisfied with the gains from this battle. He took out a staggering sum of 6 million gold, preparing to buy the second teleportation tower blueprint from the Succubus Queen, Han Kursin. This blueprint was of great importance to him, and he wanted to secure it as soon as possible. Han Kursin was taken aback and exclaimed, "Are you kidding me? It's only been a few days. How did you manage to raise such a large amount of money in such a short time?" Although Zhang Nu was a wealthy landowner, it was still astonishing to gather such a significant amount of money in such a short period. Zhang Nu replied impatiently, "Enough chit-chat, let's make the trade." But Han Kursin halted him, saying, "Hold on a moment." Zhang Nu asked, "What's the matter? Are you planning to raise the price?" Han Kursin scoffed, "Hey, I'm a renowned Demon King. I wouldn't stoop so low to do something like that." "Then what are you waiting for?" "I'm thinking of lowering the price by 1 million gold." Upon seeing this, Zhang Nu felt surprised and immediately asked, So what are the conditions? Don't tell me you have suddenly discovered your conscience." The Succubus Queen, Han Kursin, replied, You better examine your own conscience first." "My conscience is intact. Why would I have a need to discover my conscience?" She continued, "Here's the deal. Once your teleportation tower is built, how about we establish a mutual connection and positioning?" As it turned out, the Succubus Queen wanted to connect her territory with Zhang Nu's teleportation tower. In doing so, whenever Zhang Nu used the teleportation tower, he could easily visit the Succubus Queen's domain. Likewise, the Succubus Queen could use the teleportation tower to visit the domain of the Abyssal Dragon King. This arrangement would deepen the cooperation between the two Demon Kings. In the future, Zhang Nu could develop his resources in the underground world through the Succubus Queen, while Han Kursin could access the continent through the Abyssal Dragon King for resource acquisition. Although the territories of the two Demon Kings were extremely far apart, they could not possibly compete or encroach upon each other. However, connecting their territories through the teleportation tower still required a high level of mutual trust, as one should always be cautious. After careful consideration, Zhang Nu felt that it would not be a major issue. Despite the Succubus Queen being a top-tier Demon King, the gap between her and himself was quite significant. If he was not afraid of her, then he had little reason to worry. As long as they established specific agreements and implemented necessary teleportation security measures, the two demon kings could cooperate seamlessly, with the benefits outweighing any potential drawbacks. No problem. Zhang Nu continued, so, how many teleportation tower blueprints do you have? The succubus queen replied, none left. I only had 3, and I plan to use one myself. I sold the other 2 to you. So that's how it was. If she was not in dire need of money, the succubus queen would not have sold them. For a demon king, the more teleportation towers, the better. A single teleportation tower can only be used for one-way regional teleportation. It was no wonder the succubus queen willingly reduced the price by 1 million gold to obtain the teleportation coordinates from Zhang Nu's side. The transaction was completed, with Zhang Nu paying 5 million gold coins and successfully acquiring the second teleportation tower blueprint. It was definitely worth it for him. Considering his current territory's profitability, 5 million gold only amounted to approximately 5 days' income, while an additional teleportation tower held significant value. Of course, the construction cost of teleportation towers was extremely high. One of the main reasons the succubus queen sold 2 blueprints was that she did not have sufficient gold and resources. Building a tower was already a considerable stretch for her. Even for Zhang Nu, it was not a small expense. The total cost of constructing a tower exceeded the price of the blueprint itself. After careful consideration, Zhang Nu decided to build one teleportation tower next to the Darkness City and construct a small teleportation fortress specifically for the tower. As for the arrangement of the other teleportation tower? Unlike regular buildings, teleportation towers did not need to be within the territory. They were allowed to be built anywhere. Zhang Nu certainly would not place it within the Chaos Forest. The Chaos Forest was not too large, with a total area of over 5 million square kilometers. It was not necessary to build a tower in such a close range. It should be placed outside the Chaos Forest. The Thunder Empire and the Sunset Empire were both unsafe options and did not align with his interests. Although they had high military value, Zhang Nu's current military strength was sufficient for self-defense, but launching an offensive against an empire would be too strenuous. Additionally, the transportation capacity of a level 4 teleportation tower was limited. After pondering over the options, Zhang Nu made a decision. He would place it in the Azure Water Federation. The Azure Federation had a larger area and population than the 2 empires. However, as a loose coalition of dozens of kingdoms and hundreds of factions forcibly assembled, it suffered from internal power struggles and poor control. Nonetheless, with a vast market to explore, it was currently the most reasonable direction for development. A few days later, the bloody giant, Wangshi, sent a message that the first batch of ordered space gems had arrived. Zhang Nu immediately paid the remaining 2 million gold for the purchase. He chose to build the teleportation tower near the Darkness Woods. The tower could not be directly established in the core city area because any lapse in defense could pose a significant threat to the territory. The chosen location was several dozen miles from the Darkness City, and there were plans to build a Darkness Fortress nearby for the future deployment of Darkness City's troops. Now, placing the teleportation tower there allowed the Darkness City's military to quickly respond in case of emergencies in nearby cities. Additionally, with the teleportation tower established near a military fortress, it provided better protection and surveillance capabilities. Boom! Amidst intense energy fluctuations, a magnificent tower adorned with intricate runic formations emerged. It was pure white and exuded an exquisite charm. Zhang Nu quickly familiarized himself with the detailed capabilities of the teleportation tower. The Level 4 teleportation tower had a regional teleportation coverage radius of 5,000 miles, more than enough to cover the core area of the Chaos Forest. However, this type of regional one-way teleportation was not 100% accurate. The teleportation deviation could range from a few miles to tens of miles, with greater accuracy for shorter distances and larger errors for longer distances. This was a slight drawback, but it would not have a significant impact. The Level 4 teleportation tower could operate 100 teleportation fields simultaneously. If the number of targets exceeded 100, they would have to wait in line. Nonetheless, the teleportation speed was fast, with each teleportation process only taking 5 to 10 seconds to complete. While the transport capacity was not ideal for large-scale military operations, it was sufficient for daily use. In the event of an urgent military action involving a force of tens of thousands, it would be difficult to gather and transport them quickly without the assistance of draconian priests. Of course, this problem could be resolved. As long as the teleportation tower was upgraded, both the teleportation capacity and efficiency would greatly increase. The most crucial aspect of the teleportation tower was its pinpoint teleportation function, which not only achieved 100% accuracy but also disregarded spatial distances. But of course, this required the coordination of multiple teleportation towers. At present, Xiongnu only had one teleportation tower, his second teleportation tower, as well as the teleportation tower of the succubus Queen Han Kursin, had not yet been constructed. He then opened the player interface, and several notification messages popped up. Taurus City and its 100,000 Minotaurs are seeking affiliation under your banner. Accept? You've conquered Taurus City. You gained Shining Mithril Chest X1. Venomscale City and its 60,000 lizard folks are seeking affiliation under your banner. Accept? You've conquered Venomscale City. You gained Elegant Mithril Chest X1. Thousand Wolves City and its 60,000 wolf folks are seeking affiliation under your banner. Accept? You've conquered Thousand Wolves City. You gained Gorgeous Mithril Chest X1. Feral Tiger City and its 15,321 tiger folks are seeking affiliation under your banner. Accept? You've conquered Feral Tiger City. You gained Shining Bronze Chest X1. Within a few days, numerous similar messages appeared. There were over a dozen of such messages, including a large city with a population of over 100,000, 5 medium-sized cities with populations ranging from 20,000 to 80,000, and more than 10 medium to large tribes. The demon lord was extremely satisfied. He knew that his elves, orcs, dwarves, gnomes, and other subordinates were diligently executing their tasks according to the plan. This very fact proved that the truly stubborn and obstinate ones were the minority. Most city and tribal leaders were not blind to the situation. Although surrendering to the Demon King meant that the city's treasury and savings would be taken by the Demon King's subordinates, and a whopping 70% of future profits from production and business would be allocated as tribute to the Darkness City, it may not be as dire as it seems. After all, how much could the indigenous forest dwellers accumulate in terms of wealth? The Chaos Forest was a highly underdeveloped wilderness, where most races and members of various cities and tribes struggled and fought for a meager meal. Take the example of the Jauntry City. Since joining forces with the Demon King, it had experienced rapid development and become one of the most prosperous cities in the Chaos Forest. Even the Berserk Beast City, notorious for its terrible reputation and savage nature, now had 30,000 orcs employed as laborers to exploit a large gold mine under the Demon King's assistance. As of now, the value of the gold they excavate on a daily basis alone amounts to millions of gold coins in the continent. Even if a significant portion was handed over to the Darkness City, the remaining daily profit surpassed what the Berserk Beast City used to earn through plunder and pillage. Furthermore, with increased efficiency in gold mining, the development and exploitation of over a dozen other large mineral veins would be imminent. Berserk Beast City, with the help of draconian laborers, had constructed a large smelting workshop and an equipment manufacturing center. In the future, the Demon King would aid the orcs by bringing in a group of exceptional dwarven craftsmen from the Ironheart City. It is conceivable that in a year or two, the Berserk Beast City would become Chaos Forest's largest source of minerals and one of the largest equipment manufacturing centers. It was conservatively estimated that the orc citizens would have their wealth increase by tenfold per capita by then. Furthermore, after pledging allegiance to the Demon King, the most challenging issue of food scarcity was no longer a problem. cities could directly purchase food from John Tree City and the Darkness City, which not only had good quality, stable supply, but also reasonable prices. Suffice to say, all the cities that pledged allegiance to the Demon King were now thriving in their newfound prosperity. On the contrary, cities that stubbornly refused to surrender or attempted treacherous tactics, like the notorious Magi Mojo City, met a grim fate. Once a bustling forest city with a population exceeding 100,000. It suffered the wrath of the Draconian Legion, resulting in a massacre of over 10,000 people. The horrifying incident spread like wildfire throughout the forest, sending shivers down the spines of other cities and tribes. Under such circumstances, only those with a severely abnormal mindset would persist in resisting against such insurmountable odds. Recent reports indicated that the Thunder Empire launched a full-scale assault with their official army to invade Chaos Forest, only to be decisively defeated by the Demon King at the Bloody Fortress. This victory sent a resounding message. The Dragon Demon King possessed the capability to fend off external forces from invading. For thousands and tens of thousands of years, one of the main reasons why the Chaos Forest had been in constant turmoil was the suppression and interference from external forces. However, the rise of the Dragon Demon King was unstoppable, even for the Thunder Empire. The unification of the forest was inevitable, and the cities and tribes naturally pledged their allegiance. Although Zhang Nu had anticipated such an outcome, the speed of progress and execution efficiency surpassed his expectations, which pleased him. He eagerly opened the treasure chests he had easily acquired. You've opened the Mithril treasure chest. You've gained Gold X1 million, Minotaur Base Camp X1, Blueprint, Earth Defense Tower X1, Life Gem X100, Dark Gem X100, Fire Gem X100. You've opened the Mithril treasure chest. You've gained Gold X700, 000, Lizard Folk Lair X1, Level 2 Normal Building Upgrade Scroll X1, Life Gem X100, Water Gem X100. You've opened the Mithril treasure chest. You've gained Gold X800, 000, Direwolf Taming Grounds X1, Blueprint, Wind Blade Tower X1, Life Gem X100, Wind Gem X100, Dark Gem X100. After opening over 10 treasure chests, Zhang Nu gained more than 4 million gold and a dozen blueprints, mainly ranging from level 2 to 3, with a focus on barracks and defense structures, which would greatly aid in territory development. In addition to the reward chests, the treasuries and accumulated wealth of various cities and tribes were promptly delivered to the Darkness City. Among the spoils were 2 million worth of gold, along with invaluable production materials and energy gems of multitude elements. With Zhang Nu's current reserves, even though he could not be considered filthy rich, it was still a substantial income. After tallying his disposable gold, he once again surpassed the mark of over 10 million. In addition, he acquired a considerable supply of energy gems. After careful planning, Zhang Nu made an important decision. He decided to create the first monarch of his own. At present, Zhang Nu had just enough resources to meet the upgrading requirements of an Earth Drake sovereign. In the recent battle at the Bloody Fortress, Zhang Nu obtained 2 level 5 souls and a substantial amount of level 2 and 3 souls, both in terms of quantity and quality. However, he still needed a little more souls to activate one of his level 5 talents. Considering his current formidable strength, Zhang Nu realized that instead of painstakingly collecting souls and using them all to activate a new talent, it would be more practical to allocate a portion of the soul resources to create a brand new monarch champion for the Darkness City. With this thought in mind, he immediately took action. Zhang Nu used the soul altar to synthesize a level 5 soul. With this, he had gathered 3 souls and then filled in the remaining energy gem shortage by spending several million gold on the Demon King market. Everything was set. Zhang Nu summoned Zhang San, the Earth Drake Grand Marshal, and led him to ascend the Demon King's altar. Upgrade Earth Drake Grand Marshal to Earth Drake Sovereign? The upgrade costs 10 million gold plus 2,000 dark gems plus 2,000 earth gems plus 3 level 5 hero souls. Upgrade. Zhang Nu confidently confirmed his choice. The Demon King altar erupted in a powerful blaze of light, so intense that it made it impossible to keep one's eyes open. The radiance persisted for several minutes before fading away, replaced by an aura of majesty and dominance. The draconian Grand Marshal, Zhang San, underwent a remarkable transformation. His scales retained their semi-transparent diamond-like texture, emitting a subtle golden glow, resembling a piece of art crafted from the finest yellow diamond. Notably, his height and physique had increased significantly, expanding by at least 3 or 4 times. Even in his humanoid draconian form, he stood imposingly at nearly 5 meters tall. Zhang Nu immediately opened Zhang San's information panel and glanced at it. Earth Drake Sovereign, Zhang San, Level 5 Monarch Unit. HP 8500, MP 3150, Strength, Constitution 680, Agility 350, Will 355, Loyalty 100%, Locked, Fatigue 10%, Hunger 10%. Skill, Earth Drake Sovereign Form, Talent, Earth Domain, Talent, Gravity Manipulation, Talent, Adamantine Dragon Body, Talent, Earth Drake Sovereign Fear, Talent, Adamantine Dragon Scales, a rank, Dragon Sovereign Aura, a rank, Chi Aura, a rank, Earth Aura, a rank, etc. This transformation was nothing short of extraordinary. Ascending from a level 4 overlord to a level 5 monarch, Zhang San had undergone a profound metamorphosis that extended far beyond a mere increase in rank. As the Earth Drake Sovereign, he not only awakened his own unique monarch's domain but also unlocked an array of talents exclusive to those of his exalted status. One such talent was gravity manipulation. This ability allowed the Earth Drake Sovereign to better suppress foes in combat, compensating for its relatively slower speed. Moreover, through the manipulation of gravity, Zhang San could achieve flight, overcoming the inherent disadvantage of the Earth Drake species' inability to soar through the skies. Furthermore, Zhang San now possessed the same adamantine dragon body talent as Zhang Nu. This extraordinary skill bolstered his defense significantly, while simultaneously reflecting the force of incoming attacks. Armed with unparalleled defensive capabilities, he could now counteract besieging assaults by reflecting the incoming damage. "Thank you, my master, for this promotion." Zhang San's voice trembled with excitement. He could hardly believe that he had been given the opportunity to become the Earth Drake Sovereign. Zhang Nu nodded, his expression filled with satisfaction. "From this moment forward, you are the sole monarch-level presence among the Draconians in the Darkness City, aside from myself." With unwavering determination, Zhang San replied, "I will never let you down, my lord. I shall dedicate my newfound power to the Darkness City, and I am prepared to give my life in service to you." Monarchs were known for their immense pride, often unwilling to bow down to others. However, Zhang Nu had no worries in this regard. Zhang San was merely a summoned subordinate of the Draconian lineage. These types of subordinates obtained through summoning possessed an unyielding loyalty towards their master, with their allegiance securely locked in place. Even if Zhang San became a mythic dragon or even a more powerful being, let alone a mere monarch, his loyalty to the Demon King would never waver. With the addition of the Earth Drake Sovereign, Zhang San, as the Demon King's second monarch-level subordinate, the might and power of the territory and legion of the Demon King grew exponentially. Disclaimer: this chapter mentions discrimination against Japanese people. We don't condone or support any type of racism. Rather than removing or altering the contents of the chapter, our intention is to acknowledge the presence of racism and caution our readers to approach the subject matter with sensitivity. Zhang San had ascended to the position of the Earth Drake Sovereign, adding another monarch-level unit to their ranks. This was indeed a cause for celebration, but the cost and expenditure involved were not insignificant. Gold and gems were being spent in extravagant amounts. However, that was of little concern to Zhang Nu. With his current earning capacity, even without launching large-scale wars, he could easily recoup the expenses. It was the 3 souls that caused Zhang Nu a slight tinge of regret. After all, they were souls of level 5 quality. For a Demon King, souls held utmost importance as the souls not only facilitated their own power advancement and growth, but also served as essential materials for producing top-tier units. Furthermore, certain specialized buildings and functions within the domain also required souls as a necessary resource, further depleting their stock. Apart from that, since Zhang Nu intended to establish a Demon King alliance that would assist him and create benefits for him, relying solely on the Holy Grail of Blood's blood wine to forcibly control them would not suffice. He wanted these Demon Kings to be wholeheartedly devoted to serving him, and in addition to providing them with opportunities to earn wealth and share benefits, as well as avenues for their growth and advancement. Furthermore, as the level of these Demon King subordinates increased and their summoned units became more powerful, it would also benefit Zhang Nu himself. Recognizing this, he believed it was essential to maintain a stockpile of souls as a valuable resource. These souls would serve as leverage, allowing him to allocate soul quotas to the Demon Kings based on their performance and contributions, enabling them to acquire souls at market prices or even at discounted rates whenever they needed. It was precisely because of this that Zhang Nu had a tremendous demand for souls. Although the Chaos Forest might harbor tens of thousands of heroes, their levels were not particularly high. Even if he were to hunt them all down, it would not necessarily allow Zhang Nu to advance to level 6. And what would he do after exterminating them all? Zhang Nu realized the necessity of expanding the ways and sources to acquire souls. In addition to the conventional method of obtaining souls by killing heroes, trading heroes' souls as a commodity through the Demon King market was also an option. However, despite the presence of cash-strapped Demon Kings who were willing to sell souls in the market, the quantity available was limited and the prices were generally exorbitant. Even with sufficient funds, acquiring souls was not guaranteed, and even if successful, the cost-effectiveness was questionable. The truth was, the demand for souls was exceptionally high for level 5 Demon Kings like Zhang Nu. Purchasing a few souls here and there would be insignificant, akin to a drop in the bucket. For the past few days, Zhang Nu had been staying in the castle, not simply lazing around. In fact, during this time, he closely monitored the Demon King market and the Demon King channels. After several days of observation and research, Zhang Nu not only gained a more detailed understanding of the market conditions in each district, allowing him to maximize profits in future business dealings, but he also discovered a great business opportunity. This opportunity was useless to others and currently, there were only a few Demon Kings who could seize it. Zhang Nu was one of the rare few who could capitalize on this chance. At this moment, Zhang Nu once again opened the Demon King channel. He filtered through some of the chat content related to souls and randomly selected a conversation, which roughly went as follows. Buying souls. Buying level 4 souls with high prices. Why would you need level 4 souls? Level 2 and 3 souls serve the same purpose, don't they? Instead of risking your life against level 4 heroes, it's better to handle a few more level 3 ones. Don't even mention it. I've reached level 4 only to discover that the most elite new units require soul consumption, specifically level 4 souls. I've reached level 4 too. This man speaks the truth. Level 4 souls are hard to come by, and level 4 heroes are not easy to deal with. If someone is willing to offer a level 4 soul, I'm willing to trade 10 level 3 souls in return. From these conversations, it was evident that the number of level 4 Demon Kings was gradually increasing. Once these top-notch Demon King players reached level 4, many of them realized the significance of level 4 hero souls. Not only were they superior and powerful souls, but they were also essential materials. Level 4 souls were already scarce, and now they held even greater value as materials. The demand among the high-end Demon King community far exceeded the supply. Many Demon Kings were willing to pay high prices to acquire them, but only a few were willing to part with their level 4 souls. This presented a business opportunity, and the key to it laid in the powerful level 5 building of the Darkness City, the Soul Altar. The Soul Altar, a level 5 building, had the capability to synthesize higher-level souls by merging lower-level souls. Different levels of souls offered varying amounts of talent points when sacrificed by Demon Kings, even if there was a disparity in quality among souls of the same grade. Level 1 soul, 1 to 5, talent points. Level 2 soul, 20 to 30, talent points. Level 3 Soul, 200 to 300, talent points. Level 4 Soul, 1000 to 1500, talent points. Level 5 Soul, 5000 to 8000, talent points. During the soul synthesis process at the soul altar, there was virtually no loss of souls, which meant something significant. Zhang Nu could throw a pile of level 2 and 3 souls into the altar. If the souls possessed a total of 3000 talent points, he could divide them into 3 parts and synthesize them, resulting in 3 level 4 souls. In other words, the highly valuable level 4 souls, whose market demand was gradually increasing, could be mass-produced by Zhang Nu using the soul altar in the Darkness City. Within this opportunity, there undoubtedly existed considerable profit potential. With this thought in mind, Zhang Nu decided to give it a try. He took 50 level 3 souls and placed them all into the soul altar. Zhang Nu sensed that they had a total value of approximately 11,250 talent points. To avoid any wastage and unnecessary surplus, he retrieved 1 soul from the altar, leaving 49 souls that added up to just over 11,000 points. Would you like to synthesize level 4 souls? This synthesis costs 220,000 gold. The soul synthesis function of the soul altar was not free. It required 20,000 gold to synthesize a level 4 soul and 200,000 gold to synthesize a level 5 soul. For Zhang Nu, this processing cost was negligible. Furthermore, soul synthesis was a highly intricate process. With the level 5 soul altar, it could produce 1 soul every 2 hours. Operating continuously for 24 hours a day, it could synthesize a maximum of 12 souls per day. That was more than enough. Let the synthesis begin. On the following day, Zhang Nu obtained 11 new souls. These souls had just reached the standard for level 4 souls. If he offered them as sacrifices at the Demon King's altar, each soul would provide exactly 1,000 talent points. Zhang Nu then opened his player interface and posted a message on every channel. Selling level 4 souls. Do not want gold, only soul exchanges are accepted. 1 level 4 soul for 10 level 3 souls. Direct trade for those who are interested. The Demon King forum immediately buzzed with excitement. Level 4 souls? Now this is a rare sight. This is unbelievable. I haven't even encountered a level 4 hero, and there are already players trading level 4 souls. Hey, buddy, I'll offer 500,000 gold for the soul. 500,000 gold coins for a level 4 soul? Are you kidding? Are you sure your head is alright? I'll offer 800,000. Sell it to me. 850,000. 900,000. You fools upstairs. Can't you read? They clearly said they don't want money. Before making your bids, at least check who the person is. It's none other than the renowned Potato Demon King. Do you really think he needs your meager amount of gold? Don't try to show off your wealth before a genuine tycoon. For now, there was no immediate response. Zhang Nu patiently waited, continuing to monitor the situation. After approximately 10 minutes, a player sent a message from Channel 7. Nightmare Serpent Blake, I'll take the level 4 soul. Judging by the name, this Demon King seemed to be of Western origin. Nightmare Serpent Blake appeared quite anxious, as if afraid of missing the opportunity and having the soul exchanged by someone else. Nightmare Serpent Blake, friend, are you available? Can we trade right away? Zhang Nu, certainly. The two completed the trade and Zhang Nu obtained 10 level 3 souls. He placed them on the weighing scale of the soul altar. The total value of the 10 level 3 souls brought by Nightmare Serpent Blake reached 2,250 points. In other words, Zhang Nu made a net profit of 1,250 points, with a remarkable profit margin of 125%. It felt exhilarating. Zhang Nu could not help but burst into laughter. Just then, a private message arrived from Channel 9. Demon Domain Sea Serpent Saito Kaya, hello, 10 level 3 souls seem to be a bit too much. Can we exchange 8 for 1? Judging by the name, it appeared to be someone from the island nation. Zhang Nu could not help but sneer inwardly. Just a measly island nation woman, it was already generous of him to even sell to her. How dare she try to negotiate the price? Zhang Nu replied bluntly, no bargaining. There was a minute of silence. Demon Domain Sea Serpent Saito Kaya, alright then, 10 it is. May I proceed with the trade? The trade was completed. Another 10 souls were obtained. This time, the weighing resulted in approximately 2,300 points. The quality of souls offered by this island nation woman was quite good. Subsequently, more and more inquiries poured in. Since Zhang Nu had access to 10 Demon King channels, it was easy to sell all the 11 level 4 souls that were synthesized. He traded 11 level 4 souls for a substantial number of level 3 souls. The total value of the souls reached an astonishing 24,090 points. A remarkable profit of 13,090 points was made. The additional cost incurred was merely 220,000 gold, along with some time and effort. The bloody fortress was now guarded by the Fortress Legion. The Chaos Forest's major cities and tribes were being conquered by his subordinate elves, dwarves, and orcs. Zhang Nu had also dispatched Su Yan and Chen Guogua to deal with the forces of the Demon Kings and heroes. Zhang Nu remained stationed at the headquarters. There was not much to do. He simply busied himself with dealing in souls. To his surprise, he effortlessly earned such substantial profits. Zhang Nu allocated all the souls to the soul altar, anticipating a production of 24 level 4 souls in 2 days. These souls were valuable assets, whether for personal use or for selling in the Demon King channels. Currently, there were only a few Demon Kings capable of slaying level 4 heroes. Moreover, the Soul Altar, a rare level 5 building, had limited availability, as not many Demon Kings possessed the means to construct it. As more and more Demon Kings ascended to level 4, the short-term market for trading level 4 souls showed promising prospects. With his unique altar and competitive advantage, Zhang Nu can continuously acquire souls, rapidly strengthening his soul reserves. Without a doubt, at this stage, the soul altar in Zhang Nu's hands was truly a divine artifact for harvesting souls. Synthesizing 24 level 4 souls would cost him a maximum of 120 level 3 souls. He quickly calculated the numbers in his mind. If everything went smoothly, with a trade taking place every 2 days, exchanging 24 level 4 souls for 240 level 3 souls, he could profit a net gain of 120 souls each time. That would be an incredible amount of souls. If all these souls were to be sacrificed at the altar, even with a conservative estimate, he could obtain at least over 20,000 talent points in exchange. If Zhang Nu could earn an average of 20,000 talent points every 2 to 3 days, then it would only take him about 10 days to activate a level 5 talent. In theory, even if he did nothing and refrained from killing any heroes in the future, Zhang Nu could activate all 3 level 5 talents within a little over a month. How incredible was that? Keep in mind that these were level 5 talents. However, Zhang Nu was not one to rest on his laurels or refrain from eliminating heroes. It was simply not in his nature. Of course, all these calculations were purely theoretical. The actual situation would undoubtedly be more complex. Factors such as market fluctuations, the emergence of competitors, or the frequent exchange of level 4 souls for level 3 souls could potentially devalue the level 4 souls. It was difficult to predict the medium to long-term outcome. However, Zhang Nu believed that, in the short term at least, this business venture held immense potential. Moreover, he had simultaneous access to 10 Demon King channels, providing a large market and enough customers to absorb the supply. The value of level 4 souls would not easily depreciate. At that very moment, Li Si arrived to report a piece of news. The latest update from the Dark Dragon Chamber of Commerce has arrived. Zhang Nu then inquired, "How is the guild faring now?" Li Si replied, "The Dark Dragon Chamber of Commerce is currently thriving. They have gained considerable recognition in the local area and have recently received a massive order worth 100 million gold coins." A 100 million gold coin order? Zhang Nu immediately grasped the significance of the information. The mentioned 100 million gold coins undoubtedly referred to the currency of the continent. If converted to in-game gold coins, it would shrink to 1/10 of the value equivalent to 10 million gold. However, even with 10 million gold, it was by no means a small figure. Zhang Nu exclaimed, "They've already secured such a huge order in such a short period of time? I never expected the Dark Dragon Merchant Guild to grow even more formidable than I had imagined." Li Si replied, "It's all thanks to the high-quality potions from the elves, the exceptional equipment crafted by the dwarves, and the outstanding goods produced in the Darkness City. Their reputation in the local area is impeccable. However, the recent surge in orders for the Dark Dragon Merchant Guild has put a strain on their gnome caravan team's capacity to transport goods. Moreover, the risks have been increasing lately." Zhang Nu nodded. The growth rate of the Dark Dragon Chamber of Commerce was much faster than he had imagined. However, the logistics system of the Demon King had failed to keep up with the pace. The transportation of supplies and products from the Chaos Forest relied solely on a few gnome merchant teams. The journey from the Chaos Forest to the Azure Water Federation was not only distant but also treacherous, passing through rugged terrain and areas infested with powerful magical beasts and rampant bandits. The gnome merchants of Thousand Fangs City used to wander around various tribes and towns in the forest, engaging in small-scale trade. However, both their transportation capacity and self-defense capabilities had failed to keep up with the growing demands. This not only resulted in a shortage of supplies, but also carried the risk of being robbed along the way, ultimately leading to a loss of investment. After giving it some thought, Zhang Nu said, "I intend to personally participate in the transportation of these goods and make a trip to the Azure Water Federation." His decision surprised Li Si. "While this order worth 100 million is undoubtedly important, as our master, it seems unnecessary for you to personally escort it. It would be better for this old one to handle it on your behalf and ensure that all the goods are safely delivered to the Dark Dragon Merchant Guild." "No need," the Demon King shook his head. "I have been staying in the Darkness City for too long and I want to head out and clear my mind. Besides, I want to personally assess the development of the Dark Dragon Chamber of Commerce." As the will of the Demon King was absolute, Zhang Nu's decision was final. Li Si no longer attempted to dissuade him. However, Zhang Nu's intention to go out and clear his mind was not the primary reason for his decision. The main purpose was to construct a teleportation tower. The blueprint for the Tower of Teleportation did not have any requirements regarding the construction location. It was not limited to territories within the influence or occupation range, and could be built anywhere. However, regardless of where Zhang Nu wanted to construct the teleportation tower, the Demon King had to personally arrive in order to summon the structure. Thus, his true purpose for this journey was to expedite the construction of the teleportation tower. While the teleportation tower could transport people, it was also capable of transporting items. However, it could only achieve this through targeted teleportation. If the teleportation tower could be successfully built in the Azure Water Federation, it would be beneficial for the Dark Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Bulk items such as grain, equipment, and raw materials, which had large volumes and quantities, would still rely on merchant caravans for transportation. On the other hand, valuable treasures stored in Ironheart City and various potions in the Darkness City, which were small in size but highly valuable, could be directly delivered through spatial teleportation. Although the cost of spatial teleportation was relatively high, it was not only fast and efficient but also secure, alleviating the pressure of transportation. Using the advanced beast pen in Darkness City, Zhang Nu summoned 5,000 quadruped-winged beasts at once. These flying transportation units were entrusted to the gnome merchants of Thousand Fangs City to enhance the transportation capacity of their caravans. In the future, aerial transportation would be the primary method, with ground transportation serving as a secondary option. The next day, Zhang Nu set off. Accompanied by the gnome flying transport fleet, they traversed the treacherous mountains and vast forests of the Chaos Forest. Perhaps due to the overwhelming aura emanating from the Demon King, they had a smooth journey without encountering any attacks from magical beasts. After 2 days of traveling, the gnome transport convoy finally left the Chaos Forest and officially entered the territory of the Azure Water Federation. The Azure Water Federation was incredibly vast, with an area several times larger than that of the Chaos Forest, and a population exceeding 1 billion. Compared to the Chaos Forest, the terrain of the Azure Water Federation was more complex. Around 80% of its territory consisted of the sea, with only 20% being land. The land portion consisted of continents, forests, multiple peninsula regions, and countless islands. Excluding the underground world, it was the first time the Demon King had left the Chaos Forest since his meeting with the Succubus Queen. He witnessed the grandeur of the Federation's cities, which were significantly different from the forest cities of the Chaos Forest. These metropolises had populations of at least 1 million and surpassed the Chaos Forest in terms of population and commercial prosperity. In the northern part of the Azure Water Federation, there was a country called Pale Moon Kingdom. It was one of the dozens of member states within the Azure Water Federation. The city of Holy Tides was the second largest city and the largest commercial hub in the Pale Moon Kingdom. It was built on a massive island and had a population of 5 million people, boasting a vast harbor system. Countless magical ships were constantly flowing in and out. Passing by Holy Tide City, Zhang Nu took special notice of these ships. Among the thousands of giant merchant vessels, he discovered many heavy-duty ocean-going ships with capacities ranging from tens of thousands to over 100,000 tons. The shipping capacity of these vessels was on par with the super cargo ships of the previous world. Thanks to the assistance of magical formations for propulsion, their top speed on the sea was comparable to high-speed trains in the previous world. Therefore, maritime transportation was the mainstream mode of transportation in the Azure Water Federation, with ground and air transportation serving as auxiliary means. The flags of these cargo and merchant ships were diverse. Among them were not only ships from various states within the Azure Water Federation, but also vessels from other empires on the continent. The Azure Federation had a highly developed commercial sector, bordering multiple empire-level forces, and enjoying the advantages of extensive maritime transportation. It served as a regional commercial hub where trade could be conducted even with imperial caravans located hundreds of thousands of miles away. The potential market scale here reached tens of billions in value. This was precisely why the Demon King had sent the Dark Dragon Chamber of Commerce to establish a presence in the region. Near Holy Tide City, there were countless vast islands, and the headquarters of the Dark Dragon Merchant Guild was established on one of these seemingly desolate black islands where no vegetation grew. Upon Zhang Nu's arrival, numerous supporting structures had already been built on the island. The flag of the Dark Dragon Chamber of Commerce fluttered high, and there were several transport ships docked at the newly constructed small port, indicating that it had already achieved a considerable scale. Your Majesty! Rao Jian, a gnome hero and member of the Dragon's Shadow Heroes Guild, as well as the chairman of the Dark Dragon Chamber of Commerce, was greatly surprised to see the Demon King himself appear here. My identity must be kept secret, Zhang Nu said. You may refer to me as Mr. Long from now on. The hero, Rao Jian, quickly responded, Yes, Mr. Long. Mr. Long, do you have any special instructions for coming here personally? Zhang Nu explained the plan to build the teleportation tower to Rao Jian. Upon learning about the capabilities and functions of the teleportation tower, Rao Jian was overjoyed. That's fantastic. I don't think we need to look for another location. We can directly build it here on Dark Dragon Island. As it turned out, within this desolate island there was a large central space within the heart of the Dark Dragon Island, where the main warehouse of the Dark Dragon Merchant Guild was located. It had sufficient space to accommodate a teleportation tower. Contrary to other locations, this place was even safer. The waters surrounding Dark Dragon Island did not prohibit the use of spatial magic. By constructing the teleportation tower on this island, the influence of the Dragon Demon King would inevitably spread to the region of the Azure Water Federation, including the Kingdom of Pale Moon. After conducting an on-site investigation, Zhang Nu believed that it was feasible. Compared to other locations, it would be more convenient to build the tower directly at the headquarters of the Dark Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Connecting the teleportation tower directly to the Darkness City and the Dark Dragon Merchant Guild would greatly facilitate both management and protection in the future. Although the decision to build the teleportation tower was made, they still needed to wait for another day or two because the materials were not yet sufficient. Zhang Nu was not in a hurry. Teleportation tower blueprints were rare and costly to construct. He took advantage of the spare time to conduct further investigations. After all, the Azure Water Federation was a map several dozen to several hundred times larger than the chaotic and wild Chaos Forest. Moreover, unlike the disorder of the Chaos Forest, the Azure Water Federation was a civilized region, which meant that the intermingling of forces was more complex, requiring more research and consideration. Rao Jian took the initiative to report on the progress of the Dark Dragon Chamber of Commerce to the Demon King. The Merchant Guild had gained some reputation, but it had not yet firmly established itself. Rao Jian said, although the products from the Chaos Forest are of high quality and competitively priced, as the first commercial city of Pale Moon Kingdom, Holy Tide City is entangled with dozens, even hundreds of forces. The politics here are too complex. The Dark Dragon Chamber of Commerce is regarded as an outsider, and if we rush in and snatch a large portion of the market, it will certainly provoke the local powers, as well as various forces. We might even face various forms of suppression. Therefore, I suggest finding a significant local force in Holy Tide City to establish deep cooperation. Currently, one of the four major families, the White Sands family, is the best choice. The 100 million gold coin deal that we are about to complete comes precisely from the White Sands family. Zhang Nu had some doubts about the reliability of the White Sands family. Seeing the Demon King's hesitation, Rao Jian quickly explained, Your Majesty, there's no need to worry. It's actually quite fortunate for us. The White Sands family is one of the four major families in Holy Tide City and is a long-established merfolk tribe in the Pale Moon Kingdom. The family head has high prestige in Holy Tide City and is said to be the most favorable candidate for the next city lord. Upon hearing this, the Demon King became even more puzzled. Merfolk tribes were considered nobility among the aquatic races. It was said that over 6,000 years ago, during the reign of the Azure Water Empress, she herself was a merfolk. The status of the merfolk tribe among the marine races was comparable to that of elves among the continental races. This race was renowned in the world for their beauty, elegance, nobility, passion, and powerful water-based magic talents. The White Sands tribe was one of the four major families in Holy Tide City and was even the next ruling family in line. It would be good for the Dark Dragon Chamber of Commerce to form an alliance with this family, but the issue was that the other party's status seemed overly dominant. Rao Jian continued, about a little over a month ago, the White Sands family encountered a major incident. The head and high-ranking members of the family were ambushed and killed during their return voyage, causing significant damage to the family's foundation. This incident caused quite a stir, and it was said that the assailant behind the ambush was a tremendously powerful oceanic demon king from the depths of the sea. Afterwards, the Pale Moon Kingdom swiftly mobilized its army in collaboration with the Holy Tide City's Heroes Guild to hunt down and eliminate the Demon King in the treacherous depths of the sea trench. At first glance, it seemed that the situation had come to a close. However, what unfolded afterward? Here's the most intriguing part. Rao Jian paused for a moment before continuing. After the death of the White Sands family head, several of their elders immediately announced their separation from the family. Simultaneously, the White Sands family found itself besieged on multiple fronts in Holy Tide City. Their businesses, industries, and partnerships were systematically targeted and eroded by rival families, resulting in significant losses. The family's very survival now hangs in the balance. Zhang Nu had now understood the whole situation. He realized that the merfolk family had fallen victim to a meticulously orchestrated scheme. That would explain why they faced simultaneous attacks from multiple families. The Holy Tide City's merchant guilds were coerced by other forces, most succumbed to the pressure. interrupting their trade with the White Sands family, and even deliberately withholding their goods. This was obviously done with the intention of completely dismantling the White Sands family's business in one fell swoop. They wanted to make it impossible for these merfolk to survive in Holy Tide City, ultimately forcing them to relinquish all their businesses and assets and slink back to the sea in defeat. This situation presented a golden opportunity for the Dark Dragon Chamber of Commerce. The White Sands family was in dire need of the Merchant Guild's resources and assistance to regain their foothold. Meanwhile, the Dark Dragon Chamber of Commerce sought to leverage the White Sands family's esteemed position in Holy Tide City for their own benefit. However, opportunities would often come with risks. Provoking certain local powers could pose a challenge for the merfolk, who may not be able to handle it at present. Zhang Nu could not simply dispatch a legion of Draconians to assist them either. If a large-scale foreign race or army were to appear within their territory, even the loosely organized Azure Water Federation would undoubtedly become vigilant. Resolving this issue would be the next consideration. Then, the lizard folk hero, Xiao Long, approached and said, "Chieftain Shui Yao has set off and will arrive here by evening." Rao Jian promptly introduced to the Demon King, saying, "Shui Yao is the youngest daughter of the former family head. Her father and brother have both perished, making her the new leader of the White Sands family." Upon hearing this, Zhang Nu's curiosity was piqued. He decided to personally assess the true nature of these merfolk. Rao Jian quickly issued orders, saying, "The Baisha family has come to take delivery. Prepare the necessary arrangements without delay." Upon hearing this, Zhang Nu's curiosity was piqued. He decided to personally assess the true nature of these merfolk. Rao Jian quickly issued orders, saying, "The White Sands family has come to retrieve their goods. Prepare the necessary arrangements without delay." Several hours later, a small fleet of 6 ships arrived. A group of elite merfolk warriors disembarked from the vessels. White Sands Family Merfolk Guard, Level 3 Elite. White Sands Family Merfolk Mage, Level 3 Elite. White Sands Family Guard Captain, Level 3 Lord. White Sands Family Chief Steward, Level 4 Lord. White Sands Family Chieftain, Shui Yao, Level 4 Lord. Skills: Merfolk Form, Talent, Advanced Water Immunity, Talent, Siren's Melody, B rank, Water Elemental Summoning, B rank, Whirlpool of Death, B rank, Water Barrier, B rank, Water Healing, B rank, etc. Description: Shui Yao, the legitimate successor of the White Sands family, one of the 4 prominent families in the Azure Water Federation's Holy Tide City. Possessing formidable psychic and water-based magical talents, she reluctantly shoulders the responsibilities of family leadership due to the recent upheavals they have faced. Shui Yao emerged, escorted by the merfolk guards. She possessed an appearance identical to that of a human, especially with her long and fair legs that easily caught people's attention. Merfolk were an amphibious intelligent race, and the higher-ranking ones possessed the innate ability to transform into their mermaid-like form. In water, they could become half human and half fish, using gills behind their ears to breathe and residing underwater indefinitely. When on land, they could transform into a humanoid form that was almost indistinguishable from humans in terms of appearance. If one were to search for differences, merfolk possessed exceptionally outstanding beauty and temperament. Their serene and elegant aura was something ordinary humans lacked. Shui Yao was relatively young among the merfolk, roughly equivalent to a human age of around 16 or 17. With the sudden demise of her parents and elder brother, she was forced to step up and shoulder the responsibilities. The deaths of her parents and brother were already significant blows, but what made Shui Yao feel even more helpless was the internal strife leading to the departure of several merfolk elders and the betrayal of the family's former partners. Even without much experience in dealing with such matters, she could sense that this was a massive conspiracy targeting their family from start to finish. The deaths of her parents and brother were not accidents. All the other 3 major families were under suspicion, and the Holy Tide City Heroes Guild was likely directly involved. Shui Yao was filled with anger, but she had no inclination for revenge at the moment. The immediate priority was to stabilize the situation, as the fate of the family teetered on the brink of collapse in her hands. If she could not turn the tide, the White Sands family, consisting of hundreds of thousands of merfolk, would struggle to sustain their livelihoods. Currently, the major guilds in Holy Tide City used various excuses, delays, or outright refusal to cooperate with the White Sands family. Fortunately, they encountered the newly arrived Dark Dragon Chamber of Commerce at this critical moment. She hoped their goods would truly be reliable. Rao Jian quickly stepped forward and said, "Honorable Chieftain Shui Yao, it is an immense honor to have you personally visit the headquarters of the Dark Dragon Chamber of." Shui Yao interrupted, saying, "Chairman, there's no need for pleasantries. Where are the potions and materials we ordered?" Rao Jian smiled and replied, "Rest assured, they are all prepared and awaiting inspection." The draconian laborers began moving the items. The merfolk steward activated their appraisal skill to conduct the inspection. A look of pleasant surprise appeared on the elderly merfolk's face. Such exceptional quality. The potions are incredibly pure. Miss, this craftsmanship is truly elven. It surpasses the quality of our previous purchases. Upon hearing these words, the merfolks rejoiced. The quality of this batch of potions was exceptionally high, yet the prices were even cheaper than other merchants. Great, this is excellent news. The business of the White Sands family is saved. Shui Yao was equally overwhelmed with joy. She forcefully suppressed her emotions and expressed her gratitude, saying, "Chairman, thank you. The Dark Dragon Chamber of Commerce has been a true savior for the White Sands family, and we will always remember this act of kindness." Rao Jian replied, regarding the final payment. "Don't worry, the White Sands family has never defaulted on debts, especially not to the Dark Dragon Merchant Guild, who has extended a helping hand in our time of dire need." Shui Yao gestured, and the merfolk guards brought forth chests filled with gold. The Dark Dragon Merchant Guild meticulously counted the amount, and everything was in order. Shui Yao spoke, "In addition to requiring more potions, we are also preparing to procure a substantial quantity of equipment, ores, and medicinal herbs. I will instruct our steward to maintain constant communication with the chairman." Rao Jian was overjoyed. The first transaction had gone smoothly, and it amounted to a staggering 100 million gold coins. The White Sands family was undoubtedly financially robust. If they were to receive several more large orders like this, would the Dark Dragon Chamber of Commerce ever have to worry about their performance? Under Shui Yao's leadership, the merfolk swiftly loaded the goods onto their ship. Without delay, Shui Yao bid her farewell and departed. Gold discovered. Would you like to convert? The Demon Lord promptly converted the gold. Gold successfully converted. Gold plus 10.05 million. The gold that the merfolk had paid was instantly transformed into a sum of 10 million in-game gold, further enhancing their financial status. You've done an exceptional job. Zhang Nu would not let his subordinates down. The Dark Dragon Chamber of Commerce currently held several tens of millions of mainland gold coins. A portion was allocated for the guild's daily operations, while another part was set aside as bonuses to reward the team. Furthermore, each Dragon's Shadow hero received a premium B-grade skill stone as a gift. The three of them were overjoyed by these rewards. Zhang Nu was highly pleased with the performance of the Dark Dragon Merchant Guild and gained even greater confidence in the market potential of the Azure Water Federation. To think that just a local family, albeit one in decline, could easily produce such a substantial sum of money. This place was wealthier than he had imagined. The Dark Dragon Chamber of Commerce needed to focus on effective management and increase their investments. The future success of lifting the entire Chaos Forest out of poverty and into prosperity depended on them. The merfolk girl possessed significant value for leverage. She was currently entangled in major troubles, presenting a golden opportunity for the Demon King. Beneath the calm and tranquil surface, numerous figures lay dormant. Most of them stood at a towering height of 2.5 meters, adorned with thick, grayish-white skin, shark-like heads, and razor-sharp teeth. They were the Sharkmen, a formidable marine race. The shark folk were known for their ferocious and bloodthirsty nature, with significantly enhanced combat capabilities in marine environments. A gathering of several thousand shark folk formed an undeniable force that should not be underestimated. Moreover, these were not ordinary shark folk warriors. They were members of the savage shark pirates. As the name suggested, they were pirates of the sea. The Azure Water Federation consisted of around 80% maritime territories, fostering a flourishing trade and commerce scene that naturally gave rise to countless pirates. Although piracy was rampant in the Azure Water Federation, pirates generally avoided operating in close proximity to major powers or forces. However, this location was merely a few hundred miles away from the city of Holy Tides. Setting an ambush here was extremely risky, yet these pirates seemed unconcerned. Because they knew their operation would not be disturbed. These sharkfolk leaders not only served as the captain of the savage shark pirates, but also held high positions within the Holy Tide City Heroes Guild, boasting formidable power at the level of a level 4 overlord. Stay sharp, everyone. This is a big catch. Completing this deal will yield profits for the next 5 to 6 years. Inspired by the words of the sharkfolk hero, the pirate crew's eyes gleamed with greed. Several merfolks among them, responsible for surveillance, opened their eyes. They're here. Target confirmed. It's Shui Yao. White Sands ship. These merfolk were elders of the White Sands family, but they also held the identities of heroes. At this moment, it was evident that they stood on the side of the heroes and participated in the operation. Attack, roared the sharkfolk hero. Thousands of sharkfolk surged forward like tightly stretched arrows, launching a swift assault. The merfolk guards were caught off guard, resulting in immediate casualties. What's happening? Are these pirates? How can there be pirates near Holy Tide City? The merfolk steward hastily protected Shui Yao and said, "Full speed ahead, get away from here, escape these damn shark folks. Once we reach the vicinity of Holy Tide City, we'll be safe." Before the ship's acceleration magical formation could be activated, water surged from all directions. Shui Yao spotted the merfolk mage who casted this spell. It was too late. All 6 merfolk vessels were trapped by a massive barrier. Her expression changed dramatically as she exclaimed, "You traitors!" The merfolk steward seethed with anger. "Not only did you betray the family in a critical moment, but you also colluded with pirates to harm our young master. It's unforgivable." The merfolk were all filled with rage. The White Sands family had treated these elders generously, yet they had committed such a despicable act of ingratitude. One merfolk hero laughed heartily and said, "Those who recognize the situation are the true heroes. The major families in Holy Tide City are already under the control of the Heroes Guild. Now, if the White Sand family collapses, nearly half of Holy Tide City will fall into our hands. The future lord of the city will also be one of us. How do you think we should choose?" The other heroes present displayed excitement. With Holy Tide City's population of millions and its status as the largest commercial city in the Pale Moon Kingdom, if such a city were to be controlled by the heroes, who could resist them in the future? Dominating the entire region was within reach. The plan was nearing completion. Now, the most important thing was to completely eliminate the obstacles posed by the White Sands family. After all, this family had a long history, deep roots, and enjoyed a high reputation and popularity in Holy Tide City. The merfolk steward raised his staff and declared, "Even if it costs me my life, I will never let you succeed." He began to invoke an incantation, preparing to confront the traitors. At that moment, a figure pierced through the deck at an astonishing speed, swiftly launching an attack. With a single claw, it struck the merfolk steward's heart. "You have no chance. Die." The shark hero grinned wickedly and severed the steward's neck. The steward's head with its wide, staring eyes fell to the ground. Shui Yao let out a cry of grief and fury, "No." Although the steward held a low position in the family, he had watched her grow up, and their relationship was akin to that of family members. Having him being slain before her eyes dealt a tremendous blow to the merfolk girl. The members of the savage shark pirate crew were all powerful, and with the element of surprise and their overwhelming numbers, Shui Yao's merfolk guards fell one by one. The outcome was clear. The young merfolk heiress had no chance of escape. The shark hero taunted, "Now I have no problem telling you that I was also involved in the operation to kill your parents and brother. They were much more difficult to deal with than you, we paid quite the significant price." Shui Yao, filled with sorrow and anger, exclaimed, "It was indeed you." The shark hero laughed heartily. "After killing them, we conveniently blamed a demon king whom we had never been able to defeat. As a result, we gained quite a few benefits." Shui Yao gritted her teeth, "You will face retribution." At that moment, a merfolk hero shouted, "Hey, stop fooling around and kill her already. What are you babbling about? Fuck off, I was about to finish her." Retribution? Haha. Those are just words weaklings use to console themselves. I'd love to see what retribution looks like. But you won't have the chance. The shark hero struck several blows, shattering Shui Yao's magical barrier. What a pity. Such a beautiful woman. Going to die before I could have any fun with you. The shark warrior expressed his regret, but he showed no mercy in his actions. Facing against a formidable level 4 overlord hero, Shui Yao had no chance of victory. She watched as the icy blade was about to descend upon her. It was over. She was doomed. Shui Yao refused to accept it. The deaths of her parents, brother, uncles, dozens of elders, and thousands of clan members, as well as the steward, had yet to be avenged. By the grace of the goddess of the sea. If I can seek revenge, I'm willing to pay any price. In her heart, Shui Yao uttered a desperate prayer. And as if in response to the goddess of the sea herself, the blade suddenly halted before her. Who the hell are you? The shark hero was taken aback as he witnessed a figure even more imposing and robust than himself suddenly appear before him, effortlessly catching his striking blade. And moreover, he caught it barehanded. Aren't you curious about what retribution looks like? Zhang Nu smiled and remarked, I suppose it would resemble someone like me. The shark hero grew furious. Who do you think you are? How dare you interfere with our affairs? Do you even know who we are? Die. In that moment, a fierce surge of qi erupted from the shark hero's body. Undeterred, Zhang Nu stood his ground, allowing the battle aura to strike him. As a result, he sustained minimal damage as the adamantium dragon body deflected most of the attack back at his assailant. -305. The shark hero let out a pained scream, his body thrown back 10 meters, covered in scales-deep wounds. It finally dawned on him that this opponent's strength far surpassed his expectations. Who are you, really? Why are you doing this? Zhang Nu extended a finger, saying, Does a demon king require a reason to slay a hero? In the next instant, a bolt of thunderflame was shot forth. The shark hero's face contorted with fear as his body was pierced through instantaneously. The shark hero did not perish immediately. With eyes wide open, he stared in disbelief at the basketball-sized hole in his chest. He could not fathom how his mighty level 4 overlord strength failed to withstand a single blow from his adversary. A demon king? This person was a demon king? How could there exist such an immensely powerful demon king in this world? If a demon king of this magnitude were in the vicinity, it would be inconceivable for the Heroes Guild of Holy Tide City to remain oblivious to it. You've slain a level 4 hero. Hero Soul, +1. Skill Stone, +2. The captain is dead. With only a finger. He dispatched the captain with a mere flick of his finger. Both the savage shark pirate crew and the members of the Heroes Guild were paralyzed by fear, desperately attempting to escape by plunging into the sea. Fleeing? No one flees without my permission. Zhang Nu unleashed his domain skill. Within a radius of 1 kilometer, centered around him, all targets vanished. Of course, they did not truly disappear, but were forcefully pulled into a unique realm, reminiscent of the depths of an abyss or the desolate corners of the universe. Countless sharkfolk and merfolk heroes were suspended in the empty void. These marine beings frantically waved their limbs, grasping for anything, experiencing the sensation of drowning for the first time. It's over. He's a monarch. This is the legendary monarch's domain. We're doomed. We can't overcome a monarch like him. Why are you all scared shitless? He's but one person. We have thousands. Attack. We cannot escape anyways. Let's fight till the end. Right. Charge. Realizing they had no way out, their desperation ignited a fierce determination to resist. Not bad for a band of pirates. Since it has come to this, let me show you my new technique. Zhang Nu activated his evil god talent, the source of corruption, depleting a significant portion of his life force. Countless crimson mists surged from his body, coalescing and swirling around him, converging into the form of a blood dragon. In the next instant, the blood mist dragon surged forth. Combining its astonishing speed and teleportation, it swiftly pierced through the bodies of every individual present. Initially, those impaled by the blood dragon displayed no immediate response, but soon abnormalities arose. What is this? What is happening to my body? No, please stop. Cease this torment. The people felt their bodies losing consciousness, their MP rendered useless. Subsequently, they witnessed their flesh decaying, overwhelming sensations of terror, agony, and despair engulfing their very souls. All of a sudden, echoes of screams filled the void. Zhang Nu found it excessively noisy, thus, he manipulated time, accelerating it tenfold. Although Shui Yao was drawn into the domain, she remained untouched by the onslaught of corrupted blood. She witnessed the entire horrifying spectacle unfold. The Demon King merely emitted a crimson aura, undetectable by its magical fluctuations. Countless shark folks then fell victim to this aura, rapidly decaying from head to toe. Their flesh, weapons, and armor disintegrated into dust. In mere seconds, thousands of lives vanished. Not a single speck of their fragment remained. You've slain a savage shark pirate's crew member. Gold plus 200. You've slain a savage shark pirate's crew member. Gold plus 200. You've slain a savage shark pirate's high-ranking member. Gold plus 500. You've slain a merfolk elder. Gold plus 120,000. Even Zhang Nu was astonished. He merely intended to test his new ability. He never anticipated that combining the corrupted blood skill with his domain would yield such remarkable results. By converting his life force into corrupted blood and swiftly spreading it through his monarch's domain, he injected it into the bodies of his adversaries, launching a devastating assault with its corrupting and eroding effect. He never fathomed the potency of its corrupting effect. It persisted until nothing but remnants remained. If the Eye of Death was a tool for instant boss slaying, then the corrupted blood proved to be an immediate and formidable force against these relatively weak to mid-tier units. The domain was lifted. Shui Yao returned to the deck, her eyes filled with disbelief as she gazed at the majestic figure before her. She was still struggling to recover from the overwhelming shock. You're a monarch. Judging by his appearance, there was no doubt that he belonged to the dragon race. The status and position of a dragon monarch was incredibly exalted. How could such a great being appear here, and why did he rescue her from these pirates? Wait. A sudden realization struck Shui Yao. To her knowledge, the true dragons on the continent lacked the ability to transform into draconians. That was a unique talent possessed only by some abyssal dragons in the abyssal world. Therefore, draconians were an incredibly rare race on this continent. Before this encounter, she had only seen draconians in one place. And that place was none other than the headquarters of the Dark Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Could it be mere coincidence? Highly unlikely. You come from the Dark Dragon Chamber of Commerce? And you're a demon king as well? Zhang Nu smiled faintly. Impressive. You're even smarter than I anticipated. I don't come from the Dark Dragon Chamber of Commerce. To be precise, I am the behind-the-scenes master of the Dark Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Shui Yao had heard some insider information. These rumors spoke of an immensely powerful demon king residing in the Chaos Forest of the North, a figure that even the Thunder Empire struggled against. The Dark Dragon Merchant Guild had obvious ties to the Chaos Forest, otherwise, they would not be able to transport large quantities of products crafted by elves and dwarves to the Azure Water Federation. A demon king with the power of a monarch, and he claimed to be the secret mastermind behind the Dark Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Under these circumstances, his identity and origins were not difficult to deduce. I wouldn't save a stranger without reason, and I believe you have already guessed my identity. So now you have two choices, Zhang Nu stated. First, follow me and become my subordinate. Join the Dark Dragon Merchant Guild and obey my commands. Second, I will allow you to depart from this world without any pain. Shui Yao did not hesitate for long. I am willing to pledge my allegiance to your majesty, the Demon King. However, I have one request: if given the opportunity, please help me avenge my parents by eradicating the Holy Tide City Heroes Guild. Granted, the Demon King replied without hesitation. For the Demon King, slaying hero was as natural as a wolf preying on sheep. Such a request did not require an explicit agreement. Whenever the opportunity presented itself, the Demon King would undoubtedly take the kills. White Sands family chieftain, Shui Yao, is seeking affiliation under your banner. Accept? Zhang Nu successfully recruited the merfolk girl, though only individually, not the entire White Sands family. Nevertheless, it did not matter. Step by step, he would proceed. For the time being, having this merfolk girl by his side was sufficient. Zhang Nu could not fully trust a newly recruited native subordinate, but to demonstrate her sincerity, the merfolk girl willingly drank a cup of Holy Grail of Blood's blood wine. The Holy Grail of Blood was equivalent to a powerful contract. The effect of its blood wine was enough to provide assurance. Zhang Nu realized that his journey had not been in vain. Wasn't he trying to establish a connection with an influential force to expand the Dark Dragon Chamber of Commerce's business and establish a foothold in the Azure Water Federation? Now, without exerting much effort, the leader of the White Sands family, the merfolk chieftain, had become a direct subordinate of the Demon King. This chess piece, although weak at the moment, was held by the Dragon Demon King himself. She would play a crucial role in the Demon King's development of the Dark Dragon Merchant Guild, as well as in his plans for the Azure Water Federation. As for pledging loyalty to the Demon King, Shui Yao felt no psychological pressure. Despite her young age, she had a keen mind and understood that this was an exceptional opportunity that could not be sought after. First and foremost, this life was saved by the Demon King. Merfolk were a race known for their gratitude. It was common for them to repay a debt of life by offering themselves in return. Thus, it did not matter to Shui Yao to pledge allegiance and devote herself to the Demon King. Moreover, the White Sands merfolk family was facing challenging circumstances. Although the Demon King's influence did not extend to the Azure Water Federation, the Dark Dragon Chamber of Commerce seemed promising. Only by receiving the assistance of the Demon King and the Merchant Guild could she lead her clan through this difficult time. From this moment on, Shui Yao became a member of the Dark Dragon Merchant Guild. She also became a resident of the Darkness City. Shui Yao had very limited knowledge about the Dark Dragon Chamber of Commerce and the Darkness City. She believed that since she had already decided to serve the Demon King, it was necessary to gain a deeper understanding of the Demon King, the Darkness City, and the Dark Dragon Chamber of Commerce. To this end, the Demon King agreed. He allowed Shui Yao to return to Dark Dragon Island and she would gain all the knowledge and information she desired. Shui Yao did not dare to delay and quickly gathered her clan members to transport the supplies back to the family headquarters. After handling the affairs, she paid another visit to Dark Dragon Island. Chieftain Shui Yao. We meet again. Rao Jian's face was filled with excitement as he said, Mr. Long has already informed me about your situation. From now on, we're in this together. We must wholeheartedly manage the Dark Dragon Chamber of Commerce and make a name for Mr. Long in the Azure Water Federation. Mr. Long? He must be referring to the Demon King. It seemed that the Demon King did not want to be discovered. Shui Yao asked, "Where is Mr. Long? I would like to visit him." Rao Jian smiled and said, "You're a bit late. Mr. Long is constantly busy with important affairs. He returned yesterday." "What? He left?" Shui Yao felt a bit frustrated and disappointed. After all, she was the chieftain of a prominent merfolk clan, but the fact that His Majesty the Demon King had taken her in but then neglected her made her feel undervalued. Rao Jian then suggested, "Although Mr. Long has already returned, Chieftain Shui Yao can go to his residence to find him. It's easier said than done. I can't simply leave everything behind." Shui Yao grew even more frustrated. The Chaos Forest was thousands of miles away. Even with the swiftest flying magical beast, it would still take 3 or 4 days for a round trip. Without explaining, Rao Jian simply said, "Follow me." Shui Yao felt perplexed as she followed the gnome into the heart of the island treasury. This was the guild's warehouse, heavily guarded with 3 large gates. As they walked towards the innermost section, Shui Yao sensed a fluctuation of energy. Before her eyes, a white tower, 20 meters tall, adorned with intertwined runic formations and emanating a mysterious aura, suddenly appeared. What is this? It's a teleportation tower created by Mr. Long. Rao Jian explained the function of the teleportation tower to Shui Yao. He added, "The 2 teleportation towers have been connected with transfer nodes. If you wish to visit the Darkness City or the Chaos Forest, you can go at any time. Mr. Long has already approved it." Upon hearing these words, Shui Yao was completely stunned. She had heard of teleportation facilities before, but the cost, time, materials, and craftsmanship required for such teleportation stations were unimaginable. Across the vast territory of the Azure Water Federation, there were only a handful of teleportation stations. Even in the southern border of the Thunder Empire, including the Bachor Duchy, there were only 5 teleportation stations. The preciousness of such facilities was evident. His Majesty the Demon King had actually prepared a teleportation facility for the Dark Dragon Merchant Guild? This was truly unbelievable. "Please, step inside." Rao Jian activated the teleportation tower, creating a teleportation field. Shui Yao composed herself, suppressing her excitement. She stepped into the teleportation field, feeling the surging spatial energy enveloping her. In an instant, a flash of light engulfed her vision. After 1 or 2 seconds, the surroundings came back into focus. The warm and humid environment of the island had vanished, replaced by a lush and verdant forest. "Are you Chieftain Shui Yao from the Azure Water Federation?" A dragon soldier approached to verify her identity and said, "This is the Dark Forest, nestled within the shadowy valley. The main city is just over 20 miles to the east." As a sea dweller, Shui Yao had never ventured far from the ocean in her entire life. She could never have imagined that one day she would find herself deep in the Chaos Forest, a staggering distance of 9,000 kilometers from Dark Dragon Island. In a mere blink of an eye, she had crossed this vast expanse. The sheer power of the teleportation tower was awe-inspiring. The Demon King had constructed teleportation towers both in the Darkness City and the Azure Water Federation, granting him unrestricted access to these 2 regions. And vice versa. As members of the Dark Dragon Chamber of Commerce, Shui Yao, Rao Jian, and their comrades could now easily travel to the Darkness City at any time. It was beyond belief, so incredibly convenient. As soon as Shui Yao arrived in the Darkness Valley, she felt an instantaneous surge in her various stats and abilities, experiencing an explosive growth. Once a mere ordinary level 4 lord, she now possessed the prowess of a top-tier level 4 lord, capable of enduring prolonged battles even against formidable adversaries like the level 4 overlord Sharkfolk hero. But that was not all. In the Darkness Valley, everything seemed to operate at twice the speed compared to the normal environment, be it recovery or training. Was this really the Demon King's lair? It felt more like an unparalleled paradise, a hidden sanctuary rarely encountered in this world. Shui Yao could not help but entertain the thought of relocating her clan here, allowing them to train and bolster the strength of the White Sands clan. Following the given directions, Shui Yao made her way to the Darkness City. This majestic city, perpetually under construction, left the sea-dwelling native in awe once again. Wasn't the Chaos Forest known as a desolate wilderness? How could such an unimaginably grand city come into existence? Not only that, Shui Yao could sense a unique power emanating from every house, street, and well within the city. And let's not forget about the Soul Altar, Tower of Lost Trials, Altar of Inferno, Ancient Elven Sanctuary, Temple of Nature, Temple of War, and other structures that held an indescribable power. She could clearly perceive that each of these buildings possessed an incredible force beyond imagination. Though the population in the Darkness City was currently sparse, representatives of various races could be found, including giants, elves, orcs, trolls, dwarves, tigerfolks, bearfolks, and even goblins. Witnessing the diverse inhabitants within the Darkness City, Shui Yao gained a whole new understanding of the Demon King. His Majesty was not merely a tyrant driven by power and brutality, but a great ruler possessing terrifying creativity and governing prowess. How else could such a miraculous city be constructed in the heart of the Chaos Forest, a land known for its untamed wilderness? How could numerous races, with varying strengths and conflicting interests, coexist harmoniously? The Demon Dragon Castle stood majestic and towering, leaving Shui Yao in utter awe. She could sense the pervasive power enveloping the Darkness City and even the entire Darkness Valley, seemingly emanating from this very castle. Stepping into the Demon Dragon Castle, the Mermaid Maiden beheld heavily fortified and grand palaces. The soldiers guarding the premises were at least draconian super soldiers, surpassing even the finest within the Azure Water Federation. It was a testament to the immense strength of the Demon King's army. Just then, a thunderous shout reverberated, "You dare!" In an instant, Shui Yao felt a shift in her surroundings, as if she was pulled into a desolate wasteland of rocky terrain. The gravity seemed to intensify 1,000-fold, rendering her motionless and gasping for breath. A monarch's domain, again? Yet another monarch's domain. Another figure of monarch-level stature. Shui Yao was left bewildered. Within the walls of the Demon King's castle, how could there be another monarch-level presence? Then, a voice, wise but tinged with age, spoke up, "Zhang San, hold your ground. She is not an intruder. She is a new recruit under our master's command." Zhang San paused momentarily, releasing the earth domain and alleviating the intensified gravity. He glanced at the Mermaid Maiden and uttered, "So, you're one of our master's newly recruited followers. My previous judgment was mistaken, as I had not seen you before. I ask for your forgiveness. Great monarch. Are you also a subordinate of the Demon King?" Zhang San shrugged dismissively, "Newcomer, there's no need for such astonishment. I, Zhang San, am just an insignificant servant under our master's command." Shui Yao was utterly taken aback. The Demon King had actually brought a monarch-level figure into his fold. What's even more absurd was that this monarch referred to himself as a servant, completely overturning Shui Yao's view. Zhang San continued, "Don't be too surprised. Our master has more than one monarch-level subordinate. You'll come to understand this in due time. To our esteemed lord, what significance does a monarch hold?" This was way beyond comprehension. At that moment, Li Si chimed in, "Unfortunately, you've arrived when our master is away. However, if you don't mind, allow me to give you a tour of the various cities. Our lord specifically recruited you into the Dark Dragon Chamber of Commerce. It's important for you to acquaint yourself with the resource locations, production bases, and the current status of diverse industries across the cities." Shui Yao raised a perplexed eyebrow. "Doesn't the Demon King have only one city?" Li Si chuckled, "Of course not. Presently, 80% of the cities within the Chaos Forest have pledged their allegiance to our master, and the remaining ones will soon follow suit. More than 80% of the cities in the Chaos Forest were already under the control of the Demon King? If this news were to spread, it would be an explosive revelation. Who could have anticipated that the Demon King has nearly achieved complete dominance over the Chaos Forest almost unnoticed? If this trend continued, the complete unification of the Chaos Forest would appear to be an imminent event on the horizon. However, it was worth noting that the Demon King possessed not just one, but multiple subordinates of monarch-level strength. In light of this, the notion of possessing a kingdom-level power should not be considered peculiar. Yet, with the unification of the Chaos Forest, it was inevitable that the Thunder Empire in the north, the Sunset Empire in the west, and even the Water Blue Federation would perceive it as a threat. The three major powers could not afford to turn a blind eye, and the Chaos Forest would undoubtedly face immense pressure. At that critical juncture, would the Demon King be able to withstand the mounting challenges? Xue Yao accepted Li Si's invitation to explore and witness, with her own eyes, the true extent of the Chaos Forest's resources and wealth. Li Si raised his staff, and a surge of spatial energy enveloped them. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from the Demon King's castle. As Xue Yao regained her senses, she found herself standing amidst the goblin farm. What an exceptional showcase of magical power from this draconian priest. Spatio-temporal attributed magic was considered the most challenging type of magic to master. Even the most talented mages would be considered exceptional if they could achieve short-range teleportation, which was an extremely impressive feat. Teleportation was an advanced form of spatial magic, known for its extreme difficulty in practice. Yet, this draconian priest displayed such mastery and ease that he hardly even needed to chant incantations. It was evident that his magical prowess was close to that of a master-level level 5 mage. With such strength and magical abilities, regardless of where he went on the continent, he would be respected as a formidable individual. It seemed that there were hidden talents and extraordinary individuals under the Demon King's command. Xue Yao was being overwhelmed by the unfathomable depths of the Darkness City's strength and resources when her attention was suddenly captivated by the sight of an enormous spirit field right before her eyes. As a mage, Xue Yao could keenly sense the inconceivable life energy surrounding the farm. Crops within the fields grew rapidly at a visible speed. At least over 10,000 goblins were toiling away in the fields. Li Si explained, this is one of the 3 major farms in the Darkness City. The food produced by just this farm alone is enough to meet the dietary needs of dozens of large forest populations. That much? Xue Yao exclaimed. This farm seems to have been blessed by the goddesses of nature and abundance. It's truly miraculous. A single farm capable of sustaining millions of people. If she had not witnessed it with her own eyes, Xue Yao would never have believed such a thing was possible. But now, having witnessed the farm's marvels firsthand, she had to accept this reality. In fact, Li Si's description might even be modest. Because Xue Yao noticed that the goblin farm did not solely cultivate food crops. Approximately 1/3 of the spirit field was dedicated to medicinal herbs. Murmuring to herself, Xue Yao said, with just one farm yielding such profits, and the Darkness City boasting 3 of them, the food pressure in the Chaos Forest must be significantly alleviated. Li Si chuckled and said, haha, although the Darkness City farms are of the highest tier, they are not the largest in terms of scale. Let me bring you to the Jauntry City to take a look. As they spoke, Li Si waved his hand, and the teleportation magic was once again activated. Since the Darkness City was relatively close to the Jauntry City, the teleportation error was minimal. They instantly appeared near the Tree of Miracle. The land surrounding the Tree of Miracle had been extensively developed, with a radius of 20 to 30 miles transformed into high-quality spirit fields. Its scale was much larger than the 3 farms in the Darkness City combined. Li Si explained, this is the Elven Farm of the Jauntry City. It is the largest farm in terms of scale. Currently, it is estimated to employ over 100,000 elves, more than enough to sustain tens of millions of people. Of course, we don't need that much food, so not all of it will be used for growing crops. We will promote the cultivation of herbs, fruit trees, timber, and other cash crops here. Xue Yao was deeply shocked. Could this be the legendary Tree of Life? No, it was not just a Tree of Life. It was clearly a Tree of Miracle, and the vast expanse of spirit fields surrounding it was all created by this Tree of Miracle. Li Si explained, this Tree of Miracle is a great gift bestowed upon the elves by our master. Currently, the population of the John Tree City has reached over 400,000 and is approaching 500,000. If we include other races, the population of the John Tree City is close to 600,000, and it will continue to grow towards 1,000,000 in the future. Although John Tree City is not the main city, it is currently the most popular one. Generally speaking, forest cities were not of significant scale. The main reason for this was the issue of resources. Settlements in the forest, whether tribes or cities, heavily relied on acquiring living resources from the surrounding environment. However, environmental resources were limited. As the population reached a certain level, the marginal costs increased and the marginal benefits decreased, making it impossible to form cities with millions of people. But now, the Tree of Miracle had the power to change everything. Lisi added, in fact, whether it's the Darkness City Farm or the John Tree City Elven Farm, they might not be the future's most central production bases. Shui Yao struggled to understand, what do you mean? Lisi replied, recently, our master has collaborated with the Flower Fae Demon King and is planning to invest in a large number of flower spirit farms. In the future, their scale might surpass that of the Elven farms, with a per-acre yield potentially exceeding that of the Darkness City's farms. After their conversation, the two of them proceeded to tour John Tree City. John Tree City had already flourished beyond expectations. The alchemy workshops were bustling with several thousand, if not tens of thousands, elven alchemists. With abundant material supply and maximum production capacity, they could produce hundreds of thousands or even millions of basic potions daily. Considering a wholesale price of 100 gold coins per bottle, the daily value of these potions alone would reach billions of gold coins. Thanks to the Elven Farms, Darkness City Farms, and the promising future of the Flower Spirit Farms, there was no shortage of raw materials. However, there was one crucial issue to address: the Demon King needed a massive market capable of absorbing such a vast production capacity. Currently, John Tree City's warehouses alone were stocked with approximately 5 million potions, leaving Shui Yao awestruck and speechless. But her overwhelming joy could not be contained. This is incredible. Absolutely incredible. Our White Sands family specializes in the potion business. We are the top-ranked potion merchant in Holy Tide City and among the top 3 in Pale Moon Kingdom. We operate over 450 potion stores across the Azure Water Federation. Lisi could not help but express his surprise. It was no wonder the master wanted to recruit Shui Yao and have her join the merchant guild. With over 450 potion stores spread throughout various cities in the Azure Water Federation, the vast sales network was more than capable of consuming a substantial portion of the production capacity and generating immense value. Shui Yao was filled with excitement. Lately, their family had almost completely lost access to their sources for procuring potions. Even their own established alchemy workshops had come to a halt due to issues like inability to obtain raw materials, alchemists abandoning their positions, or unexplained workshop fires. This impending situation threatened to bring their business to a complete standstill. That was why Shui Yao had made the daring decision to spend 100 million gold coins to purchase potions directly from the recently arrived Dark Dragon Merchant Guild. It was undeniably a risky move. The potion industry demanded exceptional skills in supply chain management. After all, the quality of medicinal herbs varied greatly, and the proficiency of alchemists ranged from excellent to subpar. If a customer were to experience adverse effects or any complications after consuming a potion, and it was later revealed that the potion was faulty, it would completely tarnish the reputation of the potion store. Therefore, under normal circumstances, the White Sands family would never consider placing such a substantial order with an unknown and unverified merchant guild. However, the elven potions had proven to be of excellent quality. The materials used were remarkably fresh, and the elven alchemists exhibited exceptional skills. The potions they offered were both superior in quality and competitively priced. Shui Yao's mind began to race with possibilities. The elven alchemy workshops of John Tree City, as well as the Dark Dragon Chamber of Commerce and the White Sands family, if they could form an alliance, they had the potential to become the leading potion merchant in Pale Moon Kingdom. Furthermore, they could even dominate the entire Federation's potion market and explore untapped markets on a larger scale. In such a scenario, not only would the Demon King amass great wealth, but the Dark Dragon Merchant Guild and the White Sands family would also experience rapid growth and expansion. Next, Li Si uttered, "Let's head to Berserk Beast City." Shui Yao had only skimmed through the various workshops in Jauntry City and had not had a chance to fully explore them before being swiftly transported to Berserk Beast City. In contrast to the neat and picturesque Jauntry City, Berserk Beast City had a somewhat rugged appearance. However, since aligning with the Demon King, Berserk Beast City had undergone remarkable transformations in just over a month. The streets were now filled with shops catering to miners. There were orc bars, orc barbecue joints, and even an orc bathhouse. Coincidentally, it was a shift change, and thousands of orc miners were returning to Berserk Beast City, attracting admiring gazes from other orcs. As it turned out, mining had become the most respectable and profitable occupation in present-day Berserk Beast City. The orc miners held a prestigious position within the city, and coupled with the abundance of resources, they enjoyed a high standard of living. Li Si explained, saying, "Berserk Beast City's transformation from a notorious den of thieves to its current state, with numerous forest tribes joining forces, was achieved in just a little over a month. At present, Berserk Beast City has 4 operating mines, and the daily yield of gold and rare minerals alone is valued at millions of gold coins. Furthermore, 1,000 dwarves have already settled in Berserk Beast City, preparing to establish dwarven forges. In the future, their focus will be on crafting armor, weapons, and supplying other manufacturers as Berserk Beast City possesses significant advantages in this field." Li Si even took Shui Yao on a tour of the Orsish mines. Here, she was astounded to see the remarkable infrastructure and the increasing efficiency of daily production. However, what truly left her perplexed were the countless sights that seemed incomprehensible to her. Inside the mines, there were extensive networks of railway tracks laid out. Massive ore trains, rugged and imposing, operated in a seamless and orderly manner, transporting the mined ores directly to the storage areas. In addition to the Magitech locomotives, there were gnomes operating Magitech excavators, Magitech drills, and Magitech crushers, tirelessly assisting in the mining process. Shui Yao even witnessed gnomes piloting Magitech helicopters, conducting surveys and explorations of nearby mining sites. The presence of these Magitech devices throughout the mines was truly astonishing. "So, this is the legendary magical technology," Shui Yao exclaimed. "I had believed it to be lost, yet here it is, right before my eyes." Li Si provided some insights, saying, "These are the gnome Magitechi from Thousand Fang City. Our master greatly values magical technology and has rewarded Thousand Fang City with a dedicated magical research institute. Through continuous research and development," he continued, "Thousand Fang City has made remarkable strides in magical technology. At present, the mining facilities in Berserk Beast City have been designed, invented, and manufactured by the gnomes of Thousand Fang City themselves. As their experience grows and matures, these advancements will eventually extend to all cities. With the integration of magical technology, both production and daily life will undergo significant and transformative improvements." Shui Yao had heard that during the heyday of the ancient Mage Empire, a single large-scale Magitech warship could annihilate an entire kingdom. This indicated the tremendous advantage of magical technology. It was clear that the Demon King highly valued the added value and increased production efficiency brought about by magical technology. Although its current implementation was still in its primitive stage, given more time to Thousand Fang City and the Magitech Research Institute, they might eventually master top-notch magical technology. Moving forward, Shui Yao visited several cities, such as Silver Spring City, Ironheart City, and Bloody Fortress. Each place had its own unique characteristics and had undergone transformations since the Demon King's arrival. Throughout this process, Shui Yao gradually gained an understanding of the Demon King's strength. His overall power was not inferior to that of some small to medium-sized kingdoms. Even the Empire would need to prepare for significant damage if they sought to eradicate him. It was unbelievable. The business opportunities here were enormous. Whether it was potions, equipment, alchemical items, medicinal herbs, ores, food, any of these could pave the way to success. After a thorough investigation that lasted half a day, Shui Yao finally realized the wisdom of her decision. Apart from the formidable protection offered by the Demon King's immense power, the implications for the White Sands family were profound. The vast commercial prospects, immense productive capacity, and tremendous cost advantages of the Chaos Forest alone justified such a choice. Aligning with the Demon King and the Dark Dragon Chamber of Commerce would bring nothing but benefits to the White Sands family. Shui Yao even entertained the daring idea of having the entire clan join forces under the Demon King's banner. She had a growing sense that the development potential of this Demon King might not be limited solely to the Chaos Forest. During the Merfolk girl's visit to the Chaos Forest, the Great Demon King was busy at the Thunder Highlands. He activated the giant altar, converting numerous silver giants into golden giants for the Thunderclap City. "Thank you, Your Majesty. We are willing to serve you until death." The Thunderclap City was filled with excitement and inspiration as the Golden Giants rallied. Once, the talent and physical prowess of the Golden Giants were considered rare and invaluable. But now, in Thunderclap City, their numbers had reached nearly 100. The Demon King was mass-producing these formidable Golden Giants, and it was no wonder they felt exhilarated and joyful. Their loyalty towards the Demon King surged even higher. In truth, with the Demon King's current wealth, he could transform hundreds of Golden Giants in one go, significantly bolstering Thunderclap City's power. However, such a massive production was unnecessary at present, as the City of Giants already possessed ample strength. These giants, often leading a laid-back lifestyle in their mountainous abodes, needed occasional motivation to devote themselves wholeheartedly to the Demon King's cause. The Demon King inquired, "How is the situation in the ancient tomb?" Jin Kuei, the city lord of Thunderclap City, reported, "We have successfully annihilated all the tumor demons surrounding the ancient tomb of the corrupted monarchs. The current condition inside the tomb is stable." The ancient tomb of the corrupted monarchs, located in Thunderclap City's Demon Ceiling Valley, stood as the most formidable monster area to date, and the Demon King had always been mindful of its presence. In the vicinity of the ancient tomb, there were several altars that absorbed a substantial amount of energy over the years. Influenced by the corrupting power of the evil god's fragment, source of corruption, these altars mutated into malignant tumors. It was imperative to eliminate all these altars, otherwise, it would be difficult to eradicate the inhabitants within the ancient tomb. Having destroyed the main altar, the Demon King, accompanied by Jin Kuei, led the Golden Giants in systematically demolishing the remaining altars. Now, the time had come to strike at the ancient tomb itself. "The unification of the Chaos Forest is within our grasp," proclaimed the Demon King. "And it will be achieved in the next few days. Therefore, we can no longer postpone the matter of the ancient tomb. I have made the decision to personally intervene and eradicate this threat once and for all." Upon hearing this, the elders among the giants rejoiced. Ever since they learned that the ancient demonic lair was actually an ancient royal mausoleum and that their flawed method of suppression the area had spawned monstrous beings of monarch level, Thunderclap City had been plagued by anxiety and restless nights. The entire city felt as if they were bound to a ticking time bomb. And this bomb could explode at any given moment. Once triggered, the giants would be utterly doomed. Unfortunately, the giants' abilities alone were insufficient to defuse it. Now that the Demon King was preparing to take action, how could the giants not be thrilled? Jin Kuei immediately issued orders to organize the most elite force to assist the Demon King. However, it turned out to be unnecessary. The Demon King stopped the assembling of the giants, realizing that challenging the place with sheer numbers alone would be meaningless and could even be a hindrance, causing unnecessary casualties. The Demon King chose only 2 companions for this endeavor, Jin Kuei, the leader of the giants from Thunderclap City, and his Abyssal Black Dragon subordinate, Long Yi. Both possessed tremendous power at the rank of level 4 overlords. Golden Giants possessed innate abilities to counter evil energy, displaying exceptional resistance to it. In addition, Jin Kuei's strength was sufficient to withstand the environment within the ancient tomb, albeit with some effort. As for Long Yi, being an abyssal dark dragon, he naturally possessed formidable dark and necromantic talents, making him far superior to ordinary beings of the same level in terms of resistance and adaptability to such evil energies. An hour later, the Demon King opened the tomb door. You are being corroded by negative energy. HP plus 10. You are being corroded by negative energy. HP plus 5. You are being corroded by negative energy. HP plus 8. What a powerful aura. It was 10 times stronger than the nearby caves, filled with potent curses and the power of the evil god. However, it was far from enough to harm the Demon King. Instead, it made him feel rather comfortable. Jin Kuei and Long Yi, on the other hand, had a rather different experience. Thank goodness, His Majesty didn't bring our clansmen in. This environment is too terrifying. Jin Kuei could not help but feel relieved. Under the influence of such a dreadful aura, even as a level 5 overlord golden giant, he found it somewhat overwhelming. How could ordinary silver giant warriors, or even the elders who had already become golden giants, possibly fight in such an environment? Let's proceed, Zhang Nu commanded as he led his 2 companions into the ancient tomb. The sheer magnitude of the tomb was astonishing, even for beings of massive stature like the giants or when Zhang Nu and Long Yi transformed into their true dragon form. There was no sense of crowding whatsoever. One could only imagine the colossal size of the ancient beings that were buried here. According to the information provided, Zhang Nu discovered that they belonged to a rare subspecies of giants, hardly found on the continent nowadays. As anticipated, brute force and sheer numbers held no significance when facing such a place. Units below the level 4 lord would struggle to even survive. In such an intense and corrosive environment, ordinary low-level minions would instantly perish, without any chance of even encountering the boss. Exercise caution, Zhang Nu warned. Follow my lead. Within the royal tomb, there were numerous traps. Even though these traps posed no threat to the current Demon King, they were still capable of causing a series of troubles. Zhang Nu disliked unnecessary complications. He deftly evaded the traps using the skill granted by his cheat ability and smoothly progressed deeper into the heart of the ancient tomb. Suddenly, Long Yi alerted, something is approaching. I sense it too. There seems to be quite a number of them, with the strength of level 5. Stronger than the headless knights outside, replied Jin Kuei. No sooner had they spoken than dozens of purple beams shot forth from the front passageway, rapidly converging around the trio. These beams came to a halt, revealed to be eerie soul fires. But in the next moment, the soul fires expanded dramatically, transforming into towering spirit giants, each measuring over 10 to 20 meters in height. All of them were clad in armor, with burning skeletons within, brandishing flaming greatswords. Ancient Monarch Soul Guard, Level 5 Elite Unit. Description: they were once loyal guards who served the monarchs faithfully in their lifetime. They voluntarily sacrificed themselves to be interred and pledged to protect the royal mausoleum with their souls for eternity. Level 5 Elite Monsters? Similar to the headless knights outside, but these soul giants were even stronger. They possessed exceptional agility and were immune to physical attacks, making them formidable opponents. Just then, the soul giants raised their blazing swords, unleashing a flurry wave of sword chi from all directions, surging towards the 3 individuals. Dark Devour. Long Yi unleashed a powerful dark magic. A dozen miniature black holes shot forth in all directions, their intense gravitational force distorting and tearing apart the incoming sword chi waves. In an instant, the attacks were devoured, dissipating into the void. Long Yi had some tricks up his sleeve. Zhang Nu nodded in satisfaction. Long Yi was already at the peak of the level 5 overlord. He had undergone the Demon King's baptism a few days ago. Although he had not immediately advanced to the level 6, he had already made significant progress, with only 2 or 3 more baptisms standing between him and becoming a level 6 existence. The current Long Yi possessed the combat power that reached the ceiling of level 5 overlords. Even when facing slightly weaker monarch-level beings, he could hold his ground and achieve a 50-50 chance of victory, thanks to the advantage of his superior race. Perish! Jin Kuei bellowed, summoning a radiant golden lightning that swiftly struck down one of the soul guards. The overwhelming power of the demon-busting golden thunder shattered the spiritual form of the undead entity. The golden lightning erupted, inflicting damage upon the surrounding soul guards. Simultaneously, the binding effects of the golden thunder restricted their lightning-fast mobility. Seizing the opportunity, Long Yi unleashed a torrent of dragon flames, unleashing a devastating area of effect assault. The two level 5 overlords collaborated seamlessly, resulting in the swift obliteration of over a dozen soul guards. You've slain an ancient monarch soul guard. Gold plus 18,000. You've slain an ancient monarch soul guard. Gold plus 18,000. You've slain an ancient monarch soul guard. Gold plus 18,000. Zhang Nu led his two followers, effortlessly carved a path through these soul giants. He barely needed to lift a finger as his subordinates swiftly dealt with these minor monsters they encountered. Although they were considered minor monsters, they were top-tier level 5 elites. Each one yielded a generous reward of 18,000 gold. Within this vast ancient tomb, these fodders were scattered in large numbers. In no time, they had already annihilated over 100 of them. By simply clearing out these minions, Zhang Nu had amassed a fortune of 3 million gold, sufficient to convert 10 additional golden giants for Thunderclap City or to initiate 3 rounds of the Demon King's baptism, further enhancing the strength and cultivation of his subordinates. However, in that very instant, Zhang Nu's senses heightened. He perceived the presence of several exceptionally formidable auras ahead. Alerting his subordinates, he cautioned, "We are nearing the entrance to the core region of the monarch's tomb, where the defenses are even tighter. Remain vigilant and prioritize your safety." With those words, he abruptly accelerated and took the lead, charging forth into the core area. Zhang Nu found dozens of soul giants gathered in this area. Ancient Monarch Soul Guard, Level 5 Elite Unit. Ancient Monarch Soul Guard Captain, Level 5 Lord Unit. Among the multitude of soul giants, there were 4 or 5 Lord ranks, significantly stronger than the ordinary ones. However, such strengths were still mere fodder levels in the eyes of the Demon King. Why would the Demon King even bother to pay attention to them? Zhang Nu did not linger on these creatures. He noticed that within the Grand Hall, 2 colossal skeletal dragons laid prostrate. In their prime, they were unquestionably adult true dragons, with each measuring over 80 meters in length. Like a pair of guard dogs, they were chained by runic iron links on either side of the bronze giant gate, their skeletal bodies enveloped in a terrifying aura. Moreover, likely influenced by the evil god's aura, they had sprouted numerous grotesque and distorted demonic flesh, which would inflict severe psychic contamination upon those who approached. Corrupted Skeletal Dragon, Level 5 Overlord Unit. Description: once revered as formidable dragons, they were defeated by one of the former ancient monarchs and ultimately became accompanying burial offerings and tomb guardian beasts. Long-term exposure to the evil god's aura has even intensified their horror beyond their living state. Cursed beings. As a proud member of the True Dragons, Long Yi, witnessing his fellow kin reduced to mere watchdogs and tomb guardians, could no longer contain his anger. But for Zhang Nu, he remained unperturbed. There was no need to let anger consume him over such matters. The fate of these 2 true dragons was a consequence of their inferior skills in their previous lives. After being sealed for so many years, it was time to grant them release. Meanwhile, sensing the presence of intruders, the 2 corrupted dragons and the soul giants immediately shifted into battle mode. Zhang Nu issued a command: "I'll handle these 2 undead skeletal dragons. You take care of the soul guardians." Understood. Jin Kuei and Long Yi immediately sprang into action and drew the attention of the soul guardians, diverting their focus. The corrupted dragons unleashed a ferocious blast of their corrupted breath, a vile combination of necrotic energy and the aura of evil god, sweeping towards their adversaries. Zhang Nu swiftly teleported to intercept the attack. +32. +21. +41. Zhang Nu absorbed the entirety of the undead dragon breath. Rather than inflicting harm, these attacks not only failed to damage him but actually replenished his HP and MP. In truth, the composition of the undead dragon breath was intricate. The fire-based element of the attack was rendered ineffective by Zhang Nu's exceptional magic immunity. The toxic and cursing effects were nullified by his source of corruption talent. The ominous aura of death and even the faint trace of evil god's power were neutralized by the fusion of two evil god fragments within Zhang Nu. Furthermore, by activating the Eye of Death, Zhang Nu absorbed the necrotic damage of the breath. The two corrupted dragons possessed formidable strength. Although they could not match Long Yi, who had reached the pinnacle of the level 5 overlord, they were more than a match for Jin Kuei, a level 5 golden giant. It was worth noting that the golden giant's innate talent was effective against undead creatures. Even when faced with this disadvantage, the strength of a single corrupted dragon still slightly surpassed that of the giant chieftain, showcasing the sheer power of these two beings. However, regrettably, when they encountered the Demon King, the attacks employed by the corrupted dragons, consisting mainly of curses and necrotic damage, proved utterly futile against the Demon King. Furthermore, they lacked intelligence, thus remaining oblivious to the ineffectiveness of their assaults. Consequently, these terrifying skeletal dragons, capable of wreaking havoc upon the outside world, now appeared rather ludicrous and absurd. Like two bumbling creatures, the two corrupted dragons persisted in their feeble attempts to breathe corruptive flames, unleash necromantic spells, and cast curses, but their endeavors amounted to nothing more than a gentle tickle. With a resounding roar, the Demon King assumed his massive dragon form. In an instant, he stomped the two corrupted dragons beneath his feet. Then, opening his maw, he unleashed a colossal pillar of dragon flame several meters in diameter, obliterating the unfortunate creature. It was akin to using a high-pressure water jet to cleanse a surface, scouring the dragon from head to toe. The corrupted tissues turned to ashes. Devoid of the evil god energies that once imbued them and formed their flesh, the dragon's body became exceedingly frail. After enduring the scorching flames for a dozen seconds, its bones were charred black, and the ground beneath it transformed into a molten pool. You've slain a corrupted skeletal dragon. Gold +1 million. You've slain a corrupted skeletal dragon. Gold +1 million. The two formidable skeletal dragons were as feeble and defenseless as insignificant insects in the face of the overwhelming might of the Demon King. After Jin Kuei had finished off the soul guards, two enormous magma pools came into view. Boiling lava churned within them, surrounding the charred remains of two dragon skeletons. The Demon King had long since dealt with his adversaries. This? Jin Kuei's face contorted in terror. The strength of the two undead skeletal dragons was horrifying, and he doubted his ability to handle even one of them. The best-case scenario would be a mutual annihilation with one of the creatures. However, in the presence of the Demon King, they appeared utterly feeble. The Demon King reverted to his draconian form and declared, "Prepare yourselves." As he spoke, he flapped his wings, soaring into the air and delivering a mighty kick that sent the giant bronze gates flying open. In the next moment, an even more potent and sinister aura of death and evil surged forth like a raging flood. You are being corroded by negative energy. HP +32. MP +21. You are being corroded by negative energy. HP +31. MP +16. Zhang Nu remained unaffected, completely unbothered. The dark energy was nullified, the necrotic energy absorbed, and as for the power of the evil god? All the sinister energy in the ancient tomb originated from the heart of the ancient god, which Zhang Nu had already assimilated entirely. Long Yi and Jin Kuei followed suit. The grand hall was shrouded in dense darkness, rendering visibility virtually non-existent. Thankfully, the three of them possessed powerful dark vision, enabling them to see their surroundings even in pitch blackness. The hall had been severely corroded and laid in ruins due to the overwhelming dark energy. The facilities within were indistinguishable. However, they could make out rows of massive alcoves along the four walls. Each alcove held a 20-meter-tall bronze sarcophagus. Even the bronze-crafted coffins had suffered severe corrosion, revealing skeletal giants standing within. These skeletons had undergone a horrific mutation, with irregular tumors filling their bodies. They appeared as monstrous abominations, grotesque beings with innate deformities. Jean Coué exclaimed in surprise, "Are these the ancient monarchs? How come there's so many of them?" Zhang Nu shook his head and replied, "None of these are the ancient monarchs." He directed his gaze towards the towering figures before them. Deformed evil giant, level 5 Lord Unit. Description: in their past lives, they were loyal attendants and subordinates of the kings, having achieved remarkable feats while serving under their reign. As a result, they were honored with the privilege of being interred in the royal mausoleum upon their deaths. However, over the course of millennia, the relentless corruption of the evil god's power and influence had demonized them into terrifying and malevolent demons. Upon learning the details, Zhang Nu came to understand the distinction between these giants and the headless knights as well as the soul guards. Unlike the ones being sacrificed and buried alongside the monarchs, these giants were not originally part of the burial rites. They had been laid to rest in the tomb through an honorable process after their natural demise, as they were esteemed leaders or generals who had accomplished great deeds during their lifetimes. Under normal circumstances, the bodies of these revered individuals would not have undergone any mutation. Their flesh had long decayed and withered, leaving behind only skeletal remains as a testament to their legacy. However, over the span of countless years, the once hallowed royal tomb had transformed into a twisted demonic lair, infiltrated by the persistent influence of the evil god's power. As a result, these skeletal giants underwent a demonic metamorphosis, their flesh regenerated, and they acquired formidable power once again, becoming true abominations. The flesh within these evil giants was no longer ordinary flesh, but a grotesque manifestation of their demonic transformation, akin to how altars could mutate into malignant tumors. They had become a hybrid of undead and demonic creatures. As soon as the trio entered, the giants were alerted. One of them extended its arm directly from its alcove, the limb instantly stretching like rubber, flesh swelling up to over 10 meters, reaching out to grab the three intruders. "Piss off." Jean Coué wielded his thunder spear and shattered the arm. In response, the deformed giants began breaking free from their bronze coffins, roaring as they crawled out from the alcoves on both sides, menacingly approaching the invaders. The scene was truly horrifying. What in the world are these things? Doesn't matter what they are. Anyone who dares to obstruct my master shall perish. Jean Coué and Long Yi immediately sprang into action, engaging in battle with the creatures. Dealing with the numerous deformed giants proved to be time-consuming. Zhang Nu entrusted them to his subordinates and activated his spatial manipulation ability, swiftly teleporting multiple times until he arrived at the deepest part of the Grand Hall, where their ultimate objective awaited. What is this? At the deepest recesses of the ancient monarch's tomb, the entire wall had transformed into writhing flesh. Dozens of massive tentacles, each hundreds of meters long, emerged from it. At first glance, Zhang Nu perceived this grotesque entity as an immense, crimson soft-bodied creature, akin to a colossal mutated octopus. It was covered in numerous organs such as ribs, fangs, sharp beaks, and eyes, creating a nightmarish sight. This area was meant to hold the coffins of the 13 ancient monarchs. However, instead of the monarchs' coffins, all that was present was this contorted monster, embedded within the wall, constantly emitting a potent psychic contamination that could induce a lifetime of nightmares with a single glimpse. Relevant information promptly surfaced before Zhang Nu, allowing him to comprehend the true identity of the entity before him. Evil God Monstrosity, the 13 Malevolent King, Level 5 Monarch Unit. Skill: Corrupted Monarch's Domain, Talent, Might of the Ancient Monarchs, Talent, Undying Flesh, Talent, Erosion of All Things, A rank, Soul Control, A rank, Undeath Storm, A rank, Super Devouring, A rank, etc. Introduction. The 13 ancient monarchs, once illustrious ancient rulers, have resurrected after absorbing immense dark energies and undergone a monstrous transformation with the power of the evil god, merging together to form this rare abomination. Initially, it was assumed that the target to be dealt with this time would be one or several ancient monarchs turned into monstrosities, with the most powerful among them already possessing level 5 monarch strength. However, it was unexpected that 13 ancient monarchs would fuse together and become such a creature. This grotesque octopus-like creature was the 13 malevolent king, the amalgamation of their transformed and corrupted corpses. Zhang Nu had never encountered or confronted a creature of this magnitude before. Even for him, it presented a substantial challenge. Firstly, as per the prompt information, the 13 malevolent king possessed an undying physical form. Merely destroying their corporeal bodies would not suffice to kill them. To truly vanquish this monster, one must directly assault its mind and soul, annihilating it psychically or spiritually. Aside from that, there is no alternative approach. Reducing it to mere ashes would not suffice either. The innate ability of an undying flesh rendered it overwhelmingly formidable, making it nearly invincible and leaving most formidable individuals incapable of striking it down. Perhaps due to absorbing an excessive amount of evil god's power, the 13 malevolent king had acquired certain traits associated with the evil gods. Insolent creature! How dare you disturb my slumber? A commanding voice echoed in Zhang Nu's mind. It was not a fusion of multiple voices, but a singular voice carried an immense psychic assault. You may enjoy your slumber, but your resting place is within my territory. One does not simply tolerate another's snores by their bedside. I absolutely cannot overlook it. The 13 malevolent king sneered. What a laughable notion. Do you think you are worthy of ruling this place? Once I emerge, all shall return beneath my rule. It appears you possess some capabilities. If you are willing to pledge your allegiance to me and offer your soul, I can spare your life for now. In an instant, Zhang Nu was dragged into a different realm. The surroundings were dark and damp, with a shallow black lake beneath his feet. As ripples spread across the lake, 13 enormous golden coffins emerged. Within each stone coffin stood a towering figure wearing a crown, their faces emanating both dignity and fury as they glared at the demon king before them. In unison, they spoke. We are undying. We are 13. You have no hope of victory against us. Surrender and submit, offer your soul, and become our servant. It is your only chance of survival. Was this the domain of the malevolent king? The suppressive effect of this domain was not particularly potent. However, within the domain, the malevolent king had the ability to summon 13 avatars of the ancient monarchs, each one a king from a bygone era. This was truly terrifying as the strength of the ancient monarchs was comparable to their prime, capable of unleashing the majority of their former abilities. 13 pseudo-monarch level entities, if they united and launched an attack, even ordinary monarchs would be utterly overwhelmed. However, that was not the most fearsome aspect. The most dreadful and challenging part was that among the 13 ancient monarchs, 12 were mere puppets. Only one of them was the true malevolent king, as it was serving as a host for the malevolent king's spirit and soul. If the wrong target was struck down, eliminating a puppet, the malevolent king could instantly resurrect it without any loss. If the one hosting the malevolent king was destroyed, he would suffer a loss in spirit and soul. However, it could swiftly revive within another ancient monarch avatar. As long as their soul and mental power remained intact, it was invincible. In essence, within its domain, the 13 malevolent king was virtually unbeatable. This was the source of their unwavering confidence. Zhang Nu could not help but laugh, a mere display of petty tricks. Show me what you're truly capable of. I'm curious to see the extent of your abilities. Insolent. Since you insist. Then prepare to meet your demise. Behold the power of the kings. Simultaneously, the 13 ancient monarchs unleashed their tremendous power. Terrifying magic brewed, and volatile chi gathered, various secret arts and seals were on the brink of activation. The impending onslaught loomed large. Even for the Demon King himself, it posed a daunting and troublesome challenge. Zhang Nu took control of the surrounding time flow, causing the world to slow down. In doing so, he gained ample time to react. His eyes swiftly scanned the area. Ancient Monarch 1, a puppet clone, attacks will be rendered ineffective. Ancient Monarch 2, a puppet clone, attacks will be rendered ineffective. Ancient Monarch 3, a puppet clone, attacks will be rendered ineffective. Ancient Monarch 9, the true malevolent king, this avatar embodies the malevolent king's spirit and soul. Only by attacking this particular avatar of the ancient monarchs could effective damage be inflicted upon the 13 malevolent king. Zhang Nu erupted with power. In an instant, thunder and flames converged into a blazing thunderbolt. It struck the body of the target ancient monarch. With a cry of agony, the ancient monarch avatar was shattered into pieces, causing the other 12 avatars to freeze in their tracks. The impending onslaught, which had been gathering momentum, was abruptly disrupted. Suddenly, all the ancient monarchs shattered into fragments. How is this possible? This is utterly impossible. You managed to pinpoint me. The malevolent king was bound to possess one of the 13 ancient monarchs to harness the combined might of their powers. Only then could he unleash their collective strength. As long as the hosting vessel of the malevolent king remained intact, the avatars of the ancient monarchs would be indestructible. Even an A-ranked detection magic would fall short of distinguishing between them. The chances of accurately discerning the true vessel among the 13 were minuscule. The malevolent king could effortlessly switch hosts, shrouding himself in unpredictability and making it near impossible to track him down. It was the pinnacle of the malevolent king's cunning. Never could it have fathomed that the avatar possessed by the malevolent king would be obliterated in an instant. Its spirit and soul were both dealt a devastating blow. Impossible. There's no way this insect could see through me. The previous strike must have been a fluke. The first group of ancient monarchs was defeated. Now, the second group emerged, still numbering 13. Let's see how you deal with this. As it spoke, the 13 ancient monarchs launched another ferocious assault. Zhang Nu activated the Abyssal Devouring to nullify their attack, then formed thunder and flames in his hand, swiftly closed the distance, and once again shattered the hosting avatar of the malevolent king with a resounding palm strike. The remaining 12 ancient monarchs were reduced to mere ashes once more. Were the 2 hits really merely coincidences? The malevolent king could no longer contain its frustration. It seems you do possess some extraordinary means, but do you really believe you can confront all 13 of us at once? It's utterly impossible for you to contend with all of us. As it spoke, another 13 ancient monarchs materialized. This time, the malevolent king's possessed avatar was not concealed. The 12 remaining ancient monarchs formed a protective circle around the malevolent king in the center. The 13 pseudo-monarch level beings moved in unison, attacking and defending. Death stare. Zhang Nu opened the vertical eye on his forehead. This attack disregarded barriers and defenses. Once again, they obliterated the true vessel of the malevolent king. Damn it! You wretched creature! You have thoroughly provoked my wrath. A mere ant like you dares to exhibit such arrogance. Allow me to show you the true extent of my power. Within the domain of the malevolent king, the black lake surged violently and countless tendrils were summoned forth. These were attacks unleashed by the physical body of the malevolent king, empowered by his domain. Each strike possessed formidable psychic attack capabilities. Coupled with the combined assault of the 13 ancient monarchs, it could effortlessly suppress other monarchs of the same level. Zhang Nu smirked coldly. So, this is the extent of your abilities? In the next instant, the domain of the malevolent king was torn asunder. The 13 ancient monarchs vanished before their eyes like drifting dandelion fluff. The immense and grotesque form of the malevolent king was pulled into a void, resembling a cosmic aberration floating at the edge of the universe. My domain has been shattered. This can't be, it's impossible. The malevolent king let out a desperate roar. The demon king hovered within the chaotic void, his arms crossed over his chest. He looked down upon the monstrous entity before him and taunted, "Nothing is beyond the realm of possibility. Even domains have disparities in power. When a lesser domain encounters a superior one, the only outcome is being eclipsed and suppressed. Your domain is insignificant. Now, here is my domain." The malevolent king was a formidable demonic entity formed by the merging of the bodies and fragmented souls of the 13 ancient monarchs, acquiring a portion of their knowledge and memories in the process. Therefore, it was far from inexperienced in the ways of the world. It was true that domains varied in strength, depending on the might of the monarchs themselves. Even when confronting a more potent domain, the result would typically be a mutual suppression and weakening of both realms. In other words, even if one monarch's realm was completely overpowered by another, the latter's realm would still suffer a considerable reduction in its potency. However, the current situation defied all understanding. The malevolent king's realm was mercilessly torn asunder and utterly obliterated. The demon king's realm shattered and dismantled the malevolent king's, causing it to vanish completely and leaving no trace behind. This inexplicable turn of events left it perplexed and astounded. The malevolent king failed to comprehend the situation. Zhang Nu did not just unleash a mere monarch's domain, but a mythic sanctum. When two monarchs' domains collided, they would counterbalance and weaken each other. However, when a monarch's domain clashed with a mythic sanctum, it would crumble instantly, akin to an egg meeting a stone. Under the enveloping might of Zhang Nu's formidable domain, the malevolent king experienced an overwhelming sense of oppression. Its abilities were swiftly sealed, including its advanced A and B rank skills, which were diminished by at least half. Not only that, but all its attributes and innate talents were also weakened, causing its overall power to dwindle significantly. "What a disappointment," Zhang Nu lamented, shaking his head. "I had hoped to finally encounter an opponent worthy of a true battle. It seems this is the extent of your power." Infuriated, the malevolent king lashed out, shouting in its grotesque form of countless tentacles, eyes, and mouths, "How dare you look down on me? What do you think you are?" With all its might, the malevolent king unleashed a powerful psychic assault upon the demon king. "You are under psychic attack. HP-97. Quite a formidable assault, causing the demon king's HP pool to decrease by nearly 1%. However, within the mythic sanctum, aided by the demon king's tremendous regenerative abilities, this HP loss could be replenished in a matter of seconds. Although the malevolent king stood as a monarch-level entity, the gap between the two combatants remained strikingly vast. Zhang Nu raised both hands, exerting control over the flow of time while summoning lightning. The malevolent king found itself engulfed by a relentless onslaught of thunderous bolts, each second bringing forth hundreds, if not thousands, of electrifying strikes. Such a rapid frequency. Such overwhelming might. Even a monarch-level entity would struggle to endure such an onslaught. The malevolent king's grotesque and colossal form was shattered into fragments amidst the resounding roar of thunder and flashes of lightning. "Ha ha ha! You cannot kill me. For I am undying." Although the malevolent king's monstrous body had been reduced to mere fragments, its formidable spiritual power still permeated the space, attempting to mock Zhang Nu in its grotesque manner. However, it was true. Defeating the malevolent king was relatively easy, but killing it posed a challenge. As long as its soul and spirit remained intact, it would not perish, and there were scarce means capable of directly assaulting the spiritual essence. While Zhang Nu had unleashed a relentless barrage upon the malevolent king's possessed avatar that embodied its spirits and soul within its domain, inflicting substantial spiritual wounds, that level of intensity alone proved insufficient. Was there a method, perhaps? A way to directly reach the essence of its being? Skills imbued with spiritual attributes were exceedingly rare. Though Zhang Nu had acquired some, their ranks were modest, suitable for dealing with lesser adversaries, but inadequate against a monarch-level entity. Furthermore, this malevolent king excelled in spiritual prowess. After careful consideration, Zhang Nu had a sudden realization that he could tap into the power of the evil god. Whether it was the Eye of Death or the source of corruption, these fragments infused with the evil god's power possessed the ability to erode the spirit and corrupt the soul. Unlike conventional abilities, the malevolent god's gifts were not fixed in their capabilities. Each fragment's innate talents could be enhanced and expanded as one's strength grew, offering a multitude of possibilities. With the evil god's power and aura capable of directly reaching the spiritual essence, Zhang Nu pondered the potential fusion of these forces with others. Inspired by this thought, he triggered the source of corruption, causing a swirling mass of blood mist to envelop his body. Although the malevolent king had already regenerated a significant portion of its form, its composure could not help but change upon witnessing the blood mist, recognizing the familiar sensation it emanated. The reason it had become the abomination it was today was due to the gradual infiltration of this very aura over the years. How is this possible? This is the power of the evil god. How could you possibly wield such power? Having released a substantial amount of corrupted blood, Zhang Nu swiftly gathered the blood mist, condensing it into a highly concentrated sphere of crimson energy. Infusing the sphere with dragon flame, he ignited a blazing fire. Even the formidable dragon flame struggled to instantly vaporize the corrupted blood. During the intense conflagration, an abundance of the evil god's aura overflowed, swiftly absorbed by the dragon flame. The once ordinary abyssal dragon flame underwent a profound metamorphosis, infused with the immense power of the corrupted essence. This was now a manifestation of the evil god's flame. Sensing the aura exuded by the flames, the malevolent king experienced a sense of peril it had never felt before. The demon king smirked coldly. You thought you were invincible, didn't you? Eat this then. Stop. You can't do this to me. Arg. While the malevolent king's body was still in the process of regeneration, the evil god's flame had already engulfed it. Instantly, a fierce fire erupted, shrouding the malevolent king within. With the infusion of the evil god's power, the dragon flame not only intensified in strength, but also acquired the ability to consume the soul and ravage the spirit. Ah! Ah! The malevolent king let out a manic shriek, unleashing waves of intense psychic energy. Fortunately, Zhang Nu's domain suppressed and greatly weakened the impact of the psychic shockwaves, preventing their diffusion to the outside world. Otherwise, the malevolent king's dying psychic assault alone would be enough to mortally wound or grievously harm Jin Kuei and Long Yi. It had endured for over 10 seconds within the searing embrace of the evil god's flame, and with the malevolent king's spiritual essence had already suffered significant damage from the previous battle. How could it withstand such a relentless onslaught? Finally, the agonizing screams abruptly ceased. The malevolent king's aura dissipated completely. From its corporeal vessel to its ethereal spirit, nothing remained but scorched remnants. You've slain the 13 malevolent king. Gold plus 10 million. Upon hearing the notification, Zhang Nu was astounded. Just by eliminating a single target, he was rewarded with an astonishing 10 million gold. This was truly unprecedented. However, considering that the target was a monarch-level entity, and the malevolent king's tomb was an extremely hostile environment, defeating the malevolent king itself proved to be an incredibly daunting task. Given the difficulty of the task, the magnitude of the reward was indeed fitting and reasonable. Zhang Nu deactivated his domain skill. Jin Kuei and Long Yi were still engaged in combat with the evil giants. Zhang Nu instantly teleported to their side, as numerous crimson lightning bolts emanated from his body, swiftly subduing these ferocious distorted giants. You've slain a deformed evil giant. Gold plus 280,000. You've slain a deformed evil giant. Gold plus 280,000. You've slain a deformed evil giant. Gold plus 280,000. Dozens of giants. All vanquished. Jin Kuei breathed a sigh of relief. Your Majesty, you've returned so quickly. The malevolent king, it couldn't possibly have. Although Jin Kuei and Long Yi had not caught sight of the malevolent king, even from such a distance, they could still perceive the chilling spiritual aura and energy fluctuations, an absolute terror they had never encountered before. Unquestionably at the monarch level. And even among the monarchs, it was an immensely formidable existence. Zhang Nu calmly replied, it was a demonic fiend born from the fusion of the evil god's power and the corpses of 13 ancient monarchs. While it posed some challenges, it wasn't overly difficult to handle. It has been dealt with. Upon hearing these words, Jin Kuei was thoroughly astounded. A monarch-level demon. And it was dispatched so effortlessly? It was worth noting that even demonic entities of the same level possess a myriad of talents and abilities, making them more formidable and perilous to deal with. Jin Kuei and Long Yi would rather face a monarch-level figure like Zhang San or Nancilia than a monarch-level demon. But this particular monarch-level demon was taken care of by the Demon King in just a few moves. Just how powerful is the Demon King? Zhang Nu did not receive a notification about capturing the malevolent king's tomb, indicating that there were still lingering enemies within the tomb, such as the hidden soul giants. Therefore, Zhang Nu issued a command to send Thunderclap City's army to besiege and eliminate them. With the malevolent king eliminated, the ominous aura within the tomb quickly dissipated by 80%. It no longer posed a lethal threat to the Golden Giants, and with Jin Kuei's demon-suppressing aura bestowed upon them, the Silver Giants could also join the hunt. After nearly half a day, the remaining stragglers within the tomb were located and exterminated. Finally, Zhang Nu received the long-awaited notification. You've conquered the corrupted ancient tomb. You gained Stardust Diamond Chest X1. Seeing the reward, Zhang Nu could not contain his delight. The malevolent king's tomb housed several level 5 overlords and hundreds of level 5 lords and elites, making it a genuine level 5 monarch-level area. Considering the rewards for capturing this place, solely based on the chest's quality, they had surpassed even Ironheart City. Although Ironheart City boasted immense scale, its highest limit was only a level 5 overlord. Hence, the reward remained a Mythmonite chest. However, the malevolent king's tomb directly awarded a diamond-level reward chest. This was also the first diamond-level treasure chest that Zhang Nu had ever obtained. Zhang Nu immediately opened the treasure chest without any hesitation. You opened the diamond treasure chest. You've gained Gold X10, 000, Blueprint, Altar of Sacred King X1, Blueprint, Evil God Cultivator X1, Level 4 Special Building Upgrade Scroll X1, Dark Gem X2000, Undeath Gem X2000. It was truly rewarding. The gold reward alone amounted to 10 million. This exceeded Zhang Nu's expectations. Considering that the malevolent king's tomb was not particularly large in terms of monster quantity or scale, and despite its high level and powerful inhabitants, this amount of gold surpassed even what Zhang Nu acquired from capturing Ironheart City, a level 5 overlord region with a population of several 100,000. Throughout this journey, Zhang Nu reaped significant rewards. In terms of gold alone, he had obtained over 30 million. 10 million was from slaying the malevolent king, 10 million came from opening the treasure chest, and an additional 12 million was acquired by clearing out high-level minions like skeletal dragons, evil giants, and soul guards. The total amounted to 32 million gold coins. Although Zhang Nu had anticipated a significant reward, he never imagined it would be this extraordinary. This was truly beyond his wildest expectations. Indeed, for Zhang Nu, the monarch-level areas were not perilous grounds, but rather treasure troves brimming with opportunities. If only he could stumble upon a few more of such places. Of course, compared to the abundant gold rewards, what excited him even more were the rewards of other items. The blueprints from the diamond treasure chest were all rare level 5 blueprints. Blueprint, Altar of Sacred King, level 5 blueprint. Costs, Gold X6, 000, Light Gem X2000, Life Gem X2000, Elemental Gems X500 each. You may construct an Altar of Sacred King within your territory. Blueprint, Evil God Cultivator, level 5 blueprint. Costs, Gold X5, 000, 000, Dark Gem X2000, Undeath Gem X2000. You may construct an evil god cultivator within your territory. The costs of these blueprints were quite exorbitant, even among level 5 buildings. Zhang Nu was already acquainted with altar-type structures such as the Altar of Inferno, Soul Altar, and Giant Altar, all sharing the common feature of sacrifice and empowerment. Almost all altars possessed an empowerment function, and he fervently hoped that the Altar of Sacred King would follow suit. Its price tag surpassed even that of the Soul Altar, thus he could only anticipate its usefulness, hoping it would prove as valuable. As for the evil god cultivator, it was truly thought-provoking. What kind of entity were evil gods? They were a force on par with deities, a completely uncontrollable natural disaster. Zhang Nu could not believe that a mere level 5 building could actually nurture an evil god. However, given its name, it surely possessed some relevant functions. Zhang Nu could not help but feel intrigued by the evil god cultivator and held high expectations for it. In addition to the valuable level 5 blueprints, this time he also obtained a level 4 special building upgrade scroll. The significance of a level 4 upgrade scroll was immense as it could elevate a level 4 building to a level 5, a rarity of great value in itself. Furthermore, it was a special building upgrade scroll. With this scroll, Zhang Nu could directly upgrade the miracle tree in Jiantree City to an eternal tree. The possibilities and benefits were undoubtedly extraordinary. In some sense, the value of this upgrade scroll might even surpass that of the 2 level 5 blueprints combined. However, upgrading into the eternal tree would not come cheap. It would likely cost more than constructing numerous ordinary level 5 buildings. Moreover, the upgraded eternal tree would attract too much attention, causing a significant stir across the continent. For now, the functionalities of the miracle tree were sufficient. Zhang Nu needed to wait for the right timing. Upgrading the tree was a matter that required careful consideration. The malevolent king's tomb yielded immense rewards, but the spoils did not end there. Utilizing his ability to perceive hidden information, Zhang Nu, accompanied by a group of giants led by Jin Kuei, discovered a seemingly inconspicuous hidden door. "Open it," commanded the demon king. The giants immediately resorted to their brute strength, violently demolishing the wall. Although the door was forged from refined mystic iron, it proved no match for their relentless assault and was dismantled within moments. Curiosity piqued, Jin Kuei inquired, "What lies within this place?" Zhang Nu replied, "This is a secret chamber where burial offerings are stored." "Burial offerings?" Jin Kuei exclaimed. Without hesitation, Zhang Nu stepped inside. Emerging from a passageway, he found himself in a grand hall that, by giant standards, could be deemed a small chamber. The other giants followed suit, their astonishment evident. The chamber was filled to the brim with a myriad of priceless treasures, collectibles, as well as relics, items, and equipment once used by the ancient monarchs. Regrettably, the passage of time had taken its toll. Most of the once invaluable treasures had succumbed to ravages of time and environmental degradation. Even those that had not been destroyed had suffered varying degrees of damage or lost their original potency. For Zhang Nu, it was a lamentable sight. After all, during its zenith, this ancient kingdom rivaled the Azure Water Federation's Pale Moon Kingdom in prestige. The burial items accompanying the ancient monarchs could not have been mere common articles. The pile of now mostly dull objects before his eyes had once represented their glorious era. In their prime, they were likely national treasures. Though now tarnished and diminished, some still retained significant value. Packaging and selling them could easily fetch billions of mainland coins. Every little bit mattered, and this was no small haul either. It was more akin to a plump pig, waiting to be slaughtered. Apart from the burial treasures, there were numerous items that had once belonged to the ancient monarchs. Among them were weapons, equipment, and armor, although their practical value was limited due to mismatched sizes. However, the materials used for these items were top-notch, making them perfect for the dwarves to reforge into powerful weapons. Their value was not inferior to the burial treasures, and for Zhang Nu and his territory, they could potentially hold even greater value. At that moment, an inconspicuous crystal caught Zhang Nu's interest. Titan crystal, superior purple quality item. Description: this crystal is a guiding crystal and relic key that has withstood the test of time. It contains the location of the Titan ruins, one of the ancient kingdom's most closely guarded secrets. The ancient monarch that obtained this crystal spent decades searching for the marked location with it, but ultimately failed, marking it as his greatest regret. Thus, his descendants placed this item as a burial offering in the king's tomb. Zhang Nu activated the crystal, and a partial map appeared. It only displayed the terrain near the ruins without any specific markings. After so many years, it was unclear where exactly it was located. Tens of thousands of years had passed, leading to significant changes in the landforms. It was uncertain if the Titan ruins still existed. Nonetheless, the Titans, the supreme beings among the giants, had undoubtedly left behind a wealth of dangers and treasures within their ancient ruins. The crystal served as a crucial means to access the site. If given the opportunity, Zhang Nu desired to explore and uncover the secrets hidden within the ruins. With the crisis in Thunderclap City now resolved, the malevolent king's tomb had become the most formidable location Zhang Nu had encountered, raising the standard for the entire Chaos Forest. Next, Zhang Nu planned to unify the Chaos Forest within a few days, solidifying his position as the undisputed ruler of the region. After returning to the main city, Zhang Nu was pleased with the current state of his finances, as the cash flow was abundant. With a total of 32 million gold earned from the ancient tomb and an additional 10 million gold obtained from the Dark Dragon Chamber of Commerce, along with various other sources of income, he estimated that he had a disposable wealth of at least 50 million gold without compromising the operation of his territory. 50 million. Zhang Nu could not believe how quickly his wealth had grown. Zhang Nu decided to initiate a large-scale expansion of the Draconian Legion. Due to their focus on elite troops and the lack of facilities like a trial tower before, the cost of intermediate and high-tier units remained high, resulting in slow growth and expansion of the Draconian Legion during this period. Now, considering the expansion of his territory and the imminent war with the Northern Empire, it was necessary to undergo a major expansion of the Draconian Legion. Investing a considerable amount of 22 million gold, Zhang Nu directly recruited and upgraded 20,000 high Draconian soldiers. He deliberately chose to prioritize the recruitment and upgrading of high soldiers rather than spending the funds to further upgrade them into super soldiers. The reason for this decision was simple: the cost to upgrade each soldier to a super soldier was exorbitant, amounting to 20,000 gold per soldier. Even with a budget of 10 million gold coins, he would only be able to upgrade a maximum of 500 high soldiers to the super soldier level, which would not satisfy the ambitions of the Demon King. However, the addition of the trial tower changed everything. Through the tower's training system, the cost of upgrading a high soldier to a super soldier dropped significantly, even when considering the operational expenses and casualty rates. It now cost a mere 2,000 gold to promote a high soldier. When comparing the costs, the difference was staggering. The trial tower method was 10 times more cost-effective. Although there was a daily limit on the number of trials, even 1,000 trials were substantial. Zhang Nu took full advantage of the trial tower, creating hundreds of super soldiers each day. With no immediate large-scale conflicts, he had ample time to train his high soldiers and gradually increase the proportion of super soldiers. Before long, the Darkness City would boast thousands of super soldiers. Zhang Nu checked the current status of his Draconian units. The total number of Draconian units had already surpassed 60,000, with around 20,000 logistical units and 40,000 combat units. Among the combat units, there were 10,000 normal soldiers, 27,000 high soldiers, approximately 2,000 super soldiers, and additional units such as battle mages, royal guards, commanders, and priests, totaling over 1,000. Looking at the overall numbers, it was an impressive force. However, it was still insufficient. Zhang Nu planned to gradually supplement the forces with a significant number of logistical units, enhancing the construction and logistical capabilities of the cities and the entire Chaos Forest. Of course, the recruitment of high soldiers would also continue. His plan was to expand the draconian population to reach 100,000, with a ratio of 40% logistical units to 60% combat units. Moving forward, Xiongnu allocated 8.75 million gold to replenish the ranks of his personal guards. Among them, 4.2 million gold were used to upgrade and strengthen 30 super soldiers into Inferno Warmonger guards, while another 4.5 million gold coins were dedicated to creating 30 Inferno Mystic guards. Xiongnu had a total of 70 royal guards, and with the addition of these 60 new members, the total number of royal guards surpassed 100. These royal guards boasted the power of level 4 lords, which was already impressive for foot soldiers. However, Xiongnu believed that their strength could be further enhanced. He planned to provide them with opportunities for trials, as well as the Demon King's baptism, to unlock their potential and transform them into a formidable super army, where each member possessed the prowess of a level 5 lord. For the time being, the focus on army development would be put on hold. Xiongnu shifted his attention to a new endeavor. This time, he had acquired 2 blueprints for level 5 structures in one go. Whether it was the Tower of Lost Trials or the Soul Altar, these level 5 buildings had held tremendous potential for elevating the territory's capabilities and functionality. After carefully weighing his limited resources, Xiongnu made the decision to prioritize the construction of the Altar of Sacred King. With a significant expenditure of gold resources, a powerful surge of energy emanated as a grand and majestic altar emerged from the ground, proudly standing in the central square of Darkness City. Xiongnu immediately inspected the effects of the Altar of Sacred King and was astonished by its functionality. The sole function of the altar was called Sacred King's Baptism. It was similar to the Demon King's Baptism provided by the Demon King's Altar. The only difference was that the Demon King's altar required 1 million gold coins per target for a single baptism, resulting in substantial strength and training growth for a period ranging from a dozen to over 50 years, leading to a significant increase in power. As for the Sacred King's baptism, it required a staggering 10 million gold per session. However, it had the advantage of being applicable to a larger group, with a maximum of 1,000 individuals benefiting from it simultaneously. Thus, the cost per person amounted to a mere 10,000 gold coins, even though the amplification effect of the Sacred King's baptism was not as potent as the Demon King's baptism, and the group ceremony was subject to diminishing returns when too many individuals were involved. In terms of power augmentation, the Sacred King's baptism was inferior to the Demon King's baptism. However, from a cost-effectiveness perspective, the Altar of Sacred King held an advantage. Additionally, the Demon King's baptism could only be administered once every 10 days to the same individual, whereas the Sacred King's baptism could be conducted every 3 days. Both types of blessings provided permanent enhancements to the strength of subordinates and were not mutually exclusive. They could be combined effectively. The Altar of Sacred King could be utilized to strengthen the army or less critical subordinates and management personnel, while the Demon King's baptism could be reserved for the most trusted and essential subordinates with significant combat capabilities. Just then, Xiongnu received news. Nancilia had returned. The Elven King, filled with excitement, ran up to him, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, Your Majesty! Our operation went extremely smoothly. Now, all the large, medium, and small cities in the Chaos Forest have declared their allegiance to Your Majesty." Xiongnu was momentarily stunned. These guys acted that swiftly? He opened his player log and indeed found a pile of unclaimed treasure chests. However, the quality of these chests was not particularly high, with only a few mithril chests among them. The Elven King continued, "We have gathered the city lords, senior members, elders, and tribal chiefs from each city. They should arrive at Darkness City tomorrow and start performing Your Majesty's will." That was great news. After the meeting, each person would be rewarded with a cup of Holy Grail of Blood's blood wine. This would ensure maximum stability. Xiongnu was extremely excited. Up to this point, even though not all of these city lords and tribal chieftains were genuinely loyal to him, the Chaos Forest had effectively been unified under his banner. Zhang Nu had become the ruler of this region. However, amidst the excitement, Zhang Nu felt a hint of confusion. He should have already conquered the Chaos Forest. But why had he not received any conquering notifications or corresponding reward chests that met the criteria? Could there be something he had not done enough? The Chaos Forest was so vast. There were bound to be individual villages and tribes that were missed. If he had to conquer every settlement and every monster area to consider the forest fully conquered, it would be an impossible task. No. The problem did not lie there. Zhang Nu fell into contemplation. The Elven King approached him and asked, "Your Majesty, what is troubling you? This should be a time for joyous celebration. I believe we should hold a grand ceremony to commemorate the unification of the Chaos Forest and solidify your supreme authority." The words of the young Elven King sparked a sudden realization in Zhang Nu's mind. He had indeed overlooked something crucial. Proclaiming sovereignty. Considering the vastness of the territory, if he desired to fully occupy the Chaos Forest and establish himself as its ruler, he would need to declare his sovereignty and formally establish his own nation or faction. Only then could he truly claim dominion. Nancilia, you're absolutely right. It just so happens that the leaders of the major tribes and cities are all here. I've decided to hold a celebration. It must be grand. Let's make sure that the entire forest's factions and all races recognize that, from this moment forth, the Chaos Forest will enter a new era under my leadership. Upon hearing these words, the Elven King became extremely excited. She was greatly looking forward to this celebration. She was also full of anticipation for the future. In the depths of the underworld, the succubus queen, Han Kursen, had recently achieved a momentous milestone in her career. Seated upon the grand throne of the Gloom City, she gazed down upon the city she had successfully conquered. At present, Han Kursen held dominion over 20 large tribes in addition to the sprawling underground metropolis beneath her feet. The population of Gloom City alone had surpassed 300,000 at its peak. However, to secure her reign, the succubus queen deemed it necessary to eliminate any potential threats. She had purged all individuals who could be heroes or were associated with them, as well as eradicated forces that had opposed her rule or posed even the slightest danger. As a consequence, the population of the Gloom City had dwindled to just over 200,000. However, when considering the combined strength of the conquered tribes and the members of the Demon King's headquarters, the scale of the succubus queen's forces and loyal followers had exceeded the 500,000 mark. Han Kursen basked in the pride of her accomplishment, regarding herself as perched at the pinnacle of the Demon King hierarchy. Looking towards the future, Han Kursen brimmed with ambition and confidence. She refused to settle for being a mere ruler of the Gloom City. Instead, she resolved to forge it into her ultimate stronghold, strategically located in close proximity to the Demon King's lair. This positioning offered convenience for both managing the city and safeguarding the lair. With this formidable foundation, Han Kursen laid out her grand plan to expand her dominion throughout the entire underworld. She aspired to ascend as the absolute ruler and sovereign of the region. "My master." A towering demon, standing at 5 meters tall with the strength of a level 5 lord, approached and said, "The materials you requested have been prepared." The final set of materials for the teleportation tower had finally arrived. Han Kursen was thrilled. Finally, she could begin constructing the teleportation tower. At one point, Han Kursen had possessed 3 sets of teleportation tower blueprints. She had obtained them at great risk and sacrifice. However, she had sold 2 of them to the Potato Demon King, keeping only 1 for herself. The main reason for her decision was the lack of funds. The Gloom City had only recently been conquered, and it required substantial investments and recruitment of more subordinates. Additionally, the cost of constructing a teleportation tower was exorbitant, which would greatly impact Han Kursen's financial situation. For her, building a single teleportation tower was already quite challenging, let alone 2 or 3. Instead of shouldering the burden, she chose to sell the blueprints and obtain a large sum of money to alleviate her financial pressure. Now that the situation in the Gloom City had stabilized and the Demon King's Legion had expanded once again, Han Kursen felt that her Demon King's career was flourishing. She had already reached level 5 at this stage, commanding such a massive legion with a substantial population and territory, a feat not easily accomplished by many Demon Kings. She had once vowed that when they next met, she would astonish the Potato Demon King. She had thought she would be the first to reach level 5, but ended up being slightly slower than that fellow. However, it did not matter. With the Gloom City in her grasp and over 20 large tribes under her rule, this was a great achievement regardless. Han Kursen couldn't wait to see the expression on the Potato Demon King's face when he arrived at the Gloom City, beholding this massive underground city. He, I'll show you. This time, I'll make you realize how formidable I am. Without hesitation, Han Kursen began constructing the teleportation tower. As per the agreement between the two Demon Kings, the teleportation towers would establish a connection once completed. In other words, with the teleportation tower in the Gloom City, Han Kursen would be able to travel to Zhang Nu's territory at any time, and likewise, Zhang Nu and his subordinates could venture into the underworld. This cooperation held great potential, as the surface world possessed resources that were scarce in the underworld, while the underworld offered valuable resources that were rare on the surface. Through their collaboration, they could harness each other's strengths and achieve a mutually beneficial outcome.